Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku Became a Green Lantern story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Todoroki. Izuku couldn't help but feel that this was a bad idea. Yet at the same time, he couldn't let it go. The young man with the two-toned hair turned. "Why are you following me?" he demanded, though his voice was flat, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Izuku swallowed. He should have known that Todoroki would notice immediately when he followed him the moment he left the 1A spectator's box. The other hero student was clearly very highly trained compared to most of the rest of them. Also, he wasn't quite sure how to answer that question. He just knew that something had been nagging at him ever since Todoroki had disappeared after the cavalry battle and come back with a dark scowl. He was also aware that the other students' challenge to him had essentially fizzled out early, with Team Todoroki's inglorious defeat in the sound round of the festival. Izuku couldn't help but feel that he'd missed out on something important as a result. "You've seemed upset since the second round ended," he said lamely. Todoroki looked at Izuku like he was dim, and Izuku quickly decided he couldn't blame him for it. "I didn't want to lose," he said. "I just thought," Izuku fidgeted nervously. "I just thought that, there might be something else going on." "Nothing that concerns you," Todoroki said coldly. "And just because I lost today, it doesn't change anything. I will surpass you someday, Midoriya." "You're more than welcome to give it your best try," Izuku said, forcing a smile and attempting an air of friendly rivalry. Todoroki gave him a distinctly unimpressed look and said nothing. Izuku decided to just come out and say it. "Look, I know Endeavor's here, and I remember how you reacted when I made that construct of him during that exercise," he said. "If he's abusing you, then what?" Todoroki interrupted. "What would you do if I told you he was? What could you do? Haul him a million, billion light years away from you and toss him into one of the science cells," he thought, immediately imaging himself flinging the fiery figure into one of OA's specialized detainment cells. "What if I told you I have a way of making sure he's never able to hurt you again?" Izuku asked, rubbing the currently invisible power ring on his finger. Part of him wanted to tell Todoroki all about the core, but the larger portion of him didn't think it would be a good idea. He suspected that Todoroki wouldn't believe him, and that he wouldn't take well to learning that one of the people he'd lost to got his powers from a ring rather a quirk. He could all too easily see the other UA student focusing on that instead of the issue of his father. He also wasn't really sure if taking in the number 2 hero, when he'd committed no interstellar crimes and wasn't charged with anything in a terrestrial court of law, was even really allowed, but that problem concerned Izuku less. He couldn't do nothing when someone needed help. "I wouldn't believe you," the boy with the two-toned hair said bluntly, and resumed walking. "I do, though," Izuku said. "And even if I didn't, I'm sure All Might would be willing to help if you just told him." "Nothing you need to be concerned about is going on," Todoroki grunted. "You shouldn't just accept it if someone's hurting you, simply because they always have and they've always gotten away with it," Izuku pleaded. "I know how easy it is to think like that, and I'm still struggling with it myself, but you don't need to just resign yourself to it." Todoroki gave him a cold look. "Go back to the stands, Midoriya," he said. "Unless you'd like to follow me all the way to the restroom, that is." Izuku coughed into his fist. "No, that's, not necessary," he said. He still couldn't shake the feeling he'd missed something important. Izuku was surprised to see that Uraraka was nowhere to be found when he returned to the stands just a couple of minutes later. He was even more surprised to see that the ring was currently empty, save for the blocky form of Cementos, who was currently patching it. "What did I miss?" he asked as he returned to his seat near his friends. "Ashido defeated 𝐭𝐭𝐲 from Class 1B, Urozu answered at once. "Uraraka has gone to the preparation room." "That was fast," he remarked, surprised. He hadn't said so to anyone, since he didn't want to seem like he was pessimistic about his classmates' chances, but Izuku had expected 𝐭𝐭𝐲 to win that one. "It was a fairly quick fight," Ida agreed. "𝐭𝐭𝐲's quirk was ill-suited for a match with Ashido." "What exactly happened?" he asked eagerly. It seems that 𝐒𝐭𝐻 is able to detach parts of her body and still retain control of them when they are not connected to her, Yorozu said. She did that and sent several of them out at Ashido. Ashido was initially cautious about causing too much damage with her acid, but at one point she accidentally dissolved one of her opponent's hands. When Midnight didn't disqualify or even chastise her for it, she realized that doing so was fair game. It wasn't long before 𝐒𝐭𝐻 didn't have enough left to properly function and lost the match. Yeah, it was actually pretty gruesome to watch, Jiru put in when she saw Izuku's horrified look, her face taking on a green tinge. It was an admittedly brutal tactic on Ashido's part, but I cannot deny that a hero must sometimes employ such methods in order to save innocent lives. Ida said, quick to come to their classmates' defense. Even 𝐒𝐭𝐻 herself was only mildly put out about it, Yorozu added. Apparently, so long as the part of her with her brain remains intact, she's able to regenerate any damage. Oh, okay then, Izuku said, relieved. So when does Uraraka's match start? As soon as 𝐒𝐿mentos fixes all the damage that Mina's acid did to the ring, Jiru answered. The repair work was all but completed, Izuku noted, seeing that the holes had been filled in and the new cement just needed to harden and cure. Which normally would have taken hours, but with the cement hero on the job, it only needed a few seconds. 𝐒𝐿mentos gave his work one final look, then turned to look up at the announcer's booth and gave a thumbs up. And we're ready to rumble once again, ladies and gentlemen. Present MIC proclaimed. So please put your hands together for the contestants for our fourth match. The audience obligingly cheered as Uraraka and Jirota Shishida strode into the stadium from their separate entrances. From Class 1A, she's the Cosmic Queen, Uraraka Okako. The brunette waved to the audience as she stepped into the ring, her face bright red. Izuku immediately felt a stab of sympathy and fervently hoped present MIC didn't refer to him as the king of anything when it was his turn. And from Class 1B, the most well-mannered beastman you'll ever meet, Jirota Shishida. He looks really intense, Jiru remarked quietly. He only got this far because our team had 3 members instead of 4, Yorozu said, crossing her arms. He probably feels like he has more to prove than the rest of us who've made it to the tournament, especially since he and his teammate decided he should be the one to advance. What do you suppose Uraraka's chances are? Ida asked. Izuku chewed his lower lip for a moment before answering. It depends a lot on how well he understands the way her quirk works, how well her quirk works on him, and of course the tactics they both use. Agreed, Yorozu said. Begin. Midnight commanded. Uraraka and Shishida charged each other, both seemingly opting for a head-on attack. At the last second, however, the brunette went into a roll, avoiding the right hook thrown by the bigger student. Springing up, she grabbed one of his forearms with both hands, pressing the tips of her fingertips against him. A close, eagle-eyed observer would have seen a patch of fur on his arm start to float, but to most observers her quick had seemingly no effect on the towering hero student. Izuku hissed. I was afraid of that, he said. The thick fur that covers Shishida's body in his transformed state provides a natural defense against Uraraka's quirk. Well, that's not good, Jiru said. Indeed, but I wouldn't count her out yet, Ida said, getting a nod of agreement from Yorozu. Shishida moved to grab Uraraka, who managed to withdraw and dodge, but a sweeping kick from the taller student was enough to send her crashing to the ground, causing her friends to wince in sympathy. The furry hero student didn't give his opponent a second to recover. Moving like lightning, he wrapped a huge hand around her neck and lifted her up off the ground. No hard feelings, Shishida said calmly, moving toward the edge of the ring. He clearly planned to simply toss Uraraka out for the win. Right back at you, the petite brunette replied, right before she swung her body forward with all the force she could muster. Shishida was a very big student, with long arms, but they still weren't longer than Uraraka's whole body. Both of her feet slammed into the front of his torso, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to drop her. The second she was free, she rushed at him, leaping up to press her hands to the one part of his body that had no fur, his face. She got him. Yorozu observed with a smile as Shishida's towering form rose off the ground. The 1B student flailed wildly in the air, a hurricane of fur and muscle, but all Uraraka needed to do was give him a hard shove. He went sailing in the direction she'd pushed him at an almost leisurely pace, trying and failing to abort his movement the entire way. It wasn't long before he was floating above the ground outside the ring. "Release," Uraraka said, touching her fingertips together. Shishida immediately fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes as gravity reclaimed its hold on him. "Jirota Shishida is out of the ring," Midnight announced, somewhat unnecessarily. Okiko Uraraka advances to the next round. "Good match, Shishida," the brunette told her beaten opponent as he rose to his feet. Shishida sighed heavily but then gave the petite young woman a polite bow. "You as well," he said. "Good luck in the rest of the tournament." Giving him a smile and a nod, Uraraka made her way back to the 1A box, where her friends were waiting to congratulate her. And there you have it, folks. After appearing to be in trouble early on, Uraraka turns it around to advance to the quarterfinals. Present MIC announced. "Seems like we've had a series of short but intense matches, following our first battle. That's usually the way it goes with first years. Whoever has the quirk advantage typically wins quickly," Eraserhead grunted. "Students at this stage haven't yet learned much about how to overcome such a disadvantage. So it was probably a mistake to do a straight fighting tournament like this as the final round for the first years. You probably shouldn't be criticizing the festival while you're announcing for it, my friend," MIC warned, even as he maintained the same excited, enthusiastic tone he'd used the whole time. "I didn't want to be an announcer. I'm literally only here because you insisted and wouldn't shut up until I agreed," was Eraserhead's blunt reply. Present MIC seemed to mute their microphones after that. "Wow, he really has no filter, does he?" Uraraka remarked. "I suspect he's hoping to avoid ever being asked to act as an announcer for the festival again," Yorozu surmised. "Never mind that," Jiru said. "You're all doing so crazy well out there. I wouldn't be surprised if two of you met up in the finals at this rate." "I haven't gotten a chance to fight yet," Izuku put in, only for Jiru to scoff in response, as if the idea he might lose in the first round was absurd. "Also, Uraraka and I can't meet in the finals," Yorozu pointed out. "We'd meet the semifinals, instead." The punk rocker girl gave them an annoyed look. You all know what I mean." Yorozu smiled warmly. "Yes, I do. Maybe we should make a promise. The only ones we're allowed to lose to are each other," Uraraka said. Yorozu giggled. "I don't think that's how that works, and in any case, I intend to go as far as I possibly can." "Me too," Izuku agreed. "Or, come on, let's promise that we'll meet up as much as possible in this," Uraraka wheedled. Yorozu paused, then nodded. "Very well, then," she said. "Uraraka, I shall see you in the semifinals." "I'll do everything I can to meet one of you in the final round," Izuku swore. Now all they had to do was make it a reality. "Welcome back, everyone. We're just moments away from starting the second match of this tournament's first round, now that Cementos has finished repairing the damage done by Bakugo and Tetsutetsu's fight." Present MIC's voice boomed from the stadium speakers. Momo took a deep breath as she walked through the hallway between the contestant prep room she'd been in and the stadium's main grounds. Bakugo had won his match as Midoriya had predicted, his relentless attacks eventually overwhelming Tetsutetsu's quirk. Which meant she would officially have to face the explosive young man if she won this round. If she was being honest with herself, there was definitely a part of her that was quietly terrified at the idea. Nevertheless, she found she still wanted to win this match very much. She had to prove that she could succeed on her own. Momo knew that she'd already racked up a fairly impressive list of accomplishments, between helping take down the Nomyu and her performance in the festival so far, but none of it had been without Midoriya helping or contributing in some way. She wouldn't even have done as well as she had in the obstacle race if he hadn't pulled Mineta off of her. The only time she'd had to operate entirely without him had been the battle trial, and she'd nearly been killed. Yes, technically she'd been on the winning team, but that was only because Bakugo had gotten himself and Ida disqualified. She needed a clean win, for lack of a better term. One achieved all on her own. Momo was determined to get that now. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out into the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first contestant for the second match. She can throw everything at you," including the kitchen sink, the representative of Class 1A, Momo Yorozu. Present MIC announced her. Go, yo Momo, you can win this. Uraraka shouted, while the rest of her class cheered her on from their place in the stands, with the exception of a typically surly Bakugo and a silent Todoroki. She smiled at them, then stepped into the ring. And facing off against her will be the thorny assassin of Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki. MIC announced her opponent, a tall girl with thorny vines for hair. Excuse me. Shiozaki called, turning to gaze up at the announcer's booth. What is this about calling me an assassin? I joined the hero course to serve righteousness, the Lord, and my fellow man. The last thing I want to do is strike innocence down from the shadows. I seek to be a hero of faith and justice. Oh, sorry about that, Present MIC replied, surprisingly meek in the face of a student responding to his commentary directly. Shiozaki nodded before turning back to Momo. It is an honor to meet you in battle, she said with a bow. Momo privately found the way the vine-haired girl had made a point of talking about her religion in such a public setting to be mildly distasteful, but she wasn't about to be rude over it. The honor is mine, she replied with equal formality. Contestants, get ready. Midnight called, raising her WHP. And, begin, she commanded, bringing it down. Momo was in motion the moment the teacher's WHP cracked, and it was a good thing, too. Shiozaki's vines were suddenly all rushing for her as one, like a giant, thorny serpent out to devour her. Making a bow staff as she ran, Momo used it and a quick explosion to vault into the air just before the vines could sweep her legs out from under her. She unleashed a stream of glue from one hand as she went, the goopy substance spraying over the vines. Unfortunately, it didn't have quite the effect she had hoped. Only a handful of strands were stuck to the ground, and while several were stuck to each other, that didn't appear to slow Shiozaki down very much. I doubt she can control every last one independently, anyway, she mused, unleashing a gush of liquid herbicide. The brownish liquid splashed onto Shiozaki's vines and caused the girl to let out a sharp hiss, but they didn't seem to slow her down at all. Darn, and she had really been hoping that would work, too. That was about as powerful an herbicide as she could make without potentially making herself sick from contact with the stuff. Deciding to go back to one of her older tactics, she pulled open her gym top and created a flurry of Matryoshka dolls filled with low-yield grenades from her torso. The little figures exploded in a fairly spectacular barrage, and while they did destroy some vines, it wasn't nearly enough to have an impact. You're very skilled, Yorozu, but I'm determined to advance in this contest, Shiozaki said, and a great mass of her vines rose up, Momo's comparison to a giant serpent ready to strike feeling more apt than ever. A small group peeled away and careened downwards towards her. Momo scrambled out of the way, the clump of vines hitting the arena floor like a sledgehammer and leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the cement. So am I. Momo retorted, firing tape from her hands. The strands stuck to the main clump of vines, and Momo launched herself into the air with the most powerful explosion she dared. Not slowing down for a moment, she went swinging around the mass of greenery at high speed, like she was playing at a demented maypole. After several dizzying seconds, she finally stopped using her quick to create more tape, landing on the ring in a roll. The vast bulk of Shiozaki's vine hair was all wrapped up in tape. Momo's heart leapt as she dared to hope she'd won. Then Shiozaki growled, her normally serene face twisting with exertion. Snap! The vines exploded out of their short-lived prison and went streaming toward Momo, now less like a serpent and more like a tidal wave, or perhaps a pack of ravenous hounds. You're very skilled, Shiozaki said again. And obviously intelligent. But you can't match me in brute force. Momo ran frantically around the ring, doing everything she could to dodge and striking at clusters of vines that tried to grab her with her bow staff whenever they got too close. This was bad, she knew. Given an uninterrupted 30 seconds or so, she could create a flamethrower, which she was sure would quickly put an end to the match, but it was obvious that her opponent wouldn't give her that much time. Probably for the best, really. While she had the necessary knowledge, she hadn't actually ever created a flamethrower before, and that was the type of thing she'd rather not make and use for the first time in a combat situation while under constant pressure. If I can just get within striking distance of Shiozaki, she thought, doubting that the other girl had much experience when it came to close-quarters combat. Then one of the vines managed to wrap around her staff and wrench it free of her grasp. Before Momo could even think about creating herself a new one, she felt another vine wrap around her leg, then another encircled one of her arms. You lasted longer than I had expected. It's clear that you've trained hard and know how to use your quirk to the fullest, Shiozaki said graciously as her foe struggled to get free, more vines wrapping around her. It was obvious that Momo would be totally immobilized in a few seconds, which would decide the match. The raven-haired young woman's mouth set into a scowl. I didn't want to use this so early, but I guess I have no choice, she thought. A wickedly sharp blade suddenly burst out of Momo's forearms, allowing her to cut herself free in an instant. Unlike most of her creations, she didn't immediately expel them from her body, allowing them to stay where they were for now, the glow of her quirk marking where the hard blades met her skin. What? Shiozaki hissed. Impossible. Momo didn't respond, immediately going on the offensive, slicing through vines left and right with the blades as she advanced toward her foe. Clenching her jaw, Shiozaki tried to reclaim the initiative, but her vines were her only weapon, and Momo made short work of every last one that tried to ensnare her or even came close. The class rep's advance was slow but seemingly unstoppable, as she met every counterattack from Shiozaki by slicing her vines further, the 1B student's hair growing shorter every moment. Momo was dimly aware of present MIC making some remark about her giving Shiozaki an unwelcome haircut, but she was too focused on her task to pay his commentary much attention. Just because she was winning at the moment, it didn't mean she had claimed victory just yet, as Shiozaki was painfully learning right now. Eventually, Shiozaki's vines, once seemingly endless, barely reached past her shoulders. She was defenseless, and Momo was within arm's reach of her. The religious girl swallowed and raised shaking fists. Momo held out her hands and shot out more tape, wrapping Shiozaki up instantly from neck to toe. The vine-haired girl released a squawk as she went tumbling to the ground. Shiozaki, can you move? Midnight asked. No, the 1B student grunted, sounding excusably annoyed at being asked such a needless question. Shiozaki is completely immobilized. Midnight announced. Yorozu moves on to the second round. The crowd went wild, and Momo smiled, feeling a coiled tension inside of her that she hadn't been fully aware of release now that she'd managed the victory she'd needed. Expelling one of the blades she'd made from her body at last, she used the remaining one to carefully cut Shiozaki free. It was a good match, she told her defeated opponent. I apologize for doing so much damage to your hair. Shiozaki shook her head. It is nothing. It will regrow easily enough with some sun and water, she said. And yes, a good match. I'm disappointed to have lost, but perhaps I needed this humility. With a nod, she turned and headed off toward the spectators section reserved for 1B. Momo began to leave the ring as well, but she stopped for just a moment to appraise the newly updated tournament bracket up on the stadium's massive jumbo screen, which displayed what she already knew. She was now officially going up against Bakugo in the next round. Then she heard her friends cheering for her, the sound breaking her from her thoughts and bringing a smile to her face. Waving to them, she continued making her way back to 1A's box. I don't believe it. Minoma exclaimed, pressing his palms to the sides of his skull as though he was enduring a monster headache. Shiozaki was seconds away from defeating that 1A girl. What happened? Tetsu shrugged. She can make anything she wants to, he said. It only makes sense that she can create blades. But regular metal blades can't slice through Shiozaki's vines that easily, no matter how much they've been sharpened. Minoma objected. It's as if she made them out of something stronger. His eyes widened as realization dawned. What? The boy with the steel body quirk asked, frowning. Minoma ignored him, instead whirling around and looking about with wild eyes until his gaze landed upon his classmate Kamakiri. You. What? The young man with the insectoid mandibles asked, though he looked a bit nervous, which was unusual for the usually hot-headed hero student. You did the same thing that Bondo did, didn't you? Minoma demanded, pointing an accusing finger at Kamakiri's chest. The other student shifted uncomfortably. Yes, he admitted. She came to me, asking to examine one of my blades, and I agreed. Traitor! Monoma exclaimed. I didn't know she'd end up using it to defeat one of our classmates. Kamakiri snapped. Still, why on earth did you help a member of 1A? Monoma yelled. Was it because she was just so nice to you, too? He added in a mocking tone. Kamakiri actually blushed a bit. Well, if I'm being honest, it's more because she's so hot. Monoma opened his mouth to berate Kamakiri further, but the argument abruptly came to an end when Kendo delivered a chop to the back of both their heads knocking them both out. Boys, she sighed with exasperation as she expanded her hands and began to carry them back to the stands. Todoroki. Izuku couldn't help but feel that this was a bad idea. Yet at the same time, he couldn't let it go. The young man with the two-toned hair turned. Why are you following me? He demanded, though his voice was flat, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Izuku swallowed. He should have known that Todoroki would notice immediately when he followed him the moment he left the 1A spectators box. The other hero student was clearly very highly trained compared to most of the rest of them. Also, he wasn't quite sure how to answer that question. He just knew that something had been nagging at him ever since Todoroki had disappeared after the cavalry battle and come back with a dark scowl. He was also aware that the other students' challenge to him had essentially fizzled out early, with Team Todoroki's inglorious defeat in the sound round of the festival. Izuku couldn't help but feel that he'd missed out on something important as a result. You've seemed upset since the second round ended, he said lamely. Todoroki looked at Izuku like he was dim, and Izuku quickly decided he couldn't blame him for it. I didn't want to lose, he said. I just thought. Izuku fidgeted nervously. I just thought that, there might be something else going on. Nothing that concerns you, Todoroki said coldly. And just because I lost today, it doesn't change anything. I will surpass you someday, Midoriya. You're more than welcome to give it your best try, Izuku said, forcing a smile and attempting an air of friendly rivalry. Todoroki gave him a distinctly unimpressed look and said nothing. Izuku decided to just come out and say it. Look, I know Endeavor's here, and I remember how you reacted when I made that construct of him during that exercise, he said. If he's abusing you, then what? Todoroki interrupted. What would you do if I told you he was? What could you do? Haul him a million, billion light years away from you and toss him into one of the science cells, he thought, immediately imaging himself flinging the fiery figure into one of OA's specialized detainment cells. What if I told you I have a way of making sure he's never able to hurt you again? Izuku asked, rubbing the currently invisible power ring on his finger. Part of him wanted to tell Todoroki all about the core, but the larger portion of him didn't think it would be a good idea. He suspected that Todoroki wouldn't believe him, and that he wouldn't take well to learning that one of the people he'd lost to got his powers from a ring rather a quirk. He could all too easily see the other UA student focusing on that instead of the issue of his father. He also wasn't really sure if taking in the number 2 hero, when he'd committed no interstellar crimes and wasn't charged with anything in a terrestrial court of law, was even really allowed, but that problem concerned Izuku less. He couldn't do nothing when someone needed help. I wouldn't believe you, the boy with the two-toned hair said bluntly, and resumed walking. I do, though, Izuku said. And even if I didn't, I'm sure All Might would be willing to help if you just told him. Nothing you need to be concerned about is going on, Todoroki grunted. You shouldn't just accept it if someone's hurting you, simply because they always have and they've always gotten away with it, Izuku pleaded. I know how easy it is to think like that, and I'm still struggling with it myself, but you don't need to just resign yourself to it. Todoroki gave him a cold look. Go back to the stands, Midoriya, he said. Unless you'd like to follow me all the way to the restroom, that is. Izuku coughed into his fist. No, that's, not necessary, he said. He still couldn't shake the feeling he'd missed something important. Izuku was surprised to see that Uraraka was nowhere to be found when he returned to the stands just a couple of minutes later. He was even more surprised to see that the ring was currently empty, save for the blocky form of Cementos, who was currently patching it. What did I miss? He asked as he returned to his seat near his friends. Ashido defeated Tokage from Class 1B, Urozu answered at once. Uraraka has gone to the preparation room. That was fast, he remarked, surprised. He hadn't said so to anyone, since he didn't want to seem like he was pessimistic about his classmates' chances, but Izuku had expected 𝐭𝐽𝐻 to win that one. It was a fairly quick fight, Ida agreed. 𝐭𝐽𝐻's quirk was ill-suited for a match with Ashido. What exactly happened? He asked eagerly. It seems that 𝐭𝐽𝐻 is able to detach parts of her body and still retain control of them when they are not connected to her, Yorozu said. She did that and sent several of them out at Ashido. Ashido was initially cautious about causing too much damage with her acid, but at one point she accidentally dissolved one of her opponent's hands. When Midnight didn't disqualify or even chastise her for it, she realized that doing so was fair game. It wasn't long before 𝐭𝐽𝐻 didn't have enough left to properly function and lost the match. Yeah, it was actually pretty gruesome to watch, Jiru put in when she saw Izuku's horrified look, her face taking on a green tinge. It was an admittedly brutal tactic on Ashido's part, but I cannot deny that a hero must sometimes employ such methods in order to save innocent lives. Ida said, quick to come to their classmates' defense. Even 𝐭𝐽𝐻 herself was only mildly put out about it, Yorozu added. Apparently, so long as the part of her with her brain remains intact, she's able to regenerate any damage. Oh, okay then, Izuku said, relieved. So when does Uraraka's match start? As soon as 𝐒𝐿mentos fixes all the damage that Mina's acid did to the ring, Jiru answered. The repair work was all but completed, Izuku noted, seeing that the holes had been filled in and the new cement just needed to harden and cure. Which normally would have taken hours, but with the cement hero on the job, it only needed a few seconds. 𝐒𝐿mentos gave his work one final look, then turned to look up at the announcer's booth and gave a thumbs up. And we're ready to rumble. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. Present MIC proclaimed. So please put your hands together for the contestants for our fourth match. The audience obligingly cheered as Uraraka and Jirota Shishida strode into the stadium from their separate entrances. From Class 1A, she's the Cosmic Queen, Uraraka Okako. The brunette waved to the audience as she stepped into the ring, her face bright red. Izuku immediately felt a stab of sympathy and fervently hoped present MIC didn't refer to him as the king of anything when it was his turn. And from Class 1B, the most well-mannered beastman you'll ever meet, Jirota Shishida. He looks really intense, Jiru remarked quietly. He only got this far because our team had 3 members instead of 4, Yorozu said, crossing her arms. He probably feels like he has more to prove than the rest of us who've made it to the tournament, especially since he and his teammate decided he should be the one to advance. What do you suppose Uraraka's chances are? Ida asked. Izuku chewed his lower lip for a moment before answering. It depends a lot on how well he understands the way her quirk works, how well her quirk works on him, and of course the tactics they both use. Agreed, Yorozu said. Begin. Midnight commanded. Uraraka and Shishida charged each other, both seemingly opting for a head-on attack. At the last second, however, the brunette went into a roll, avoiding the right hook thrown by the bigger student. Springing up, she grabbed one of his forearms with both hands, pressing the tips of her fingertips against him. A close, eagle-eyed observer would have seen a patch of fur on his arm start to float, but to most observers her quick had seemingly no effect on the towering hero student. Izuku hissed. I was afraid of that, he said. The thick fur that covers Shishida's body in his transformed state provides a natural defense against Uraraka's quirk. Well, that's not good, Jiru said. Indeed, but I wouldn't count her out yet, Ida said, getting a nod of agreement from Yorozu. Shishida moved to grab Uraraka, who managed to withdraw and dodge, but a sweeping kick from the taller student was enough to send her crashing to the ground, causing her friends to wince in sympathy. The furry hero student didn't give his opponent a second to recover. Moving like lightning, he wrapped a huge hand around her neck and lifted her up off the ground. No hard feelings, Shishida said calmly, moving toward the edge of the ring. He clearly planned to simply toss Uraraka out for the win. Right back at you, the petite brunette replied, right before she swung her body forward with all the force she could muster. Shishida was a very big student, with long arms, but they still weren't longer than Uraraka's whole body. Both of her feet slammed into the front of his torso, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to drop her. The second she was free, she rushed at him, leaping up to press her hands to the one part of his body that had no fur, his face. She got him, Yorozu observed with a smile as Shishida's towering form rose off the ground. The 1B student flailed wildly in the air, a hurricane of fur and muscle, but all Uraraka needed to do was give him a hard shove. He went sailing in the direction she'd pushed him at an almost leisurely pace, trying and failing to abort his movement the entire way. It wasn't long before he was floating above the ground outside the ring. "Release," Uraraka said, touching her fingertips together. Shishida immediately fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes as gravity reclaimed its hold on him. "Jirota Shishida is out of the ring," Midnight announced, somewhat unnecessarily. Okiko Uraraka advances to the next round. "Good match, Shishida," the brunette told her beaten opponent as he rose to his feet. Shishida sighed heavily but then gave the petite young woman a polite bow. "You as well," he said. "Good luck in the rest of the tournament." Giving him a smile and a nod, Uraraka made her way back to the 1A box, where her friends were waiting to congratulate her. And there you have it, folks. After appearing to be in trouble early on, Uraraka turns it around to advance to the quarterfinals. Present MIC announced. Seems like we've had a series of short but intense matches, following our first battle. That's usually the way it goes with first years. Whoever has the quirk advantage typically wins quickly, Eraserhead grunted. Students at this stage haven't yet learned much about how to overcome such a disadvantage. So it was probably a mistake to do a straight fighting tournament like this as the final round for the first years. You probably shouldn't be criticizing the festival while you're announcing for it, my friend. MIC warned, even as he maintained the same excited, enthusiastic tone he'd used the whole time. I didn't want to be an announcer. I'm literally only here because you insisted and wouldn't shut up until I agreed, was Eraserhead's blunt reply. Present MIC seemed to mute their microphones after that. Wow, he really has no filter, does he? Uraraka remarked. I suspect he's hoping to avoid ever being asked to act as an announcer for the festival again, Yorozu surmised. Never mind that, Jiru said. You're all doing so crazy well out there. I wouldn't be surprised if two of you met up in the finals at this rate. I haven't gotten a chance to fight yet, Izuku put in, only for Jiru to scoff in response, as if the idea he might lose in the first round was absurd. Also, Uraraka and I can't meet in the finals, Yorozu pointed out. We'd meet the semifinals, instead. The punk rocker girl gave them an annoyed look. You all know what I mean. Yorozu smiled warmly. Yes, I do. Maybe we should make a promise. The only ones we're allowed to lose to are each other. Uraraka said. Yorozu giggled. I don't think that's how that works, and in any case, I intend to go as far as I possibly can. Me too, Izuku agreed. Or, come on, let's promise that we'll meet up as much as possible in this, Uraraka wheedled. Yorozu paused, then nodded. Very well, then, she said. Uraraka, I shall see you in the semifinals. I'll do everything I can to meet one of you in the final round, Izuku swore. Now all they had to do was make it a reality. If you're just rejoining us at home, welcome back, listeners. We're deep into the 7th matchup of the first round, between Zero of Class 1A and Komori of Class 1B. Present MIC said, ever the dynamo of energy and high volume. To quickly recap the events of the 5th and 6th matches for those of you who may have missed it, Yanagi of Class B attempted to use her telekinetic quirk to lift her opponent, Kirishima of Class A, but he proved too heavy. After that, she sent a barrage of small objects at him, but Kirishima was able to tank those attacks and easily earn the win. After receiving a moderately menacing text from Principal Nezu, the underground hero was treating his role as an announcer somewhat more dutifully. He still refused to feign any enthusiasm for it, though. It was just the principle of the thing. In the 6th match, Juzo Honinuki managed to use his quirk to soften part of the ring until his opponent and classmate, Yosetsu Awase, became completely stuck in it and Midnight deemed him immobilized. Eraserhead continued. So far, this 1B versus 1B match is the only instance where a member of that class advanced to the quarterfinals. Right you are, good buddy, but at the rate this match is going, it's looking like Honinuki may soon have some company in the next round. MIC said. Because 𝐭𝐭𝐲's got young 𝐒𝐿 on the ropes. The ring below was rapidly transforming into a massive cluster of mushrooms, puffballs, and other fungi, courtesy of 𝐭𝐭𝐲's quirk. 𝐒𝐿 was moving at top speed, doing his best to avoid being caught up in the latest fungal bloom and trying to tie 𝐭𝐭𝐲 up with his tape. However, more giant mushrooms always seemed to block his path, and puffballs and fungal slime was increasingly growing even on his tape. 𝐒𝐿 might have been able to win early on if he'd been more aggressive, 𝐒𝐿 said. As it is, now that 𝐭𝐭𝐲's gotten a chance to really get her quirk going, the odds are becoming more stacked against him the longer this goes on. Hard to deny that. Though I'm surprised 𝐭𝐭𝐲 was able to get her fungi growing so aggressively in this environment, Present MIC said. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. It is unexpected, but as a hero, you have to learn to be able to adapt to the unexpected, as well as how to overcome long odds. 𝐭𝐿𝐲 managed to get through the early match. Let's see if 𝐒𝐿 can do the same now. As they watched, 𝐒𝐿 attempted to fire a strand of tape at a mushroom that was nearly the height of an oak tree so he could swing away, but puffballs spawned and rapidly grew on the tape as it flew through the air. The extra weight prevented it from even reaching its target, let alone sticking. A moment later, the young man was surrounded on all sides by massive fungi, which were rapidly threatened to smother him. "I give up," he shouted. 𝐒𝐿 has forfeit the match. 𝐭𝐭𝐲 advances to the next round. Midnight announced. And there you have it, folks. Young 𝐭𝐿𝐲 emerges victorious from her first bout and will face off against the winner of the 7th and final match of the first round. Present MIC said. It seems that 𝐒𝐿 still has plenty to learn, 𝐒𝐿 said, in a tone that would have made the student shiver if he hadn't been too preoccupied with escaping 𝐭𝐿𝐲's fungi to hear it. It seemed like he was trying to be gentle at the start of the match, either out of some sense of misplaced chivalry or because his opponent being a petite girl caused him to underestimate her. Either way, he paid the price for it. With another match in the books, we'll proceed to the next fight after the 10-minute break, plus however much time it takes to get the ring back to normal. Present MIC added. Izuku had reached the conclusion that the preparation rooms were less about actually giving them the chance to prepare than it was to ensure the tournament contestants could dramatically enter the stadium when announced, instead of simply walking from their respective spectator sections. Under other circumstances, he would have hated having to just sit in the little room for the 10 minutes before his match finally began, fully alone with his thoughts and anxieties during that time. As things were, however, it was a godsend to him. "Ring, power check," he said softly. "Power levels at 46%, it answered. Izuku grimaced, knowing he'd probably run through so much of his charge largely thanks to desperately shoring up his faltering defenses during the CLMX of the cavalry battle. He'd pumped truly obscene amounts of willpower through the ring to keep the force bubble from shattering. After taking a quick look around the room to double-check for any obvious cameras and finding none, he reached into the subspace pocket and withdrew his power battery, allowing the viridian ring on his finger to shimmer into visibility. In brightest day, in blackest night, Bakugo didn't quite know why he was stalking through the halls of the stadium, pretending he didn't realize he was moving in the general direction of the room where Deku was. He sure as hell didn't want to talk to the creepy nerd. Sure, there was a part of him that wanted to let Deku know exactly how hard his butt would get kicked if he made it to the finals and gave Bakugo a school-sanctioned excuse to beat him down, but he didn't want to give the shitty creeper the idea that he was important enough for Bakugo to actually take the time and energy to seek him out. He definitely wasn't. He was still goddamn Deku. Despite the fact that he beat him at Aizawa's quirk assessment test. Despite the fact that he and Ponytail were the ones who'd stopped the league's anti-all-might creature. Despite the fact that he won the obstacle race. Despite the fact that his team won the cavalry battle. Bakugo just barely managed to stifle the scream that wanted to erupt out of him, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails were threatening to puncture his palms and draw BLD. He forced himself to relax his hands, knowing that the last thing he needed was any sort of injury to his hands that would make it more difficult to use his quirk, no matter how minor. Still, white-hot rage continued to burn away inside him. It was like the useless little SHT had forgotten that Bakugo was supposed to be the hero, the future #1 in fact. Deku was just supposed to be an insignificant little pebble in his path, a minor detail not even worth mentioning in his life story once he'd climbed to the top. Instead, that shitty nerd was looking down on him, had the gall to act like he was the hero and Bakugo was the pebble. And so far, all his attempts to put Deku back into his place had failed miserably. That scream might have gotten out of him yet if he hadn't realized just then that he could hear the nerd's voice from nearby. Deku was definitely speaking, though he was doing it so quietly that Bakugo couldn't immediately make out the words. Probably just one of the freak's creepy mumble fests, he thought with a scowl, knowing that there shouldn't be anyone in the prep room with him. He strained his ears all the same. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Power levels at 100%. The explosive blonde did a double take at the second voice, which was so flat and toneless that he immediately knew it wasn't a person. The F. He wondered, freezing in place. Is he recharging something? That didn't make any DMN sense. No ordinary consumer gadget would announce when it was finished charging up like that, and only the support class students were allowed to use support items at the festival, unless it was something they needed, like Sparkle's belt. In any case, Deku didn't have any high-tech support items included in his costume. Or did he? Bakugo's eyes widened, everything suddenly making sense to him. The useless nerd hadn't magically gained a quirk in his mid-teens, he had some super advanced piece of support gear that allowed him to fake it. He very nearly kicked the door open and demanded that Deku admit it right then and there, but then he stopped himself. Despite what everyone might believe, Bakugo was capable of thinking things through rather than reacting with blind rage all the time. Whatever Deku was doing exactly to fake having a powerful quirk, his act was so good that he clearly had all the teachers and everyone else in their class totally fooled. Even if he did catch the nerd in the process of recharging whatever wonder support item he had, Deku could just deny it when he told the teachers, and they'd believe him. The only thing he'd managed to achieve would be letting Deku know he was onto him. Bakugo needed a way to prove it. Then he could put the worthless SHT into his place, once and for all. The door to the prep room swung open. Bakugo realized belatedly that he'd been standing around in the hallway for too long while he processed the revelation he just had, and the blonde ducked around a corner and out of sight. Deku headed off in the opposite direction, never taking notice of him. Enjoy your time pretending to be someone who matters, you worthless Deku, he thought, scowling venomously. When we fight in the finals, I'm going to find whatever magic piece of support gear you have and destroy it, so the whole thing world will see how weak and useless you really are. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final match of the first round. Can I get a hey from all you listeners? Present MIC exclaimed. Hey, a good chunk of the audience shouted obligingly. The voice hero briefly muted the microphones in the announcer's booth. They're so much better than the kids at the entrance exam when it comes to that, MIC said, grinning. Eraserhead grunted, unsurprised that the teens at the exam wouldn't give him the satisfaction. MIC turned the microphones back on. Entering first, she's the representative of Class 1B. Her extra-large punches hit like a freight train, Itsuka Kendo. The pretty redhead walked into the ring, waving at the audience, a slightly bashful look on her face. And her opponent, is the vice rep of Class 1A, the winner of the obstacle race, the current record holder for most points earned in the UA Hero Course entrance exam, and a member of the winning team for the cavalry battle, Izuku Midoriya. A tense-looking Izuku stepped into the ring, not attempting to wave at the crowds like his opponent had. This would appear to be a very lopsided match, Eraserhead remarked. There's no arguing that Midoriya's quirk is powerful and that he's done extremely well so far. But first-year students on a winning streak like this can often get overconfident. A solid point, good buddy. It would be a mistake to write off young Kendo. Present MIC agreed. Hello, Midoriya, it's nice to meet you, Kendo greeted her opponent politely. And nice to meet you, too, Midoriya replied. After the festival, it would be a good idea to set up a chance for you, me, Yorozu, and Shoda to talk sometime, she said, referring to her vice rep. I think it would be a good idea if we tried to brainstorm a way to turn down the heat on the rivalry between our classes. Oh, no problem. I'm sure Yomomo won't have an issue with that. Midoriya quickly agreed. Kendo arched an eyebrow, both at the nickname and at how oddly nervous the kid with the winning record and powerful quick appeared to be. She gave a mental shrug. Probably just stage fright over being the center of attention for such a massive audience. But that's not what we're here for right now, she said, taking a fighting stance. Let's have a good match. Right, he nodded, mustering a smile. Students, are you ready? Midnight asked, and they both said that they were. Begin. Kendo was charging the instant the R-rated heroine gave them the signal to go. The redhead knew that the odds were heavily against her. Midoriya clearly had a very powerful quirk and obviously didn't lack the skill necessary to use it well, judging by his successes in the festival so far. But she was still going to give this her best shot, both for herself and for 1B. Even if she felt that Monoma was taking the rivalry way too far, that didn't mean she wanted to see the other hero class completely dominate the tournament, after all. If she was fast and aggressive enough, she might be able to get the win before Midoriya could properly make use of his abilities. It was her only real chance so far as she could see. She fired off a punch at Midoriya, her fist enlarging to the size of a refrigerator as it sailed through the air, hoping to knock him out of the ring in one blow. Only for an equally large fist made of green light to crash directly into hers, stopping it cold. Kendo could just see a glowing tendril connecting Midoriya to the copycat giant fist. It dissipated like smoke before she could even react, but before it did, Midoriya withdrew toward the opposite end of the ring, levitating about a meter off the ground as emerald light wreathed his form. Kendo tried to ignore the creeping feeling of dread in her stomach as she rushed toward him. Then the green light around Midoriya pulsed, and suddenly a storm of big jade fists was surging through the air at the 1B student. With a scowl, Kendo lashed out, meeting the emerald punches with her own blows. Each green hand she struck dissipated immediately, only for two more to take its place. I've heard of a barrage of punches, but this is ridiculous, she thought. The situation looked grim for her, but she refused to give up. If she went down, she was going down swinging. Plus ultra, she shouted as she moved forward, striking an emerald fist every second even while frantically dodging others as she went. Thankfully her stronger, oversized hands made basic cartwheels and flips relatively easy, increasing her ability to get out of the way of her opponent's attacks. Progress was distressingly slow, but she was advancing and getting closer to Midoriya. At some point, Kendo realized she was grinning. Her knuckles throbbed from trading countless blows with her foe's constructs, and the effort of pressing forward while weathering the furious assault had her breathing, lungs burning. But despite all that, she was having fun. It wasn't often that she got to go all out like this, even in exercises against her classmates. You're a great opponent, Midoriya, but you're going down, she exclaimed as she finally drew within striking range of the 1A student. Two particularly big emerald fists rushed out at her just before she could try to grab him, and Kendo met the blows with her own, enlarged flesh striking hard like dead-on. For a brief moment, the battle stilled. Then a third green hand crashed into her torso, knocking the wind out of her and wrapping its huge fingers around her body. Releasing a yelp, Kendo desperately tried to pry it off of her, then tried to sever the green strand that connected it to Midoriya. Unfortunately for her, neither one of those succeeded, and a moment later she was being gently placed on the ground outside the ring. Kendo is out of bounds, Midnight announced. Midoriya advances to the next round. The redhead allowed herself a sigh before she gave Midoriya a smile. Good match, she said. She had a sneaking suspicion that he could have ended the bout much earlier than he had. If so, she was glad that he'd at least allowed her the chance to show any pros watching what she could do, even if it hadn't been strictly the smartest move for him. Yeah, he said, vaguely apologetic about beating her. Your quirk is really cool. Her smile became a bit more genuine. Thanks, she said. I'll reach out to you and Yorozu about that talk when regular classes start up again. And there you have it. The first round is in the books, and we have our 8 contestants for the second round. Present MIC announced. There will be a 20-minute break before the next round begins, Eraserhead said. Right you are, my mummy buddy. So you lovely listeners, feel free to grab a snack or use the restroom real quick, but make sure to be back soon. Bakugo vs Yorozu is up next, and it's sure to be an explosive matchup. That pun is terrible, and you should feel bad about making it, Eraserhead said flatly. In the 1A spectator section, Momo turned to look at Bakugo, only to see that he was glaring intently at Midoriya, pure fury smoldering in his eyes. Her jaw set and her right hand curled into a fist. Bakugo hadn't expected to encounter Deku on his way to his assigned prep room, and frankly he hadn't wanted to. It was nice to know that he'd finally figured out the worthless nerd's game and would soon expose it to the whole world, but the sight of the smug, lying but still stoked a deep fury inside of him. He wanted to punch Deku's face in right here and now, but he knew he needed to wait until the finals, so he contented himself with roughly shoulder-checking him as they passed by each other in the hallway, not saying a word in acknowledgement of the loser. At first Deku didn't respond at all, which was exactly what Bakugo had expected. "Kaken," he spoke after a moment. "Could you please wait for a second? I want to talk to you real quick." "F off, Deku," he snarled, not turning around and not stopping. "Katsuki Bakugo." He hated it, but that caused him to stop short, though he didn't turn around to face the nerd. Deku hadn't addressed him by his real name since. Actually, he wasn't sure if Deku had ever called him by his real name. "The hell do you want?" he growled, zest off that the nerd had succeeded in getting him to stop. "Don't hurt her," Deku said. "What?" Bakugo hissed, turning around to look at Deku at last. He was actually too surprised at the idiot saying something so completely ridiculous to be furious at Deku for having the gall to try to boss him around. "I'm not saying don't lay a hand on her. I know it's a match and the whole point is to fight," Deku clarified. "Just, if you win, don't fire off an explosion on her after midnight calls it, or drag out the match just to make yourself look cool or something." Bakugo's upper lip curled back. The implication that Deku thought Ponytail could win sessed him off almost as much as the quirkless loser trying to tell him what to do, but he let that one slide. The idiot was clearly hot for her. And probably had an outsized opinion of her. Of course, the joke was on him. No woman would want anything to do with him once everyone found out he'd been faking a quirk to cover up his lack of one. "You think you can give me orders?" but he demanded. "You got saved by the bell from me at the end of the cavalry battle and you think you're hotty now?" The explosive blonde tried to tell himself he wasn't put off by the even look that the green-haired boy gave him. "It's not an order, it's a warning." "Oh, and what are you gonna do if I ignore it?" Bakugo challenged him. "What if I destroy Ponytail? What are you going to do about it?" Honestly, the fact that Deku was trying to get him to treat Ponytail with kid gloves kind of made him want to murder her extra painfully. "I held off the League's anti-all-might creature," Deku said flatly. "Use your imagination." Bakugo bristled at the implied threat, but something stopped him from blowing off the other student's warning. If there was one thing he had learned about Deku, it was that the useless waste of space would instantly fold like a cheap tent if he was only trying to stand up for himself, but he would not back down if he was trying to stick up for someone else, even it meant getting the SHT kicked out of him. Bakugo should know, since he was usually the one doing the kicking. "Teasage, not like I give a CRP about Ponytail," he scoffed. "You're the one I'm going to murder," he added silently. "Murder and expose your secret, you lying a." Deku gave him a curt nod and walked off. Bakugo gave his retreating the back the finger before turning and resuming course for the prep room, seething. "Calm down, Green," Jiru said. "I've never seen someone fidget so hard in my life." Okiko didn't know what had happened when he'd left to go to the bathroom, but he'd come back a couple of minutes ago looking oddly drained and high-strung at once. Probably just his worry over Yomomo, she decided. "Sorry," Midoriya replied, ceasing his nervous movements, at least for the moment. "I'm just anxious about the next match, I guess. I know Yomomo can take care of herself, but Kaken, after the battle trial with the fake bomb, your anxiety is understandable," Ida allowed. "I'm still amazed Bakugo didn't get any punishment for that beyond Mr. Aizawa telling him to grow up the next day," Jiru said, making a face. "But do remember that Bakugo will not have his gauntlets here," Ida continued, ignoring the punk girl's remark, possibly because he couldn't disagree yet didn't want to openly criticize a UA teacher. "And Yorozu has only grown more formidable since then." Midoriya nodded, clenching his hands into fists, even as his legs slowly resumed their twitching and fidgeting. "Yeah," he said. "She's strong and smart, and she's been improving incredibly. She can handle even this." He sounded more like he was trying to psyche himself up than anything else. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pretended to scratch her cheek so she could hide her knowing grin with her hand. It was adorable how obviously in love, yet totally oblivious, those two were. "It's crazy how many people's quirks she can duplicate now," she said, once she could keep a straight face. "And besides, Yomomo said she has more tricks up her sleeve." "Right?" Midoriya said, still sounding like he was speaking mostly to himself. "She's amazing. She's got this." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 didn't bother trying to hide her smirk this time. "All right, you lovely audience. Are you ready to begin round 2? Present MIC's voice boomed over the stadium's loudspeakers. The audience roared in the affirmative. "That's what I like to hear," the voice hero cheered. "So without further ado, let's introduce our fighters for the first match of this round. First up, please welcome back the representative of Class 1A, that young hero hopeful with a quirk that provides endless possibilities, Momo. The raven-haired girl marched out, looking determined. Even from the 1A box, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 could tell how determined she was. "Go Yomomo! You can do this!" she cheered. Ida immediately scolded her for favoring one member of their class after another, but it was worth it. And her opponent, this young firecracker's relentless offense, was able to overcome even the steel-solid defense of his round 1 opponent, Katsuki Bakugo. "Here we go," Midoriya breathed. "Students, are you ready?" Midnight asked. "Yes," Momo answered firmly. "Demonstrate I am," Bakugo replied, a savage grin stretching his face. Momo did her best to suppress the scowl that wanted to twist her features, but she wasn't sure if she succeeded entirely. It mostly wasn't even anger for her own sake, though she'd be lying if she claimed that she was over the battle trial where he'd fired his gauntlet at her. Momo wasn't a fool, and she wasn't blind. She had noticed the way Midoriya would flinch and curl in on himself when Bakugo would start yelling. When it came to the blonde's frequent eruptions of temper, familiarity had already bred contempt in most of their classmates, with several of them viewing it as comical, but the one he'd gone to school would cringe at these, every time. Midoriya could face down dangerous villains without a second thought, but with Bakugo he always seemed to have to overcome sheer terror. He had done so much for her in the fairly brief time she'd known him. His insights and support had been the keys to virtually all of the improvements she'd made in the use of her quirk since starting at UA. Momo would be in no way exaggerating to say he was the best friend she'd ever had. Since he had helped her so much, she was determined to do something for him now. She was going to defeat Bakugo to ensure Midoriya didn't need to deal with him in the finals. Midnight raised her WHP. "Get ready," she said. Momo tensed. Bakugo's palms popped with small explosions. "Begin!" Midnight shouted. Bakugo was off before the rated R heroine managed to bring her WHP down, flying through the air towards Momo, trailing smoke and fire as he used explosions to propel himself forward. Momo immediately activated her own quirk, thick gray smoke emitting from every square centimeter of exposed skin on her body, throwing herself into a motion as she did so. In an instant, she was completely obscured, and Bakugo's initial attack hit only empty space. "Demon it, don't hide from me, coward," the explosive boy snarled. Momo resisted the urge to scoff as she created a quick bow staff. Did Bakugo really expect everyone to fight him on his terms? She wished she could create herself some infrared goggles, but Momo knew she didn't have that kind of time. Thankfully, the sparks from the explosions Bakugo was constantly firing off cut through the smoke and gave away his position quite well. "Ah! God damn it!" he swore as she managed to land a solid hit. She pressed the offensive, hoping desperately that she could end it right here, making sure to keep moving so as to prevent him from figuring out where she was. When he released a thunderous scream of fury, Momo knew she'd gotten everything she could out of this gambit and sprinted away from Bakugo, emerging from the smoke cloud she'd generated. With another wordless roar, the blonde set off an explosion that managed to dissipate all the smoke she'd created, sending it flying off into the winds. Momo gasped as she felt the shockwave in her chest as it washed over her. She couldn't help but be impressed at how Bakugo had somehow managed to unleash enough concussive force to do that without also creating an explosion big enough to reduce the ring to rubble. He really did have amazing skill with using his quirk, unfortunately for her. With a growl, Bakugo leaped into the air, using his explosions to allow him to achieve a chaotic form of flight. Momo scowled, raising her bow staff in a defensive stance. He surged toward her like a fighter plane on a kamikaze run, and she swung, only to hit air as he abruptly changed course at the last second, then reached out and smacked her shoulder, firing off a blast that singed her gym uniform before flying off again. "Thought you had me, didn't you, prissy beach?" he taunted as he went in for another pass, another blast knocking the bow staff from her hands and sending it careening out of the ring. She didn't answer, instead retaliating by shooting tape into the air, hoping to lasso him right out of the sky. It didn't work, and he managed to tag her 3 more times in rapid succession, her uniform rapidly acquiring a collection of scorch marks, burns stinging her skin. "Heh, just like I thought, resorting to stealing other people's quirks like always," Bakugo sneered. "No wonder you're friends with that stalker creep Deku. You're just as useless as he is when you're not using other people's power." Scowling, she created a bunch of small firecrackers from her forearms, which went flying at Bakugo, only for him to expertly dodge before they popped and then hit her again before zipping away once more. She hissed in pain. The blows stung something fierce, though they didn't actually do that much damage. It was clear that Bakugo had adopted a strategy of whittling her down gradually. Or at least, so it seemed. "Stun grenade," he roared, careening directly toward her. Momo let out a cry as she was blinded by the bright flash, the force of the explosion enough to knock her off her feet and make her land painfully on her rear. "You started pretty strong, Ponytail, I'll give you that," Bakugo said from somewhere in front of her. Momo frantically blinked her eyes to try and clear her vision, and she could just make out Bakugo's vague shape raising his hands for a deciding blow. "Too bad you couldn't capitalize on it." Momo abruptly brought a hand up and activated her quirk, sending a jet of liquid shooting out of her palm and directly at Bakugo. The blonde sputtered in fury and shock, and the raven-haired hero student scrambled to her feet, putting a bit of distance between them as her vision gradually sharpened. "What the F is this?" Bakugo snarled. "Just water," Momo replied, with a small, sharp grin. Crimson eyes widened. His whole quirk worked by producing explosive sweat from his palms. Dousing him in water would dilute the sweat he already had, rendering it useless, and make it difficult for him to produce more in a hurry. Momo sent a barrage of Matryoshka dolls with small grenades flying at him. "SHT!" Bakugo yelled, scrambling out of the way while frantically wiping his palms on his relatively dry-breathed legs. Momo charged toward him, creating everything she could think of to harry or stop him, determined to make the most of the advantage she'd managed to win for herself before Bakugo was able to get his quirk to spark back up again. If spots weren't still dancing before her vision, she was sure she could have done it. As it was, Bakugo kept stubbornly evading her. She was nearly ready to give up hope of that when he stepped into a puddle of cementine glue she'd placed earlier. "Got you," she breathed. "Ugh. Damn it." Bakugo snarled. Momo raised her hands to create some tape. Hopefully she could wrap him up and finally end this match. Then Bakugo stepped out of his shoes and went flying towards her, his quirk firing on all cylinders once again. In the 1A spectator box, Kaminari smacked himself in the forehead. "Why didn't we think of that during the cavalry battle?" Nearby, Tokoyami allowed himself a sigh. "Kaminari, the patch of glue we were stuck in was too large for that. We couldn't have gotten out of it with a single step, never mind the difficulty of coordinating such a maneuver with 3 people. Oh, the electric youth sagged. What a mad banquet of darkness." Momo released a cry as Bakugo slammed into her head-on, gripping one of her shoulders and firing his quirk off repeatedly, even while he used his other hand to unleash a steady stream of blasts to keep propelling them both forward. The creation user's mind raced despite the pain, knowing that she only had seconds before he managed to push her out of the ring and claim the victory. She needed to do something. Activating her quirk again, Momo swung her head forward. "FDMN it!" Bakugo screamed as her headbutt impacted against his skull, abruptly stopping his assault and staggering away from her. The iron plate that Momo had created from her forehead dropped to the ground, and she staggered to her feet, hissing in pain at the burn that seemed to cover her entire left shoulder. "You're tough. Tougher than I would have expected, Ponytail," Bakugo growled at her through gritted teeth. "But you're done. Give it up before I have to really mess you up." Momo's right forearm glowed as she activated her quirk again, a piece of support gear growing out of her body like new green shoots from a young plant. "No," she said, pointing a grenade gauntlet that was a perfect duplicate of one of Bakugo's at him. "You give up. Orozu, don't." Midnight commanded sharply as the raven-haired student somehow found the strength in her battered arm to reach up and grab the pin on the gauntlet. Bakugo laughed derisively. "What, is this supposed to be your big payback for what happened during the battle trial? You're going to try to use my own gear against me?" He sneered. "Go ahead. If you think you can actually hit me with that thing, you're even more of a dumbass than Deku is." "Don't," Midnight said again. "You could kill Bakugo. You will hurt members of the audience." "Come on, you coward," Bakugo shouted. "Go ahead and shoot it. Don't make the thing and then chicken out." "Bakugo, shut up," Midnight hissed, before turning back to the raven-haired girl. "Don't do it." Momo paused for a moment. Then she pulled the pin. A concentrated plume of pink gas erupted from the gauntlet, rather than the column of flame and explosive force that hero students and teachers alike had been expecting. Bakugo had started moving the moment she'd pulled the pin, using his quirk to rocket himself out of the way of the attack, but the blast from his regular gauntlets didn't spread out nearly so quickly as the gas from Momo's version, and he failed to avoid the cloud of imitation somnambulist vapors. The pink mist obscured Bakugo entirely, and Momo's whole body tensed, fearing that he'd managed to hold his breath in time and was going to burst out of the gas cloud, hands blazing. Then Midnight waved one of her fans, sending some of the gas blowing away, and revealed Bakugo laying on the ring, not moving. She quickly went over to check on him, then looked up to address the audience. "Bakugo is unconscious. Orozu advances to the third round," she announced, and the audience erupted in cheers. "Amazing!" Despite the relentless ferocity of young Bakugo, Orozu was able to pull out the win with a mixture of quick thinking, innovative use of her quirk, and misdirection. Present MIC was losing his mind over the loudspeakers. Momo was dimly aware of Aizawa making some remark about how Bakugo could have won if he hadn't paused for apparent boasting, but she didn't really hear him. She looked down at the explosive boy's unconscious form. "That was for Midoriya," she said softly before she began to head for the exit and Recovery Girl's temporary office inside the stadium. By the time she made it to Recovery Girl's office inside the stadium, Momo's adrenaline from the fight was already running down, and she was feeling every burn that Bakugo had left her with. Her shoulder was in agony, but every place where he'd managed to tag her during their fight ached and stung. At the moment, it felt like she had dozens of those smaller burns. Reaching the door to the clinic, Momo pushed it open and practically staggered inside. "My goodness, dearie, are you all right?" Recovery Girl asked. "My last match was rather punishing," Momo replied, mustering a weak smile. "Ah, yes, the medbots brought in your opponent already. I just finished seeing to him," Recovery Girl said, gesturing in the direction of one of the patient beds, which was currently obscured by the privacy curtain. Judging by the lack of loud, angry profanities, Bakugo was not awake yet. "Have a seat so I can take a look at you, young lady," Recovery Girl said, gesturing to a free bed. Momo sat down and pulled off her gym top, grimacing slightly as she got a better look at the damage done it. The shoulder was almost entirely gone, with the accompanying sleeve hanging on by a thread, while the rest of it was dotted with holes and scorch marks. Thankfully, the black BR she had underneath was free of any noticeable damage. Being strapless, it had been spared from Bakugo's assault on her shoulder. Small mercies. "My goodness, I swear these festivals get more brutal on you students every year," the old heroine groused, pulling the privacy curtain around her bed closed before she examined Momo's burns more closely. "Is it very bad?" she asked nervously. The youthful heroine shook her head. "Most of these burns are quite minor," she said. "Your shoulder's worse, but it's nothing my quirk can't handle. You won't even have any scarring." She leaned forward and planted a kiss on Momo's cheek, her quirk taking effect immediately. Momo let out a sigh of relief as the pain rapidly ebbed, not finding the drain on her stamina as bad as she'd feared. "Thank you," she said. "Just doing my job, dearie," Recovery Girl said, taking out a container of gummy candies and giving her a few. "You eat these, they'll help you regain a bit of your energy." May I have a few more please? Momo asked politely. Ah, right, I'd forgotten you have an eater quirk, Recovery Girl said. That wasn't how Momo liked to describe it, but she wasn't about to quibble over such a small thing, especially since it wasn't technically incorrect anyhow. How is Bakugo? She asked as the heroine shook a few more pieces of candy into her upturned palms. See for yourself, Recovery Girl replied, moving aside the privacy curtains around both her bed and the blonde boy's. Bakugo lay on his back, motionless but for the slow rise and fall of his chest, still quite unconscious but otherwise looking completely unharmed. He had some bruising and cuts, but nothing too major. I healed that up no problem, Recovery Girl said. I'm planning to let him sleep for a few minutes longer. It'll take the edge off the weariness caused by my quirk. You may wish to give him more than a few minutes, for everyone's sake, Momo said, not looking forward to Bakugo's reaction when he woke up and found out he'd lost the match. Recovery Girl hummed thoughtfully. Given his performance out there, you may have a good Momo. The two of them turned to see Midoriya, Jiru, and Uraraka standing just inside the office. All three of them had come to a sudden halt upon seeing her relative state of undress, with Midoriya's face rapidly turning darker and darker shades of red. "A minute, Green, I told you that you should have waited in the stands with Ida." Jiru moving to slap her hands over Midoriya's eyes. Momo sighed. "Jiru, you don't need to cover Midoriya's eyes like that," she said. "He's seen me like this before." "Oh my, you young people certainly move fast these days," Recovery Girl remarked. Jiru's face purpled, while Momo was pretty sure steam started rising from poor Midoriya. Uraraka's hands flew up to cover her mouth and stifle her obvious laughter. "I didn't mean it like that," Momo said, somehow preventing herself from outright shouting as she felt her own face heat up. "Midoriya and I frequently meet at my home for training, and, is that what you kids call it these days?" Recovery Girl asked. Uraraka's face reddened and tears started to stream down her face. Momo was pretty sure she would have started yelling at this point if she hadn't noticed the mischievous glint in the old heroine's eyes. As it was, she refused to rise to the bait. "My family maintains a training facility at our estate, and Midoriya frequently joins me there. I usually wear a sports bra while we're training, which doesn't show off that much less than what I have on now. And neither is all that different from my hero costume, so far as that's concerned," she explained with as much dignity as she could muster. "Ah, I see," Recovery Girl said, though she still wore a wicked little grin that said she didn't entirely believe Momo. Momo chose to ignore that. "Uraraka, isn't your match next?" The petite brunette's brown eyes widened, and she finally pulled her hands away from her mouth. "All right. I mean, it is. I'll see you all later," she said, rushing off. "Jiru, would you please go and get me a new gym shirt?" Momo asked. The punk rock girl agreed, reluctantly freeing Midoriya's eyes and departing. Which left just her, Midoriya, and the school nurse. And the unconscious form of Bakugo, but she didn't think he really counted at the moment. Do you want me to leave?" he asked. Momo shook her head. "That's not necessary. I meant what I said before. You seeing me like this is no different than you seeing me in my training attire or hero costume, so far as I'm concerned," she assured. "Though if you wish to go and watch Uraraka's match, I certainly won't stop you. I'll rejoin you as soon as Jiru gets back with that shirt, assuming Recovery Girl releases me." She threw a questioning gaze at the healing heroine. Yes, you can go once your friend comes back," Recovery Girl said, closing the privacy curtain around Bakugo's bed again. "But lay down until then, and try not to do anything strenuous until your next match." Momo nodded and obediently lay down on the bed. "I'll stay here, if it's really all right with you," Midoriya said, surprising her. "How are you?" "Just fine, a little tired," Momo replied. "And, how's Kaken?" he asked. According to Recovery Girl, he's fine. I believe she intends to let him sleep for a while longer, though, rather than use her quirk to wake him now, she answered, not mentioning that she herself had suggested not waking Bakugo just yet. "Oh, good," he said, sounding relieved. "I mean, it's good that he's okay, of course." "Right," she agreed. An awkward pause followed. Momo popped a few of the gummy candies that Recovery Girl had given her in her mouth and chewed, half expecting the green-haired young man to declare he was going to watch Uraraka's match to flee uncomfortable moment. He didn't. "You were amazing," Midoriya exclaimed abruptly, startling Momo enough that she nearly started choking on her candy. Recovery Girl gave him a withering look. "Young man, I realize one of my 2 patients is dead to the world and you're speaking to the other, but this is still a medical room," she scolded him. "Keep your voice down to a reasonable volume." Midoriya gave the elderly pro-heroine a bashful apology, then turned back to Momo, immediately regaining his earlier momentum. "Seriously, that was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen," he continued in a more hushed but equally excited tone. "First that smokescreen that totally caught him by surprise. Then that headbutt when I thought he was about to win. And spraying him with water like that to temporarily disable his quirk like that was genius." Momo could feel her face rapidly growing warmer under his effusive praise. "Thank you, but I followed up that slide of genius with a bit of foolishness. It never occurred to me he might just abandon his shoes to escape the glue." Midoriya waved this significant error off like it was nothing. "But you still won," he said. I didn't want to say anything, because I didn't want to freak you out or something, but I was so worried when I found out that you would be facing Kaken. Not because I think you can't handle yourself. I know you can. You're super smart, have an incredible quirk, and you're amazing in a fight." Momo felt sure her face was at least as red as her hero costume by this point, but she didn't stop his stream of consciousness gushing. She couldn't quite bring herself to interrupt. "But Kaken, he's never lost at anything, not when it really mattered. He always wins, in the end," Midoriya continued, and for a moment he seemed on the verge of despair before an excited smile lit his face again, threatening to dazzle her. "But you did it. You won. You were incredible." Momo looked away, not quite able to maintain eye contact with him in the face of this avalanche of praise. "Thank you," she said softly. "I never would have made so much progress with my quirk if it wasn't for your help." Something in her tone must have jarred him somewhat. Because the next time Midoriya spoke, he was quieter, his overwhelming excitement replaced by his usual, vaguely nervous tone. "I just gave you an idea and told you how to copy the nitro stuff Kaken makes. You're the one who applied it and then went to midnight about hers," he said. "You've also been an excellent training partner," she added with a little smile. I guess," he said, scratching the back of his head. "I'm still impressed with how many other quirks you've figured out how to duplicate. How were you able to figure out the chemical formulas for Bondo's glue and the material that Kamakiri's blades are made out of?" "My family owns a lab," she explained, relieved that the conversation had moved to more technical matters. "Once I had a sample of both, I just had to ask them to do an analysis. Bondo was able to give me a bit of his glue easily, but Kamakiri needed to break off a piece of one of his blades to give to me. I think he rather enjoyed the challenge, though. I know you said Bondo's glue was perfect for you to use, but what about Kamakiri's blades?" Midoriya asked, hands twitching in a way that she knew by now meant he was itching for his notebooks. "I've never seen you use something you created before you expelled it from your body. I didn't even know you could stop creating something halfway through." "I can't, actually, so instead I slow down the speed at which I create the blades so much that their growth isn't visible to the naked eye," she explained. "That's really clever," he said. She blushed but resisted the urge to turn away this time. "Thank you," she said, then she continued in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. "And please don't spread this around, but the blades I make are actually sharper than the ones Kamakiri produces. My quirks allows me to make the very edge of them only 1 molecule thick." His eyes widened. "Wow, a blade that sharp could cut through almost anything. No wonder you slice through Ibara's vines like they were nothing," he said. "But why do you want to keep that a secret?" She shrugged. "I suppose it would feel needlessly boastful to make it known that I can do what Kamakiri does with his quirk better than he can," she said. "Truthfully, I feel very lucky that, with the exception of Bakugo, none of the people whose quirks I've duplicated so far have been upset about it. I don't want to invite a more negative response than I've gotten so far." "Oh, yeah, that makes sense," he said, fidgeting nervously, and she could tell he wanted to tell her she didn't need to worry about that but wasn't doing so because he knew it wouldn't be the truth. She wondered when she'd gotten to know Izuku Midoriya this well. Sometimes it felt like she could practically read his mind. Well, if the light my quirk creates was something that had a chemical formula, I'd be happy to give you a sample of it, he said instead. Thank you, she replied, giving him a warm smile. She was perhaps more gratified than she should have been when she got a blush out of him this time. Hey, I'm back, 𝐤𝐸 announced as she walked back into the office, startling them both. I got the shirt. Momo blinked. She had almost entirely forgotten that she was topless save for her brother. That seemed like something she should remember while having a conversation with a young man. Thank you, 𝐤𝐸, she said, sitting up and accepting the gym uniform shirt and slipping it on, missing the disappointed look that flitted across Midoriya's face as she did. So, do you want to watch whatever's left of Uraraka's match or do you need to stay here for a bit longer? 𝐤𝐸 asked. Recovery Girl said I can leave now so long as I take it easy until my next match, Momo said as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, getting a nod from the school nurse. Let's go. And it's not looking good for young Uraraka out there, folks, Present MIC announced. So far, one as Gravity Girl is finding herself overwhelmed by her classmates' significant agility and acrobatic abilities. Eraserhead grunted in agreement. Ashido knows that Uraraka only needs to touch her, and she loses, same as Shishida did, he said. So she's doing everything she can to avoid that, and it looks like Uraraka doesn't have any fallback plan. That may well be enough to see her eliminated. Seems like this isn't going well for her, Momo remarked as took her seat in the 1A box. There were puddles of acid splashed all around the ring, some of them having made craters in the concrete. As they watched, Uraraka was desperately chasing Ashido around, but the horned girl easily avoided her every time she got close, either excreting more acid and sliding atop it like an ice skater or employing a flip or cartwheel. Indeed, Ida agreed after welcoming them back. I wasn't aware that Ashido possessed such a high degree of athleticism. She mentioned that she's big into dancing, 𝐤𝐸 said. I assume that's where this is coming from. I think this may be it for Uraraka, Ida said. I wouldn't be so sure, Midoriya said. Remember how intense she looked when Mr. Aizawa first told us the festival was coming up. I wouldn't count her out just yet. Ida frowned. You must realize it takes more than the will to win to emerge victorious. Of course, but I think just having enough willpower can take someone further than most people would believe, Midoriya said. Ida was about to make a reply when Uraraka suddenly threw herself forward like a baseball player trying to slide into home, through one of the puddles of acid, heedless to what it might do to her, the moisture allowing her to move forward faster and further than she ever could have on dry cement. The audience gasped with surprise and not a little bit of horror. The maneuver also caught Ashido entirely by surprise, and she was a bit too slow in getting out of the way. Uraraka reached up and grabbed her ankle, activating her quirk. Oh, shoot, the pink-skinned girl shouted as she began to float. Wasting no time, the brunette sprang back to her feet, grabbed Ashido by leg, and sprinted toward the edge of the ring with her, letting her go and then pressing her. Fingertips together. Release. Poor Ashido crashed down onto the ground outside the ring. Ashido is eliminated by ring out. Midnight proclaimed. Uraraka proceeds to the next round. The crowd roared with applause, but Uraraka didn't even stop to acknowledge them, instead running off immediately. Oh, she cried. It wasn't hard to see why. A significant portion of her gym uniform was soaked, and they could all see angry red skin around the drenched areas. Uraraka! Momo shouted, gesturing for her friend to approach. She was afraid the Gravity Girl would run all the way to Recovery Girl's office, which she knew from recent experience could feel very far away to someone in pain. Thankfully, Uraraka noticed and ran over to her. Momo immediately activated her quirk, generating a mildly alkaline foam from her palm, which she proceeded to spread over the acid-soaked areas on her friend. The brunette breathed a sigh of relief. That's much better. Thanks, Momo. You're welcome, Momo replied. You're still going to want to see Recovery Girl, though. That was most reckless. Ida scolded. You could have gotten hurt. Uraraka chuckled weakly. I kind of did get hurt, Ida. But I couldn't just let myself lose, and that was the only way I could think of to win, she said. Then she turned to Momo. And this means one of us will definitely be in the final match. How cool is that? She held up a fist. Momo, much more accustomed to formal bows or professional handshakes, depending upon the culture of the business people her parents were meeting with on any given day, blinked but eventually raised her own hand to complete the fist bump. Uraraka grinned and made a little explosion sound with her mouth as she opened her hand. I'm going to go see Recovery Girl, but remember Midoriya, you have to win your next 2 matches so you can meet me or your Momo in the final. I will. Please go see Recovery Girl, he said, his obvious worry making Momo giggle. Nodding, Uraraka scampered off to visit the nurse and get the collection of chemical burns she'd picked up treated. Ashido made it back to the 1A box just as she left. Remind me to never tick Uraraka off, she groaned to no one in particular. It's always the nice ones, and another round down as Uraraka manages a shocking upset. Present MIC announced. What were you saying earlier about matches between first years tend to be all about who has the quirk advantage, he asked Eraserhead smugly. The underground hero sighed in a long-suffering sort of way. There's been a surprising number of reversals and students overcoming disadvantages today, he admitted. It may be that one as experience with a villain attack, though terrible, taught them an early lesson on how to persevere and overcome. Maybe, or maybe we just have an exceptional group of young people, Present MIC said, sounding a bit less boisterous than normal, possibly because of the mention of the USJ attack. Or maybe he didn't like talking about it like it was a good thing. In any case, 2 matches of this round remain, and then we move on to the semifinals. With the way today's been shaping up, it's truly impossible to say how the rest of the tournament will go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UA First Year Sports Festival. Present MIC said. With the ring restored, we're diving straight into the next match. Please welcome to the ring, the rock-solid fighter from Class 1A, Ahiro Kirishima. The redhead ran out into the ring, pumping his fists and waving to the audience. From Class 1 as spectator box, it was obvious he was shouting something, but it was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. He's even more enthusiastic than he was last round, Midoriya noted, a drop of sweat rolling down the back of his head. Honestly, I kind of envy the way he's able to feed off the crowd's energy, Jiru remarked. I know I couldn't be that amped in front of this many people. And his opponent, when you're up against this young man, it's like you're fighting on quicksand. Put your hands together for Juzo Honinuki of Class 1B. Present MIC exclaimed. Honinuki entered the stadium in a much more sedate fashion, the lipless boy waving at the crowd a bit before he stepped into the ring. Momo withheld a giggle as she saw Midoriya produce his notebook from wherever he kept it and open it, clearly ready to start recording observations the moment the match began, if necessary. Eager to see how this plays out, she asked with a smile. He nodded vigorously, not taking his eyes off the ring while Midnight reiterated the rules of the matches once more. Of course, he said. Even with watching the last round, I haven't gotten to see nearly as much of Honinuki's quirk in action as I have for the members of our class. And I will be up against whoever wins this match, if I beat Komori. If you beat Komori, Jiru scoffed. Honestly, Green, I can't tell if you're way too modest or just being polite. Midoriya frowned. You saw what she did against 𝐒𝐿, he said. I don't want to underestimate her. Indeed. Ida piped up. It would be the height of folly to grow arrogant here, and disrespectful to our fellow hero students as well. Aheh, Jiru grunted, clearly unimpressed. Maybe it's not the smartest idea for you to already be figuring out where to keep the medal, Green, but if anyone manages to make you sweat before the finals, I'll eat my guitar pick. Both Midoriya and Ida looked ready to argue, Ida more so than Midoriya, Momo noted, but Midnight brought an abrupt halt to the conversation when she brought her WHP down. Begin, the R-rated heroine shouted. As they watched, Kirishima activated his quirk, his body taking on the familiar sharp angles and rocky appearance. With a loud roar, he charged toward his opponent. In stark contrast to his fiery opponent, Honinuki was the portrait of a cool and collected exterior, almost casually tapping a foot on the ground and causing a wide STRP of the concrete before him to suddenly transform, becoming soft and squishy. Kirishima released a cry of dismay and frustration as he began to sink into the ground, struggling mightily to get free. Honinuki abruptly released the effects of his quick, the concrete suddenly growing rock-hard again. With a loud roar, Kirishima burst forth from the ground, spraying bits of gravel everywhere. "Demon, Kiri's really been eating his spinach," Ashido remarked, sounding surprised by the display of raw strength. "The concrete might not have been the most stable after being resolidified so quickly," Momo said. "It is still impressive, though." Midoriya didn't say anything, scribbling furiously in his notebook. Honinuki immediately reactivated his quick, causing Kirishima to get mired in the transformed concrete once again. And once more, Honinuki removed the effect after only a few moments, allowing Kirishima to brute force his way to freedom. The CYCL repeated several more times, and while Kirishima was making slow progress toward Honinuki, it was soon clear that he was having more and more trouble breaking through the resolidified concrete as time went on. Also, even if he could get near to his foe, there was no reason Honinuki couldn't just leave him trapped for a bit longer and retreat. "Trying the same thing over and expecting different results," Jiru said. "That's the definition of insanity, right?" "That's not actually how it's medically defined," Momo said. "Still, I can see why a layperson might think of it that way," she allowed. "It does seem most strange that Kirishima's not even attempting to change tactics," Ida said. "He's a very straightforward guy," Uraraka said, making her return from Recovery Girl's office, the marks on her skin from Ashido's acid gone and clad in a fresh, dry uniform. "Too straightforward. Did he not watch Honinuki's last match?" Jiru wondered. "And welcome back. Feeling better?" "Much better, thanks," Uraraka said. In the ring, Honinuki trapped Kirishima in hardened concrete once more. The red-headed hero student strained to escape, but this time he couldn't quite manage it. "Kirishima, can you move?" Midnight asked. "Yes," he exclaimed, still struggling unsuccessfully to break free. "Just let me." The R-rated heroine was good enough to give him a few more seconds before calling the match. Kirishima is immobilized. Honinuki advances to the next round, she announced. And that's all she wrote, folks. Honinuki shows why he deserved to be a recommend student with another decisive victory. Present MIC announced. He did well, but frankly, Kirishima totally failed to fight smart, opting instead for a head-on, brute force assault, Eraserhead grumbled. Momo was starting to get the feeling that any member of Class 1A who'd made it to the tournament and didn't put in an exemplary performance was in for a rather unpleasant homeroom PRD when classes resumed. "The damage to the ring is significant, but nothing our colleague and friend Cementos can't handle," MIC said. "So expect the next round to commence in 10 to 15 minutes. "I guess that's my cue to get to the prep room," Midoriya said, standing up. "You got this, Green," Jiru said. "Yeah. Make sure to win like we promised," Uraraka said. "And also to make that Monoma guy stop doing that," she added, gazing over at one BS box where the blonde student appeared to be in the middle of some sort of victory dance, with Kendo attempting to catch him, presumably to force him to knock it off. "Good luck," Momo added. "Thanks," Midoriya said, giving them a smile before departing. As the remainder of the group settled down to wait for the next match, a dejected-looking Kirishima returned to the 1A spectator box, still brushing bits of gravel off his uniform. "Hey, Kiri, sorry you didn't win," Ashido greeted him. "It was a good effort, though," Zero added. "And you did look pretty badass bursting out of the concrete like that," Kaminari put in. "Thanks, guys," he sighed, plopping down in one of the seats. "By the way, where's Bakugo? Thought he'd be back from Recovery Girl's office by now." "Oh," Uraraka piped up. "He was still unconscious when I left. Recovery Girl said something about letting him sleep to regain stamina, I think." "Heh," Kirishima grunted. "Didn't think he'd need that, but if she feels it's best, I guess it must be important." Momo pretended to scratch her cheek so she could use her hand to hide her little smile. "Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us at home, you're just in time for another electrifying match. Present MIC announced. You were planning to use that line for one of Kaminari's matches if he made it to the tournament, weren't you? Eraserhead asked. No comment. The voice hero replied cheerfully. Anyway, now that the ring has been restored to normal, we can proceed to the final match of the second round. And it's another clash between classes. Make some noise for one bearsemesis of mushrooms, Komori Kinoko. The very short brunette waved shyly as she entered the ring, then balled her fists and planted her feet, looking determined. And her opponent, the lean, green glowing machine of 1A. He won the obstacle race, was on the winning team for the cavalry battle, and clearly intends to win it all, Midoriya Izuku. Literally every student still in this wants to win, Eraserhead pointed out flatly, which present MIC completely ignored. Meanwhile, down in the 1A spectator section, Midoriya's friends watched as the green-haired boy took to the field, somehow looking even more bashful than Komori did. I will never get over how someone so powerful can look so nervous all the time, Jiru said with a smirk. Do you think he can win? Uraraka asked. I'm certain he will, Momo replied. The gravity girl blinked. I mean, I know he's smart and has a crazy strong quirk, but after what Komori did against 𝐂, she shuddered at the memory of the creepy giant fungi that had filled the fighting area. Indeed. That kind of overconfidence would be a mistake. Ida agreed. Midoriya himself said as much. Momo shook her head. How I feel won't have an effect on Midoriya's performance, she pointed out. In any case, Komori's quirk has an obvious weakness. I have no doubt that Midoriya will realize it and easily be able to exploit it. Guess we'll see in a sec, Uraraka said. Begin. Midnight called out, cracking her WHP. Mushrooms immediately started to grow out of the cracks between the concrete slabs that made up the ring. They were tiny, but they had all seen how quickly Komori could make them grow and multiply in number to take over the area with them if she was allowed enough time. Midoriya's response was immediate. A beam of green light shot out from his hand, then took on the form of a certain figure. Is that Burnin? Jiru asked. I thought he'd go with Endeavor himself, rather than one of his flaming sidekicks, Momo remarked. She wondered if he'd chosen the sidekick over the flame hero out of respect for Todoroki or because Burnin's fiery green hair made her work better as one of his constructs. You knew he was going to do that? Uraraka asked, surprised. Fungi can't thrive in very hot and dry conditions, Momo said as though that explained everything. Which of course, it did. As they watched, the Burnin construct grabbed handfuls of its fiery hair and sent them raining down on the ring around Komori, abruptly bringing an end to the mushrooms she had just made sprout. Oh, shitake! The tiny student exclaimed, turning and fleeing from the flames. A bead of sweat ran down the back of Uraraka's head. Girl really sticks to her theme. Not gonna lie, I respect that. Jiru replied. Back in the ring, Komori was desperately trying to grow more fungi, but the relentless, fiery assault of the emerald copy of Burnin was making that impossible. Not only that, but the flames were blocking her path at every turn, clearly corralling her toward the edge of the ring. Even if Komori realized it, she was powerless to do anything about it, and pretty soon it was all she could do to stay inside the ring, the small brunette practically tap dancing on the very edge as she tried to avoid the emerald flames all around her. She was so preoccupied with avoiding the fire that she never noticed when the Burnin construct itself approached until the jade facsimile of the sidekick was practically right on top of her. By then it was too late. Ah, she exclaimed as the construct simply gave her a shove, sending her tumbling out of the ring. Komori is out of bounds. Midnight proclaimed. Midoriya proceeds to the semifinals. No big surprise these, Eraserhead remarked. It would be foolish to count out any of the students at this point, but between the strength of his quirk and his performance so far, Midoriya was the clear favorite here. And just like that, we have our final 4 contestants. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Honinuki, and Midoriya. Present MIC said. One of these students will be the winner of the first-year sports festival. Eraserhead grunted. The ring's still in pretty good shape, so I expect the semifinals will commence with little or no additional delay. Midoriya, that was amazing. Uraraka exclaimed as he made his way back to the 1A section. The green-haired boy blushed. Thanks. Indeed, a very impressive display. Ida agreed. My congratulations. Momo nodded. I knew you'd do well. She totally did, Jiru said with a smirk. After what Komori did to Zero, I think most people thought she at least had a shot, but your Momo knew you had it in the bag. I think she knew almost exactly what you were going to do, too. Midoriya and I trained together frequently, including quirk training, so I'm very aware of his capabilities, Momo said, giving the punk rocker an unamused look. Ever since the USJ, Jiru had clearly been of the opinion that was either romantically involved with Midoriya or was about to be. Momo would admit, at least to herself, that the notion was rapidly becoming increasingly attractive the more time she spent with Midoriya. Still, she didn't really appreciate the remarks, if only because they made Midoriya uncomfortable. Though she wasn't about to make an issue of it, if only because she knew it could be so much worse. She knew that Toru or, heaven forbid, Ashido would be relentlessly teasing her and constantly demanding her for details if they knew how close she was getting with Midoriya. Compared to that, the occasional comment from Jiru was really nothing. This is so cool, Uraraka said. The final's going to be either me or your Momo against Midoriya. Midoriya blinked. I do need to get past Honinuki first, Fut. Like he's going to stop you, Uraraka scoffed. Midoriya looked like he wanted to either protest or blush until his face combusted, much to Momo's amusement. However, Ida broke in before he could start stuttering. Uraraka, Yorozu, shouldn't you make your way to the preparation rooms, he asked. Eep. You're right. Uraraka said, getting up. See you after the match, guys. Indeed, Momo agreed, much more calmly. Meanwhile, in a seedy bar far away from the stadium, a lanky young man was sitting at one of the stools, watching the sports festival on a small, old television set through his long grey bangs. It's them, he rasped out. There's no doubt any longer. Kurogiri looked up from behind the bar, where he was cleaning glasses. What was that, Tomura Shigaraki? I'm finally certain which students are the ones who managed to knock out Nomu and force us to abandon the raid before the final boss, Shigaraki growled. That wasn't already obvious? Kurogiri asked, recalling the trio of students who'd emerged from cover after Nomu had fallen unconscious. The young man gave him a dirty look. I wanted to be sure, and to know which of those brats did what, exactly, he said. Now I know that creating that green All Might summons and filling it with sleeping gas was a combo move two of those UA students did together. The short girl with the earlobes had nothing to do with it. And now that you know that, what are you going to do? Kurogiri asked. I'm going to kill them, Shigaraki rasped. Something about the way he said it disturbed Kurogiri, despite the misty figure's familiarity with the young man's sadistic streak. Still, he wasn't about to object. He was, however, privately relieved when a much never TV than the one Shigaraki was using to watch the festival clicked on by itself, the words audio only appearing on the screen. Come now, Tomura, don't you think that's a bit hasty? The familiar, deep voice rumbled out of the speakers. But, MSTR, they ruined the league's debut. Shigaraki protested. And the girl. She can use her quirk to imitate a bunch of other quirks. It's an insult to you. An insult, or a case where imitation is the sincerest form of flattery? All for One asked with a chuckle. It was clearly a rhetorical question, since that girl wouldn't even know All for One existed, of course. Still, it obviously amused the crime lord that one of the UA students who'd helped snarl Shigaraki's plans was like him, in a way. That amusement could be the girl's salvation, or her doom. What do you suggest, MSTR? Shigaraki asked, though Kurogiri could tell he wasn't happy about it and still wanted to turn the two hero students to so much dust. Why destroy something you can use? All for One asked. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to announce that my colleague Cementos was able to repair the ring in record time, so now that the break has passed, it's time for the first match of the semifinals. Present MIC announced. You said yourself that the damage done to the ring in the last round was very minor, Eraserhead pointed out. MIC ignored him. Entering first, she's the rep of Class A, The young lady whose bag of tricks is never empty, Yorozu Momo. The audience applauded wildly as Yorozu stepped out onto the field, with a disturbing number of wolf whistles from several spectators as well. And her opponent, don't let her cute looks fool you, this girl can literally punch you into the sun if she wants to, Uraraka Okako. Present MIC added. Both of these students faced tough matchups to get here and were able to reverse what appeared to be losing situations, Eraserhead put in. That's right, at this point in the tournament, we're dealing with some of the best and brightest from classes already made of elite students. MIC added. This is definitely going to be quite a match, Jiru remarked. Indeed. Ida agreed. Both of them have performed extremely well so far, both in the tournament and beforehand. Even the one who loses here will have put in a performance to be envied. Yeah, I wish I'd at least made it to the tournament, too, Jiru said wistfully. Yes, though that wasn't, I hadn't meant to imply. Ida stammered, caught by surprise. It's okay, Ida, Izuku said. I'm sure you'll do better in next year's tournament, and have other chances to show people what you can do. He couldn't fully understand the pressures associated with the legacy that came from being the descendant of generations of pro-heroes, but he was sure that his friend had wanted to show that he deserved to be associated with the well-known members of his family. That he hadn't advanced to the final round of the festival must have been a blow to him. Despite knowing it was a competition, and that Ida would have taken his team's points in the cavalry battle if he could have, something Izuku wouldn't have held against him for a minute, he felt almost compelled to apologize. He probably would have done it, too, if he'd thought it would be well received. So, Green, who do you think is going to win this? Jiru asked, changing the subject. Both of them have a chance, he said. But I definitely think Yomomo's likely to win. Of course you do, Jiru smirked. Not because of that, he objected, face reddening. Yomomo just has more options, and she might have some other new tricks or techniques she hasn't shown yet. Sure, Green, sure, Jiru said, a small, wicked little grin on her face. Izuku sighed. We won't need to wait very long to see if you're correct or not. This time Ida was the one to change the subject. Nodding with relief, Izuku cast his attention toward the ring and the two contestants. He never would have admitted it to anyone, because he didn't want to be seen favoring one friend over the other, but he hoped Yorozu won. Uraraka was a great friend, and he'd absolutely congratulate her if she managed to achieve victory here, but he'd seen Yorozu work so hard, and apply such cleverness to the task of becoming a more formidable fighter and future pro-hero, that he felt she deserved to make it to the finals. Also, he really hoped to face off against her in the finals. Go for it, Yorozu, he thought. Okako took a deep breath as she stepped into the ring. She knew she'd done really well so far, but aside from possibly Midoriya, there wasn't anyone in their class she thought was more formidable than Yamomo. It looks like we made it here, just as we promised we would, Yamomo remarked. So long as Midoriya defeats Honinuki, everything will have gone exactly as we vowed. Okako nodded. Hey, no matter how this match goes, no hard feelings, okay? Of course, Yamomo agreed at once. Students, are you ready? Midnight asked. They both quickly told her that they were. Then, begin. Midnight cracked her WHP. Okako knew that Yaomomo's quirk allowed her to fight at range, while she was aware that Yaomomo knew her own quirk required her to actually touch whatever she wanted to use it on. So she prepared herself for a rough time trying to get close, knowing the taller girl could and would send glue, reams of tape, and goodness knows what else flying at her. So she was caught completely off guard when Yaomomo instead charged directly at her the moment the match started. The raven-haired girl created a bow staff as she closed the distance between the two at a sprint, and Okako was so shocked that she wasn't fast enough to avoid taking a sharp blow to the stomach with it. If, she grunted as the air was knocked out of her and she nearly doubled over. Yaomomo went for another blow, but Uraraka threw herself into a desperate roll, managing to wrap her fingers around the taller girl's ankle as she did so. Gotcha, she grunted out as she removed Yaomomo's gravity and flung the now weightless girl in the direction of the closest edge of the ring. She barely had time to feel relieved and triumphant before a piece of tape landed and stuck to the ring right next to her. "Uh-oh," she said, looking up just in time to see Yaomomo zooming back towards her, firing off some small explosions from one hand to speed her approach. The other student crashed directly into her, feet first, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 went tumbling to the ground. Why didn't I see that coming? She wondered dazedly, even as she scrambled to her feet, narrowing avoiding a stream of glue that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sent her way. Release, she said, pressing her fingertips together, hoping that having her gravity abruptly restored would throw her opponent off balance for a moment, since clearly being weightless wasn't much, if any, issue for 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The creation user managed to land on her feet, if only barely, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 knew her last, best chance was now. Tapping herself and ignoring the immediate wave of nausea, she launched herself at her opponent. It was a long shot, but if she could take 𝐒𝐿𝐴 by surprise, remove her gravity again, and get them both in the air outside the ring before the other girl could respond. She almost thought she was going to manage it, too, but she'd failed to notice that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had never actually dropped her staff. They swung the staff like a baseball bat, landing another direct hit on the brunette. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 yelped as she went flying in the opposite direction of her opponent, her universe spinning wildly as she went. Release, she shrieked, pressing her fingertips together again and went crashing back to earth. The reaction from the audience told her what had happened even before midnight could make it official. Uraraka is out of bounds. Yorozu proceeds to the final round. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was next to her a moment later, offering her a hand up. "Are you all right, Uraraka?" she asked. The brunette managed a nod. "Another few seconds of flying through the air like that, and I would have lost my lunch," she chuckled ruefully as she stood up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 didn't respond immediately, her dark eyes concerned. "I know how much doing well in this tournament meant to you," she said. "I know you said no hard feelings, but it's really fine," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was quick to reassure her. "I'm happy that I got this far and was able to show what I can do to any pros who may be watching. And that I did as well against you as I did. I was half expecting you to beat me in 2 seconds." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled. "I admit, I was hoping to end the match quickly." "You almost managed it. I didn't think for a second you'd just charge at me like that," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said. "Listen, you're both my friends, so I can't really cheer for one of you over the other, but good luck against Midoriya, anyway." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 briefly looked like she wanted to point out that Midoriya still needed to beat Honinuki to get into the finals, then decided not to. "Thank you," she said. "I'll give it my best." "Okay, seriously, did you two really have to be impressive enough out there to make most of the rest of us look bad?" Jiru asked with a playful smirk as the two young ladies returned to the 1A spectator section. "I think Green here's the only one left who can keep up," she added, getting a fierce blush from Izuku. "I had to give it my best," Uraraka replied with a grin and a shrug. "I knew 𝐒𝐿𝐴 would probably win, but I couldn't just let her have it, after all. It was clear you did everything you could have, considering that Yorozu has multiple ways in which she can regain control of herself when you remove her gravity," Ida put in. "You should be proud of your performance, despite your defeat." The brunette smiled. "Thanks, Ida." Uraraka, do you maybe want to go to Recovery Girl?" Midoriya suggested. "You did take some pretty hard blows there." "I'm fine, Midoriya. I'll go after the end of the tournament," she said. "I don't want to risk getting stuck there and missing one of the last matches." Ida was about to say something when his phone went off. Checking the caller ID, he quickly excused himself, making his way from the 1A box into the relative quiet of one of the hallways that led into the stadium's innards. "Hello, brother," he said, answering the call. "Hey, Tenya, how's my favorite little bro doing?" Tensai replied, though the younger brother could immediately tell something was off. Tensai sounded strained. "Brother, if you feel I've disgraced you and Team Ida 10, oh, geez, no, it's nothing like that, Tenya. You did great. Better than I did at my first sports festival, too," Tensai was quick to reassure him. "Remember how Mom and Dad wanted us all to out to dinner tonight?" Tenya felt an unpleasant squirm in his gut at the reminder, knowing that plan had been made on the presumption he'd do well enough in the tournament to deserve a celebratory dinner. "Yes, I remember. I wanted to let you know I won't be able to make it," Tensai said. "Something big just came up." "I understand. You have important duties," Tenya said, more relieved than he cared to admit that Tensai apparently wasn't disappointed in him, considering that he'd known his brother would never feel he'd disgraced him by failing to go further in the festival competitions. At least, he'd known that on an intellectual level, apparently not on a gut level. "May I ask what's happened, or is it confidential?" Tensai chuckled. "It's going to be all over the news by this time tomorrow, at the latest, so I don't see the harm in telling you," he said before growing more serious. "One of my sidekicks found the hero killer. Or rather, they found his remains. Someone killed him and dumped the body in an alleyway." Izuku took a deep breath as he waited by the entrance to the stadium grounds for President MIC to announce him. He told himself it was silly for him to be this nervous about facing Honinuki. He already had his strategy all planned out, and even if he did lose, well, making it to the semifinals of the tournament was nothing to sneeze at. Goodness knew it was so much better than he'd ever really believed he could do, before he got the ring. Just attending UA was something he'd more hoped for then. Actually thought he could manage, before that. Still, the promise he'd made to Yorozu and Uraraka weighed heavily on his mind. He had to win. It should be a fairly easy victory, yet part of him was just constantly expecting someone to pull the rug out from under him and turn him back into a useless Deku. "Stop it. That won't happen. You can't dwell on this, or it'll mess you up," he commanded himself sternly. No fear. Right, he would beat Honinuki. Then, it would be time to face Yorozu. The idea thrilled him. It was absolutely amazing the way she'd been able to expand the use of her quirk, and while he didn't believe he deserved nearly so much credit as she seemed to want to give him for it, the fact remained that he'd given her the initial idea and told her how to create the nitroglycerine-like substance that 𝐒𝐭𝐻 used. It filled him with pride to think he'd helped her realize some of her amazing potential. He couldn't wait to see if she had added any more tricks or quirk substances to her repertoire, despite the fact that they'd be used against him in the final round. Win or lose, the eternal quirk nerd in him was giddy at the idea of seeing everything she could do now. Also, if he was being honest, he was really relieved that he wouldn't need to face 𝐒𝐿 in the tournament, regardless of what happened next. The sound of the stadium's loudspeakers coming to life pulled him from his thoughts. "All right, you fine folks, time to get the second and last match of the semifinal round on the road," President MIC said. Entering first, this green glow bug's been on a winning streak since the obstacle race and is eager to keep the momentum going. "Put your hands together for Izuku Midoriya." The green-haired young man found himself walking out onto the grounds before he'd quite realized it, feet moving on autopilot. He awkwardly waved to the crowd, wondering if it was even possible to get used to this sort of thing. He made a mental note to ask All Might about it when he got the chance. The number one hero always seemed to handle big public events like there was nothing easier in the world. And his opponent, the recommended student from Class 1B whose foes always need to watch their step, give it up for Juzo Honinuki. President MIC announced, as the pale-haired young man made his way into the ring. 5,000 yen says Midoriya wins this, Kaminari proclaimed from his place in Class 1 as spectator section. "Kaminari. It's illegal to gamble on such events, and doubly so for minors like us," Ida exclaimed. "As a UA hero student, you should be setting a better example. Also, who here do you expect to take that bet, anyway?" Jiru asked, shaking her head. "Do you really think any of us expect Green to have trouble winning this?" "That Monoma guy in 1B clearly has faith in Honinuki," Uraraka said, glancing over at their sister classes section, where the blonde student was alternating between loud cheering for his classmate and reminding him that the hopes of 1B now rested entirely upon him. "Fair," Jiru said. "Kaminari, go take that guy's money, instead of trying to talk us into an obviously bad bet." Ida released a strangled, wordless yelp of surprise and indignation. "Nah, Monoma seems like the type of guy who'd find some excuse to refuse paying up later," Kaminari said. "Anyway, I obviously think Midoriya will win, but does everyone here really feel the same? Honinuki's done really well so far." "I mean, yeah," Uraraka shrugged. "Honinuki's main tactic seems to be softening the ground under his opponent, and Midoriya can fly. Just because that's what he's been doing so far doesn't mean he can't do anything else," Kaminari pointed out. "The guy is a recommended student, after all." I'd be surprised if he doesn't at least get in a decent hit during the match. I feel quite certain that Midoriya will win this match as completely as he won his match against Komori. Momo spoke up, entering the conversation for the first time. Is that so? Kaminari asked, grinning. Want to wager 2,000 yen on that? No bet, Momo answered at once. The electric student's eyebrows rose. And why's that? He asked. I thought you had total belief in Midoriya. His tone made it clear that he too believed that the two of them were more than friends. As UA hero students, we should be setting an example and not partaking in illegal gambling, Momo answered primly. Thank you. Ida exclaimed. I should have known our class rep would be above such things. Also, I wouldn't feel right taking your money, Momo added. Jiru burst out laughing at the matching looks of consternation that both Ida and Kaminari wore at that. Contestants, are you ready? Midnight asked. Yes, Izuku said. As I'll ever be, Honinuki answered. Then, begin. The R-rated heroine cracked her WHP. Honinuki immediately applied his quick to the ring, softening a long STRP of it that included the part Izuku had been standing on. However, the green-haired hero student had expected that after watching him do the same to his previous opponents, and he'd already taken to the air before the effect reached the patch of concrete he was standing on. Demon, Honinuki cursed softly, before reaching down to touch the ring again. Almost immediately, the whole concrete square liquefied. The 1B student took a deep breath and dove beneath the surface. Interesting strategy from Honinuki. Present MIC said. It's about the only option available to him after his opening gambit failed, Eraserhead grunted. Students like Honinuki who need outside objects to use their quirks on have nothing but the ring in these matches. A good point, Mummy Man. Now the question is, what can he do now that he's transformed the ring? MIC asked. Play keep away and hope Midoriya gets impatient enough to make a mistake, was Eraserhead's blunt response. I don't see how he can win this otherwise. It's a bad matchup for him, but that's just what happens sometimes in the field. Izuku felt a spike to sympathy for his opponent and hoped he wasn't able to hear the two teachers' commentary under the liquefied concrete. Regardless, he didn't plan on making a foolish mistake and losing the match, so rather than diving down to try and fish Honinuki out himself, he channeled his willpower into the ring, bringing a construct of an industrial-sized vat and a piece of machinery with multiple hoses into being next to the ring. I don't believe it. Midoriya is using his hard light constructs to drain the liquefied ring. Present MIC exclaimed. Here. This is not how I would have guessed this would go, Eraserhead remarked with mild bemusement. There was a brief yelp as Honinuki was scared up by the pump that Izuku had created, which deposited him into the emerald vat a second later. So, Honinuki is outside of where the ring was, but it's kind of moved with him. Ref, is he in or out of bounds? Present MIC wondered. Before Midnight could answer, Izuku dismissed the construct of the vat. There was a massive sploosh, as the quirk-liquefied concrete suddenly gushed out in all directions and poor Honinuki went tumbling to the ground. The 1B student cancelled the effect of his quirk a moment later, causing the tidal wave of concrete to abruptly freeze before it could totally flood the area. It's a moot point now. Honinuki is out of bounds. Midoriya proceeds to the final round. The R-rated heroine proclaimed. You okay? Izuku asked, approaching his defeated opponent. Yeah, Honinuki grunted with a cough. Didn't want to lose, but once you started flying, I guess my fate was pretty much sealed. The format doesn't really favor you, and you were super creative with your quirk. Izuku said, trying to be encouraging without being dishonest. Honinuki smiled, or at least Izuku thought he did. It was hard to tell, considering he had no lips. Thanks, he said. Good luck in the finals. I'd like to be able to say it took the overall winner to beat me. Thanks, I'll do my best, Izuku vowed. Nodding, Honinuki turned to head back to the 1B spectator area, where a distraught Monoma was practically in tears at the reality that no Class B students had made it to the final round. And just like that, the semifinals are over. Present MIC said as Izuku also made his way back to his own class's viewing section. Which means the final match is set, Yorozu Momo, the class rep of 1A, versus her vice rep, Midoriya Izuku. It's probably going to take 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 a while to clean up after that last match, Eraserhead remarked, looking at the petrified tsunami of concrete. So expect the break to be longer than the standard 15 minutes. That's right. So if you need to grab a snack or use the restroom, do it now. Because you're not going to want to miss 1 second of the final round. Izuku made it back to the 1A box just as the two teachers stopped announcing. Congratulations, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu greeted him with a smile that sent his heart fluttering. Creating that pump was a brilliant strategy. Told you that you'd win. Uraraka put in, grinning smugly. Now everything's gone just like we promised. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I suppose it did, he said, before turning to Yaoyorozu. So I guess it's just you and me left now. Indeed. I look forward to our match, she agreed with a smile. Still have tricks up your sleeve that you haven't shown yet, he asked. You'll just have to wait and find out, won't you? Yaoyorozu grinned. Izuku was aware that he was grinning back like an idiot, but he couldn't quite bring himself to care. At least not until Jiru turned to Uraraka and remarked, wow, flirting between super elite hero students sure is weird, isn't it? Izuku immediately went completely red, so embarrassed he couldn't make a sound. Which was probably for the best, considering he likely would have gotten nothing out but one of his stutter storms if he could. Not now, Jiru, Yaoyorozu said in annoyance, her cheeks also having a crimson tint, though nowhere near as bad as what Izuku felt sure he looked like at the moment. She turned back to him. In any case, we're guaranteed first and second place. Regardless of the exact result of our match, that deserves some celebration, I think, and I believe we get at least 1 day off after the festival. We should get lunch and then do something together to enjoy the day. You, too, Uraraka. You will get one of the third-place medals, after all. Izuku was simultaneously relieved and disappointed when it became clear that Yaoyorozu didn't intend for it to be just the two of them. I'm game, the brunette said cheerfully. Jiru, Ida, you're both welcome to come as well, Yaoyorozu said. Jiru quickly agreed, but Ida was non-committal, saying he would go so long as no family matters came up. Are you okay, Ida? Izuku said. You seem distracted. The bespectacled young man gave him a smile. I'm quite fine, my friend, he said. My brother recently shared a piece of news with me that's quite shocking. I'm afraid I can't go into more detail, but everything is all right. Thank you for your concern, though. An awkward silence descended, at least until Uraraka gently elbowed Jiru. So, what's the over-under on those two destroying the entire stadium before they are done? Yaoyorozu sighed while Uraraka descended into a fit of giggles. Sometimes, oftentimes, Izuku couldn't believe all the things that had happened to him since the day he'd gotten the ring. He was attending UA as a hero student. And he was here, in the sports festival. Not only that, but he was about to compete in the final round. He had watched the festival on TV every year since he'd been a young child and his mother had explained to him what it was, but in his heart of hearts, Izuku had never quite believed he'd be in one, even as he'd refused to give up his dream of becoming a pro hero. On top of all that, he had friends. Not people who pretended to be his friends out of pity. Not even friends who thought of him as the vaguely pathetic tag-along, but ones who viewed him as skilled and valuable, a true member of their group. And while the idea of a girl ever viewing him in a romantic way still seemed pretty crazy, when he spent time with Yaoyorozu and something excited her enough to cause joy to bubble past the raven-haired beauty's usual self-control and she gave him a dazzling smile that made his heartbeat accelerate and his palms sweat, it seemed a little less crazy. After having endured 10 years of people telling him that he had no hope of becoming a pro hero, that UA would never even look at a quirkless Deku like himself, that he'd be fortunate to even be able to find a job when he grew up, and that no one would ever want him in any capacity, all of that was more mind-blowing than having a practically magic ring created by space aliens choose to grant him incredible powers. Indeed, having his life change so dramatically for the better frequently felt like a dream to him. If it was, he hoped he didn't wake up anytime soon. All right, all you lovely listeners, are you ready for the final match to determine which amazing first-year student walks away the winner of this festival? The audience's response was thunderous. Well, All right then. You've waited enough, so let's get this party started. The voice hero cheered. Our first contestant is one classy young lady who can create any object. She's a recommended student and the rep of Class A, was in the top 5 in the obstacle race, and a member of the first place team in the cavalry battle. Give it up for Momo Yorozu. Watching from the mouth of the entrance to the stadium grounds, Izuku smiled as Yorozu walked onto the ring, waving at the crowd as she went. Izuku was pretty sure she had more poise in her little finger than he had in his whole body. He wondered if it was just the sort of thing you learned when you came from a super-rich family like hers, or if she was naturally like that. And her opponent, this fearsome Jade Lightning Bug, holds the current record for most points on the UA entrance exam. He cleared the way for his fellow students in the obstacle race and still won first place, was another member of the first place team for the cavalry battle, and is the vice rep of Class A. Please welcome back to the ring, Izuku Midoriya. Taking a deep breath, he strode out onto the grounds and then into the ring, giving the crowd a stiff wave and trying not to let himself be overwhelmed by how surreal it felt to have so many people cheering for him. All right, by this point, you're familiar with the rules, but here they are again, Midnight said. You fight until your opponent is out of the ring, unconscious, or is unable to move. Don't get too crazy or cementos and I will intervene. Understand? Yes, Ms. Kiyoma, Yorozu agreed. Yes, Izuku nodded. Very well, the R-rated heroine said. Contestants, are you ready? Izuku and Yorozu both confirmed that they were. Then, begin. Midnight shouted. The moment they heard her WHP crack, both students wasted no time. Yorozu charged forward, while Izuku funneled willpower into the ring, creating jade copies of the other 18 members of Class 1A, who immediately rounded on the lone creation user. Yorozu didn't even break stride, however. Fearsomely sharp blades burst from her forearms, and she made short work of the constructs of 𝐼𝐺 and 𝐿, the two dissipating like so much smoke as she sliced through them. You've gotten better since the USJ, she complimented as she narrowly dodged a sonic blast from the Jiru construct and sidestepped a splash of neon green acid from the Ashido one, spraying the Kaminari construct with glue and causing Izuku to dispel that one. So have you, he replied as he had the Todoroki construct start creating a jade glacier while the Mineta construct began barraging her with emerald orbs. Uzu deftly avoided the sticky ball and hurled what was either a very large firecracker or a small stick of dynamic at Mineta's doppelganger, the explosion taking it out instantly. Shooting out a piece of tape from her palm, she attached it to the green glacier and swung herself up, landing a solid kick to the Todoroki construct as she did and causing it to vanish. The Kirishima and Asui constructs charged, but despite having hardened itself, Kirishima's emerald twin was cut cleanly in two with little effort on Yorozu's part. The Asui construct's tongue was even easier to slice through. Okay, I know that those things aren't really us, and also aren't alive, but watching Yorozu brutally rip through Midoriya's constructs of us like this is disturbing, right? Kaminari asked from where he was watching in the 1A spectators box. Koda made a noise of agreement, his eyes wide as Yorozu responded to the flock of jade birds his Viridian double sent her way with a hail of what looked like grenades. I'm pretty sure she smiled when she blew up Greenme, Mineta shivered. Are you kidding? Kirishima said, his sharp teeth giving his wide grin a distinctly shark-like appearance. This is super manly. You serious? Zero asked, taken aback. Of course I am. Kirishima said, clenching one hand into a fist. We're seeing what Yorozu can really do when she has no reason to hold back, and it's incredible. I knew she was dangerous, but I didn't know she was that dangerous. She's like a one-woman army out there. It makes me want to get stronger so I don't get left in the dust. I guess that's one way to look at it, Kaminari muttered dubiously. With most of the 1A constructs destroyed, Momo created a pair of electrified Eskrima sticks, zapping the Tokoyami construct and its emerald shadow when they got close, then charged directly at Midoriya. Her vice rep generated a protective green bubble around himself a second before she was in range, and from the corner of her eye she could see the remaining constructs winking out, no doubt because Midoriya was focused on defending himself now. She jammed the business ends of her weapons into the side of the force bubble as hard as she could, and electricity crackled over the surface of the barrier. Momo remembered how much abuse Bakugo had poured onto the similar protective sphere during the cavalry battle. She wasn't sure if she could match that, or even if it was as simple as punishing his defense just as much, but she was certainly going to try. Jade hands burst out of the bubble, grabbing her by the shoulders and pushing her backwards. Momo was quickly able to slice the tendrils connecting the hands to Midoriya and make them vanish, but by the time he had taken to the air and was several meters above her. Momo immediately created a number of small fireworks and launched them at him. "Don't think you can keep away from me up there," she called. She realized suddenly that she was smiling. This match was incredibly important, with high stakes despite the fact that both would no doubt be showered with attention from civilians and pro-heroes alike regardless of who ultimately won. The student who took first place in the festival could always count on the best offers from pro-heroes, and such a thing could have a massive impact on their future. Still, she was having fun, she realized. This felt a lot like the exercises they do at her family's training facility, except Midoriya was no longer bound by the rules they'd established to help him learn to think more creatively with his quirk, rules that massively slanted the odds in her favor during their bouts. "Who says that's what I'm trying to do?" he called back, grinning. Then, green light flared around him, and Yorozu's eyes widened as she realized what he was making. "So, Eraserhead, give me your opinion of this matchup," President MIC said. "Both these students have been pretty much unstoppable so far. Who do you think is going to win here?" "Hard to say," Eraserhead admitted. "Their quirks are powerful, versatile, and quite similar. Most likely it's going to come down to which of them gets more creative, or who manages to exploit the differences in their abilities better." "An astute analysis, my friend," President MIC said. "Oh, it looks like Midoriya's taken to the air after narrowly escaping Yorozu's electric assault. Now he's counterattacking with, oh wow. Am I really seeing this?" A jade double of the hero Godzilla now occupied the ring, much larger than the already huge pro was in real life. "Interesting," Eraserhead remarked as Midoriya flew inside his construct, taking up a position in its chest, as though there was nothing surprising about this turn of events at all. To be fair, Midoriya had created giant constructs of Godzilla and Mount Lady during the obstacle race, so it was no shock that he could do this. It was still unexpected to see it during the tournament, however. It'll be hard for Yorozu to stay in the ring when Midoriya's construct is taking up most of the space, the underground hero added. "That's what you're taking away from this turn of events?" President MIC sputtered. Eraserhead just grunted in response. As they watched, Yorozu was able to shoot out a strand of tape and get the end to the stick to the construct. The raven-haired girl started swinging around its giant form, slashing at it with the blades coming out of her forearms, but this construct was clearly much more durable than the ones that were only as large as ordinary people and was so far standing up to the attacks quite well, despite the deep gashes her blades left in it. "It looks like Yorozu isn't about to throw in the towel, even in the face of this titanic attack," President MIC said. Eraserhead muted their microphones for a moment. "I'm seriously going to be deaf by the end of this," he complained. "If you haven't gone deaf around me yet, I don't think it's going to happen." MIC retorted cheerfully. "Guys," Kaminari said as she gazed up at Yorozu as she swung around Midoriya's giant construct. "Did this just turn into Attack on Titan?" Jiru made a face and opened her mouth to scold him for saying something so dumb. However, she hesitated before the words actually got out, looking up again at the raven-haired girl swinging blades at a giant monster while she herself swung around it. "You know, I think it kind of did," she admitted. Izuku grinned as he watched Yorozu swing around the Godzilla construct he'd created, cutting into it over and over with her blades. The level of skill and courage she was demonstrating was absolutely incredible. Unfortunately for her, she'd made one significant mistake. He abruptly dispelled the Godzilla construct, leaving himself floating in midair, and leaving the strand of tape Yorozu had been swinging from with nothing to hold on to. With a yelp, Yorozu went tumbling back towards the ring. Izuku quickly created a construct of a large cushion directly beneath her, but he surrounded it with one of a cage as well. "Sorry it has to end like this, Yorozu," he thought. Then there was a series of loud pops, and Yorozu's course changed, until she landed on the ring in a roll, well outside the cage he'd created to trap her in. He frowned as he descended back to the ground. That had sounded and looked like Kaken's quirk, but she'd never been able to use it to propel herself like that without seriously burning her hands. Yorozu must have guessed at what he was thinking, because she raised her hands. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the thick gloves she was now wearing. "Those look like," she nodded. "I made them from the same material as the ones Bakugo has as part of his costume. They allow me to use much more powerful explosions without burning my hands," she said. "Of course, not being able to create anything but Bakugo's nitro from my hands is a serious issue, so I don't think I'll make them a part of my own costume. But they'll certainly be useful here." "You're brilliant," he said, grinning. "I'm still not going to let you win, though." "I wouldn't want you to," she assured him, smiling back. He unleashed a quick series of energy blasts, which he followed up with a hail of small grenade and firecracker constructs. "Going for brute force now, Midoriya?" Yorozu teased as she ran to avoid the barrage. "Just trying to get the job without getting needlessly fancy," he replied. Yorozu didn't respond to that, at least not with words. Instead, she activated her quirk again, smoke billowing from her exposed skin. Combined with the smoke from all the explosive constructs he'd made, it wasn't long before she was totally obscured. Izuku kept up his assault for a few more seconds but then stopped, not wanting to attack blindly. The last thing he wanted was to seriously hurt her, and in any case, if he was missing by a wide margin, then keeping it up just gave her time to create whatever she wished. He moved to an unobscured corner of the ring, wanting to change position from where she'd last seen him. He held his breath for a moment, waiting for an attack to shoot through the air at where he'd been. Izuku was vaguely aware of present MIC making a remark about how the tension was killing him, but he barely registered it. Even though he knew she didn't have a hearing quirk, he breathed as quietly as he could, expecting an attack at any moment. He focused his mind, and suddenly he was flanked by several top heroes. Reinforcements created, he then brought a huge, oscillating fan into existence. "You can't hide from me," he thought as he swayed it on. The smoke was blown away in seconds, revealing, "R.O.," Izuku said, eyes widening. Yorozu, wearing infrared goggles and ear protection, fired the cannon she'd created. Heavy artillery had once been Momo's go-to creations when she'd wanted something really impressive or powerful. She'd made a cannon during Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment test, and she'd made one during the recommended student's exam for UA. It wasn't exactly subtle or incredibly imaginative, but there was no denying the effectiveness of it. More recently, however, she'd been changing tactics and using big guns less frequently. A high-caliber gun was undeniably powerful, but something so large and complex took a great deal of time to create, and it taxed her fat reserves significantly as well. Midoriya had pointed out in his analysis that efficiency for her meant achieving her objectives with the least massive creations possible. Why create a big, heavy weapon made of kilos and kilos of steel and other heavy components when a few hundred grams of knockout gas, glue, or perhaps even water would do the job just as well? Certainly, since learning how to duplicate the effects of others' quirks, she had put that principle into practice to great effect. Still, there were times when there was just no substitute for the sheer brute force of a cannon. She peeled off the infrared goggles and ear protection she'd made for herself just as the smoke from her cannon's shot cleared. Midoriya was still standing, no doubt having gotten a protective barrier up in time, though even from the other side of the ring, she could see that he looked visibly dazed. Perhaps more importantly, several of his constructs remained. Her attack had blown away the constructs of All Might, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, and Wash, but jade versions of Hawks, Best Jeanist, and Miko remained. DMN, she thought. Momo had really hoped for better. Her fat reserves were running low. She could feel in the ache that had accompanied every use of her quirk in the last couple of minutes and the way her fatigue seemed to be increasing more quickly than it should. She had been using her quirk heavily all day, and a big lunch hadn't helped to replenish her reserves all that much. Her body was starting to rebel against using it more. Still, she wasn't about to give up now. The three hero constructs charged, but Momo could immediately see that Izuku was still too out of it to command them as well as he had when he'd formed constructs of the rest of 1A, ironically making the pros' doppelgangers less skilled than the ones of their fellow students. It might just be what saved her. Activating her quirk, She pulled a new bow staff from her abdomen and swung at the Miko construct, which was ahead of the other two. She caught the Jade Rabbit hero across the torso, staggering the construct. Another strike from her staff and then a blow from her elbow sent the green Miko collapsing to the ground. The best genist construct unleashed what seemed like a million strands of green fibers at her, no doubt hoping to entangle her, but she created a new blade from her forearm, hissing at the discomfort of doing so, which was bordering on pain now. Her ultra-sharp weapon made short work of the green fibers, and then Beast Genist himself. Then she recreated the gloves from before. Abandoning her staff, she launched herself into the air with explosions, leaping onto the back of the Hawk's construct. A couple of point-blank explosions was all it took to make it dissipate like so much smoke in the wind. Momo landed back on the ring in a three-point stance, grabbed her staff again, and sprinted at Midoriya. She needed to end this quickly. Momo was mere moments away from landing a fierce blow when a wave of green light and force abruptly erupted from Midoriya, sending her flying. She grunted as she landed on the ground, still mercifully inside the ring, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. She hadn't known he could do that. She wasn't sure he had known he could do that. The creation user sprang to her feet just in time to see Midoriya shaking his head, almost visibly clearing out the cobwebs. Emerald light pulsed around him as he formed a new construct. "Oh dear," she breathed. A construct of Momo herself now stood before her, clad in her hero costume and clutching a jade bow staff. Grimacing, the true Momo held her staff up in a defensive stance. Yet despite everything, she found herself quite flattered. There was something about the way the construct held itself. The green Momo seemed to radiate strength and confidence in a way the real hero student felt sure she herself had never managed. She suspected her emerald double was a little bit taller than she was, too, for that matter. Is this how he sees me? She wondered. Then the construct charged. Momo moved to meet it, and there was a loud clack as their staves met. She swiped with her blade, but the construct easily dodged out of the way and sent a spray of neon green glue towards her feet, forcing Momo to retreat a couple of steps to avoid it. Then the construct fired a long strand of tape at her, but she was easily able to slice it with her blade. She was just thinking she could probably take down her double when she felt something like rope wrap around her torso and suddenly pull taut. "No," she yelped, belatedly realizing her error. She had just assumed that Midoriya had gone back to relying almost exclusively on his constructs of pro-heroes and his classmates in the heat of the moment and had allowed herself to focus entirely on her Jade doppelganger. But apparently he had learned quite well from their training sessions together, and he'd managed to ensnare her with simple constructs of cord. Momo immediately tried to cut herself free, but the construct took the opportunity to pile on. A sharp smack of a bow staff kept her from getting her blade anywhere near the ropes Midoriya was generating, and the construct was quick to follow up with reams of tape and glue. She collapsed to the ground, rapidly starting to look like a mummy from the neck down. "Yorozu, can you move?" Midnight asked. She felt like she could have managed some means of escape if she hadn't been pushing herself and her quirk to the limit all day, or if her life had depended on it. Perhaps she could have somehow brute-forced her way to freedom with explosives or more blades, or maybe she could have created a flashbang and stunned Midoriya enough to cause him to dispel his constructs. As it was, she was exhausted, and the idea of using her quirk to create anything of even moderate size right now was almost unthinkable. She strongly suspected she'd hurt herself if she tried, in fact. "No," she sighed, smiling ruefully. "Yorozu is immobilized," Midnight announced. "Midoriya wins the match and the tournament." And there you have it, folks. After one of the most spectacular finales I've ever seen, Izuku Midoriya manages to win it all. Present MIC exclaimed. In fact, he won or was on the winning team in all 3 rounds. Do we have some special award for a student who manages that hat trick? No, Eraserhead grunted. Well, then, hey, wait, Shota, where are you going? The events are over. I'm done. Find someone else to be your sidekick next year. Hey now, don't be like, and he's gone. Momo noticed a hand reaching down next to her and was suddenly aware that the layers of green restraints on her had vanished. Looking up, she saw Midoriya was offering to help her up. Smiling, she took his hand, allowing him to assist her in getting back to her feet. "Congratulations on your victory," she said. "Thanks," he replied. "You were really amazing, too." Midoriya seemed to realize then that he was still holding her hand, and he abruptly let go, blushing fiercely. Momo giggled, though she felt her cheeks warm somewhat as well. It had felt very nice. She rather wished he hadn't let go. "Let's give it up one more time for our first and second place winners, Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yorozu." "Present MIC" said. The crowd went wild. Momo turned and waved to the audience. As much as she would have liked to have attained first place, she definitely didn't feel like any sort of loser. "Well, I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised at how little damage the two of you did to one another out there," Recovery Girl remarked as she planted a wet kiss on first Izuku and then Yorozu. "Thank you, Recovery Girl," he said, getting up off the examination table and giving her a bow. "Yes, your help is appreciated," Yorozu agreed. "I'd praise you too for your restraint in the last match, but I actually watched it," the old heroine remarked, using her syringe cane to point at a small television in her office, which was currently swayed off. "It's a wonder I'm not treating at least one of you for a concussion." Izuku chuckled nervously. "Thank you again for healing us. We should get going, though. Don't want to miss the award ceremony." Recovery Girl shooed them away with a tired wave. Taking the dismissal for what it was, Izuku was quick to make for the exit, with Yorozu right behind him. However, he slowed for just a brief moment to gaze in the direction of the bed where 𝐭𝐽𝐻 had been deposited following his match with the creation user. The privacy curtain was still drawn, but the silence from behind it was ample proof that the explosive blonde was still asleep. He'd expected that Recovery Girl would have woken him by now, but he wasn't about to complain. "I don't know how much more restraint we really could have shown," Yorozu remarked as they made their way through the halls of the stadium. "I know if I'd held back, you would have defeated me immediately." "She might have been talking about that cannon," he said. "Though I know that wouldn't have really hurt me so long as I had my barrier up." "Indeed," she agreed with a small smile. They emerged in the stadium's main grounds a few moments later, and Izuku's breath caught at the sight of the winner's podium standing in the center. "This kind of thing will never fail to blow my mind," he whispered reverently. Yorozu giggled softly at that, causing him to flush. He got the feeling she wasn't quite so awed at the notion of not only having been in the UA Sports Festival but also getting to stand on the podium at the conclusion of it. Izuku supposed that wasn't exactly shocking. With her amazing quirk and intelligence, not to mention her wealthy family, this never would have seemed like an impossibility to her the way it once had for him. They took their spots on the podium, where Uraraka and Honinuki were already standing on the third-place tier together. "Glad you could make it," the brunette teased playfully. "Midnight did insist we go to see Recovery Girl," Yorozu replied with a smile. "Congratulations again on your performance, Uraraka." "You too, Honinuki." "Right back at you, Yomo," Uraraka said. "And you, too, Midori." "Thanks," he managed to get out. "You're one of the students who stopped the league's Nomu creature?" Honinuki asked, looking skeptical that someone with such stage fright could have managed such a feat. "We did that together," Yorozu answered as Izuku descended into embarrassed stammering, just a touch of sharpness in her tone at the implication. A series of loud pops sounded overhead, cutting off the conversation. "Oh cool. Fireworks," Uraraka said, grinning delightedly. "Now, let's move on to the award ceremony." Midnight spoke, voice amplified by some unseen microphone. "As is customary for UA, third place is shared by both students eliminated in the semifinal round." Uraraka took that as her cue to wave to the audience. Honinuki just stood there stoically. "Now for the medals." Midnight continued. "Presenting them this year, you know who he is." All Might came sailing through the air at that moment, landing in front of the podium. "I am here, with the medals," he proclaimed. "Everyone's favorite hero, All Might." Midnight said at the same time. There was an awkward moment as All Might and Midnight apologized to one another for the flubbed introduction. Fortunately, the crowd seemed to be too awed at the sudden appearance of the number one hero to really take note, though Uraraka giggled at the display. Well, no matter, All Might laughed it off, taking one of the bronze medals that Midnight was holding out. He approached the lone member of 1B on the podium. Young Honinuki, when faced with an opponent able to easily avoid your quirk, you refused to give up and used everything you had at your disposal. That kind of persistence will serve you well in the future. Thank you, sir, Honinuki said. All Might then embraced the young man, who stiffened in surprise until the number 1 hero released him. Taking the other bronze medal from Midnight, he turned his attention to the brunette also standing on the 3rd place podium. Young Uraraka, you found yourself at a disadvantage more than once in the tournament but persevered until you reached this point, he said. Keep displaying that level of grit and ingenuity, and you could be one of the great heroes of tomorrow. Thank you, she said as she draped the medal around her neck and then also gave her a brief embrace. All Might then grabbed the silver medal. Young Urazu, while it's only been a short time since the start of the school year, I'm already amazed at how far you've come. I can scarcely imagine how strong and formidable a hero you'll be when you graduate. Thank you, All Might, but I wouldn't have come nearly so far without help from Midoriya, she said as he placed the silver medal on her. Is that so? Well, no doubt it required significant effort and dedication on your part, something I'm sure he'd agree with. All Might said, Izuku nodding vigorously as the massive hero also gave Momo a brief hug. And last but not least, you, young Midoriya, All Might said, taking the gold medal. He leaned in close and spoke softly, so only Izuku could hear him. You keep proving I was wrong on the day we met, and I've never been so happy to have to eat my words. He leaned back and resumed at a more normal volume as he put the medal on him. You and all of your classmates have indeed shown today that you are here and ready to fight for justice in the future. Thank you, Izuku said, practically sobbing by this point. All Might turned to face the crowds. Well, these are your winners. But let's not forget that all the students here have the potential to be standing up here. The students of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. And in that spirit, let's have one final cheer. Plus Ultra, the audience screamed. Thanks for all your hard work. All Might exclaimed at the exact same time. It was like the awkward moment from All Might's entrance, except multiplied by about 1 million. Oh my god, the number 1 hero's a dork. Uraraka exclaimed as she succumbed to a fit of giggles. Wiping tears from his eyes, Izuku could only nod, deciding that while this moment may not have gone the way whoever had choreographed it might have wanted, he wouldn't change a thing about it, or any of today. Hours earlier, the hero killer crept through the alleyways of Hosu, determined not to be spotted by the heroes who were forming a clumsy dragnet looking for him. He feared no hero, trusting in his skills and the righteousness of his cause, but he was no fool who wanted to confront multiple pros at once. He would wait until he could get his prey alone, then he would strike, wiping out another fake from the world of professional heroics. Ingenium would make a fine sacrifice on the altar of a purer world of heroes. He knew the young man was widely lauded, but he saw the truth, a fraud who deployed an army of sidekicks to do most of the work for him, swooping in to claim the glory, while caring little about truly saving those who needed it. A fine sacrifice indeed. There you are. Stain tensed, whirling about and bringing up his katana. A muscular man of average height stood before him, clad in a black costume he was unfamiliar with, almost entirely in black. A mask covered his head save for his lower face, with a white, upside-down triangle on his chest offering essentially the only embellishment to his ensemble. A short cape hung from his shoulders, and for some reason, he wore a single black glove on his right hand. Who are you? Stain demanded. A hero. He made it his business to know as much as possible about the heroes in whatever area he was operating in, but it was impossible to know every last one in cities of even moderate size, what with the way the government gave away licenses to anyone who was halfway competent with their quirk. That heroes were also increasingly coming from out of town to any area where he was known to be operating out of as his infamy grew also meant there was no way for him to be familiar with every pro he might cross paths with. The man in black chuckled, and it was impossible to miss the sinister note. No. Villain. Stain hissed. The man laughed again. Nothing so simple, he said. Though I suppose to someone like you, it may as well be. You see the world in black and white, don't you? Ironic. Silence, fiend. Stain spat, charging forward. The villain didn't move, didn't try to dodge. He didn't even flinch as Stain's katana went straight through his shoulder. "You've made quite a name for yourself, hero killer," he remarked, as though he hadn't just been impaled with a sword. "So many people are afraid of you. I wonder how many more people will have strong feelings about you once the world hears about all the high-minded reasons behind your little crusade." Hissing wordlessly, Stain withdrew his blade and retreated several steps. There was blood on his katana, he noted, but not nearly as much as there should have been, given the wound he'd inflicted. It was like he'd stabbed a dead body rather than a living villain. Nevertheless, he was quick to like the blade, eager to activate his quirk and end this villain. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible in case the altercation had drawn the attention of any heroes. Also, this unexpected foe was unnerving him more than he'd care to admit. Stain knew something was wrong the moment he tasted the blood. The hero killer recoiled, gagging at the rancid taste of it. He realized he was on the ground before he registered having fallen. His whole body was suddenly in agony, and he could barely tell which way was up. "What's the matter?" the man in black asked. "Eat something that didn't agree with you." "Please," Stain gasped. He wanted to plead that he needed to live, because his mission was yet woefully incomplete. That only All Might was allowed to kill him. He couldn't get out the words through the pain and dizziness. "It's okay," the villain whispered in a faux soothing tone. "I'll end your pain with my black hand." Later that day, a sidekick of Team Ida-10 discovered the grisly corpse of the hero killer, chest ripped open and heart missing. A couple of hours after the conclusion of the festival, Recovery Girl sighed as she finished the last of the paperwork she needed to fill out regarding the treatments she'd given the various students who'd come to see her today. It honestly hadn't been as bad as it usually was, especially for first-year students, but she was still eager to be done with it, especially since she'd need to do it again for the second and third years in the next 2 days. "Only one thing left," she said as she put her pen away into the desk drawer and turning toward the still unconscious form of Bakugo. Had she needed to delay waking the explosive blonde until not only after the festival had concluded but also the rest of his classmates had been informed they had the next 2 days off and been dismissed? No, she could have woken him hours ago. But she'd remembered Yorozu coming to her after the battle trials, obviously very shaken despite trying to retain her composure, her hands burned from her desperate escape. Not being a teacher, Recovery Girl didn't usually review the recordings from things like battle trials, but she had access to them. She had been appalled at Bakugo's actions, and she'd given Toshinori a few smacks of her cane when she'd learned he'd received no punishment for it, at least until he'd told her that he'd discussed the matter with Aizawa and the more seasoned teacher had blithely waved off the incident. She didn't bother growling to Eraserhead about it, knowing from experience that the man would refuse to budge on the issue. He was always so certain he was right, that one, claiming he always took the most rational course of action. Not a difficult thing, when your definition of rational was "thinks the way I do." It wasn't a good attitude for a teacher to have, in her opinion, but Nezu had always seemed to like the unconventional types for the sake of it, especially those he felt kept the students on their toes. So long as some of the graduates from Aizawa's classes continued to rank highly in the hero charts, the principal would let the underground hero behave as he wished with few limits. All of which meant that ensuring that this young man missed the rest of the festival and that his classmates didn't have to deal with him was all she could do. Moving to his bedside, she administered a quick kiss on the boy's cheek, activating her quirk. Bakugo probably would have burned through the rest of the quirk-created sedative in his system fairly shortly anyway, and he had plenty of stamina from his long nap. His crimson eyes popped open immediately. "What the F?" he muttered, sitting bolt upright. "What the hell happened? Where am I?" "You're in my office, young man," Recovery Girl said. "You passed out after Yorozu managed to use that knockout gas on you." His eyes widened. "Who won?" he demanded, his teeth grinding together. "Who won the festival?" "Midoriya did," she answered. "Yorozu took second place." The explosive blonde's red eyes bulged, nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. Recovery Girl realized too late what was about to happen to smack him with her cane and stop him, and so she instead raised her hands, covering her ears at the last moment. It was later said that Bakugo's scream was heard for several kilometers all around the stadium. "Izuku! He woke immediately, ending his peaceful slumber in his bed after the sports festival. A soft gasp escaped him as he found himself gazing up into the onyx eyes of Yorozu. His curvy classmate was on all fours above him, her knees straddling his torso. "Oh," he gasped out, not managing to ask her what she was doing here. She giggled. "Call me Momo, silly," she said, gently tapping his nose with her fingertip. The chaste bit of contact made him feel like steam was about to shoot out of his ears. Momo. He belatedly realized she was in her hero costume for some reason, or at least the leotard. The belt and boots were missing. "Of course," she smiled, tone silky in a way he'd never heard from her before. "It would be silly for you keep calling me by that nickname, considering what we're about to do." What we're about to do?" Izuku asked. He hated that he was stuttering, but he couldn't have stopped if his life depended on it. Rather than answer him, she reached down and grabbed one of his hands with hers, his skin tingling at the point of contact. Izuku's eyes widened when she began guiding his hand towards her chest. "Momo," he breathed. She opened her mouth, and "A new day is here. A new day is here. A new day is here." Izuku jerked awake for real this time, finding that he was indeed in his bed, but that the extremely attractive class rep was entirely absent. Reaching out, he slapped the button on top of his All Might-themed alarm clock, silencing it. Then he flopped over with a groan and buried his face in his pillow. "Okay, I guess that just happened," he mused, Mogo's suggestion from many weeks ago now ringing mockingly through his mind. It wasn't the first time he'd had a dream like that about Yorozu, though it was something that was becoming increasingly common. He always felt a little guilty when he woke up from these dreams. It seemed like his sleeping mind was trying to use Yorozu like some kind of plaything, discarding her actual personality to instead conjure up someone eager to throw herself at him. Though, if he was going to be having these kinds of dreams, it would have been nice if they could kiss or do other things in them before he woke up, but they never did. Of course. No girl would ever want you, you worthless Deku, not even in your dreams. A voice that sounded suspiciously like Kaken cackled from his subconscious. Ignoring it, he reluctantly got out of bed and tracked down his phone. Unlocking it and opening the chat app, he checked on the most recent conversation. It had been clear by late afternoon the previous day that the celebratory group outing they had planned was going to be smaller than originally intended. Uraraka's parents had made a surprise visit, and so she wanted to spend time with them, especially since they weren't able to come see her often. Ida, too, had later said he couldn't come, also citing family reasons. His brother had apparently managed to get enough of a break from hero work to join his younger brother and their parents for a slightly belated fancy meal together to celebrate Ida's performance at the festival. Ida had apologized profusely for having to cancel, saying he didn't think his performance merited celebration from his family, but it was clear he didn't want to disappoint them. Jiru had likewise said she couldn't go, though she was much cagier about her reasons. Judging by the vaguely teasing comments she made in the chat, he suspected it was less that she couldn't attend and more that she wanted to give him and Yorozu time alone together. Which meant it was just him and Yorozu, going on something that wasn't a date but suddenly looked quite a lot like one. This is fine, he thought. Izuku wasn't sure if he wanted to thank Jiru or throttle her. Sighing, he looked down at the power ring that sat upon his finger. It barely took a thought from him to make it shimmer and then vanish from sight. He was very well practiced at that particular trick by now. Far be it from him to turn down a chance to spend time with Yorozu, he decided as he gathered a change of clothes and headed for the bathroom to clean up. In retrospect, Momo realized that it might have been just a tad naive of them to expect that they could simply spend a day out in the city like normal. She had rather wanted to go to lunch at that salad bowl place she and Midoriya had visited after their first day at UA, as she had enjoyed it and felt that the enormous growth she'd enjoyed since starting the school year had truly begun there. Midoriya had been a little surprised and perhaps bemused by her selection, but he was certainly willing to go. The two of them had been instantly recognized as the first and second place winners of the first year's sports festival, and fans and onlookers had mobbed them immediately, with people shouting questions or asking to take selfies with them. They had somehow managed to escape and lose the crowd, eventually ducking into a restaurant where Momo frequently went with her family, where the owner was more than happy to put them in a private room, away from prying eyes. Izuku looked vaguely intimidated by the establishment, to Momo's mild confusion, but he didn't complain. He could hardly argue that it would be better to venture to a more public venue at the moment. "Sorry, I never gave a thought to the possibility we might be recognized," Izuku said as they sat down. Momo shook her head. "Neither did I," she confessed. "I suppose it's just something we'll need to get used to, however, if we're to be pro-heroes." "I didn't think we'd need to get used to it so soon, though," he remarked. "We did make a rather big splash at the festival," Momo said with a smile. Midoriya chuckled weakly. "I guess we did." The meal was pleasant, with the two maintaining easy conversation the whole way through. Midoriya asked her a few things about her performance in the festival, like how she had found out enough about Bakugo's gloves to be able to replicate them, but for the most part, they avoided talking shop throughout the meal. After the intensity of the festival and the days of training leading up to it, she was more than happy to focus on unimportant frivolities for a few hours. Midoriya attempted to pay at the end of the meal, but after seeing the way his face paled under his freckles after he got a look at the check, Momo quickly insisted that since she'd picked the restaurant, she should be the one to pick up the bill. "That's that taken care of," she said once she'd seen to the check. "Now we just need to be able to get out of here without drawing a mob again." She lifted up her shirt, suppressing a giggle at the way Midoriya averted his gaze with a blush on his face, as though he hadn't seen her exposed midriff dozens of times already, and activated her quirk. She laughed and smiled a lot when she was with Midoriya, she'd noticed. "These ought to help us avoid detection," Momo said. "We'll need to throw them away after today, however. I don't want to damage the economy, after all." Midoriya blinked at the items she was holding out before taking the flu mask and the baseball cap. He grinned as he put them on. "Thank you." She gave him a smile, then donned the large sunglasses she'd created for herself. Reaching up, Momo undid her usual ponytail, using her fingers to smooth out her hair a bit. She would have preferred to change her hairstyle more thoroughly, but this, along with the kerchief she'd created, would have to do. She was about to put said kerchief on when she noticed Midoriya staring at her. "Do I have something on my face?" she asked. He blinked, then blushed and turned away. Sorry," he stammered. "I was just thinking you, look very nice with your hair down like that. And not that you don't look nice with your usual hairstyle. You totally do. This is just different nice," he added rapidly. Momo turned away herself now. "Thank you," she said softly, bringing a halt to his near panic. Disguises in place, they exited the restaurant, and thankfully were not accosted the moment they stepped out onto the street. "That was an amazing meal," Midoriya said. "Thank you again." She smiled. "Think nothing of it," Momo replied. "Is there anything else you had in mind for this afternoon?" He blinked. "Oh, not really. I'd be up for anything you'd want to do, though. There's a bookshop a couple of blocks from here. We could visit that," she said, a little more timidly than she would have liked. She wouldn't have suggested this if all the others had come along, but Midoriya struck her as someone who wouldn't view such a trip as an unpleasant chore akin to homework. She was delighted and a bit relieved when she saw his green eyes light up at the prospect. "Sounds like fun," he said. "Lead the way." Nodding, she headed in the direction of the bookstore, which was a family-owned establishment she patronized frequently. The store sold used and often hard-to-find books in addition to new publications. Once inside, the two of them split up for a bit, searching different sections of the store for a while, eventually reconvening at one of the tables in the store's currently quiet coffee shop, where they each got a cup of tea and looked over their selections. Midoriya had grabbed a used book on 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, along with what appeared to be. "I didn't know they sold Western comic books here," she said. He chuckled, scratching the back of his neck bashfully. "I found them in a back corner," he said. "They're only reproductions, but still pretty old. Did you know a lot of people believe All Might modeled his heroic persona after a combination of Superman and Captain America?" "I can't say I did," Momo said. "That sort of knowledge will serve you well in Ms. Kiyoma's class, I'm sure." "Thanks," he said. "What's that?" he asked, indicating the thick book she'd grabbed. "Oh, it's an encyclopedia," she said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Something to study to give you more ammo for your quirk." Midoriya asked innocently. No," she admitted, resisting the urge to lie about it. I mean, I do learn things that I can use for my quirk, but I read these just because I enjoy it. Oh, that's really cool, Midoriya said. I bet you learn a lot that way. Yes, he tilted his head. Are you okay, Yomomo? You seem kind of, he trailed off, apparently lacking the right word. She nodded. I'm quite fine. Truthfully, I was made fun of a great deal in elementary and middle school for my reading habits. A lot of the others felt it made me a bookish nerd, not someone who could take action and be a pro-hero, she admitted. I suppose I've become embarrassed about it as a result. People made fun of you, he asked, eyes wide. She chuckled. His amazement at that notion seemed silly until she remembered the construct of her that he'd made at the end of their match, and how it had radiated indomitable strength. If that was truly how he saw her, she supposed it was no wonder he was surprised that she'd ever been picked on. Yes, Momo said. I have to say, UA has been a big improvement so far. Agreed, he said at once. She frowned, recalling how extraordinarily late his quirk awakening had been. She was sure that what she'd endured was nothing compared to what he had. Momo wasn't quite sure how to say that, though, so instead she finished her tea and suggested they take their leave. Once they were back on the street, she struggled to come up with something else for them to do. It had been a while at this point, and she supposed they could have called it a day, but she found she was reluctant to do so. We're close to Dagobah Beach, he spoke up, surprising her slightly. I know the weather's not exactly great. He gestured up at the slate-gray sky. But would you like to go for a walk there? She smiled. Yes, I'd enjoy that. You cleaned up this entire beach? Verozu asked, her onyx eyes wide as she looked at the expanse of white sand. By hand. They had gone back to the car that was waiting to pick up Yorozu whenever she was done for the day and dropped off their books in the back seat. Izuku had insisted on carrying her encyclopedia as well as his own purchases, still feeling rather embarrassed about her paying for both their lunches, even if the amount it had cost was clearly nothing to her. Mostly, he said bashfully. I wanted to do physical training for UA, rather than just rely on my, quirk. Though I did use my powers at the end to finish the job before the entrance exam. Why not go to a gym, she asked. He shrugged. I wanted to do some good while I was at it. This was true but didn't tell the whole story. Izuku knew if he'd gone to his school's gym he would have been mocked mercilessly. He was sure his mother would have been willing to pay the membership at a commercial gym, but he still would have run the risk of encountering someone from Aldera, and he'd preferred the solitude of the then polluted beach. She smiled at him. You really do just want to help people, don't you? He chuckled. I guess so, he said. What about you? Why do you want to be a hero? Yorozu hummed thoughtfully. I suppose it's because it's more real than most of my other options, if that makes sense, she said. It's certainly possible I could do good from a boardroom or a corner office, but I'd be so disconnected from the people I was trying to help that I couldn't even be sure that I truly was helping. When you're a pro-hero, you know you're doing good because you're right there with the people you're protecting. That makes sense, he nodded. It's really cool that you're pursuing a career in heroics. When I'm sure you could just, sit in the lap of luxury all day, if you wanted. A dusting of red appeared on her cheeks. Thank you. She always looked so cute when she blushed just a little like that, he thought helplessly. They continued walking for a while, eventually reaching a point where most of the city seemed to have faded into the background. It was a deceptive impression. They weren't that far away from the urban core, but between a rocky outcropping and a lone, dark beach house, they seemed far away and isolated. Oh, there's something I need to tell you, he blurted out before he could lose his nerve, coming to a halt. She stopped and looked at him, gesturing for him to go on. He could tell she realized it was something important. Part of him wanted to tell her he liked her and begin courtship as Mogo had put it, but knew he couldn't do that now. Not just because he didn't think he could muster the nerve at the moment, but also because Yorozu deserved to know the truth about him before he could even think about confessing to her. He wasn't sure if he could ever get over feeling like a fraud in hero society, but he knew how to stop feeling like he was lying to his new best friend. I wasn't honest with you when I said my quirk came in just a few months before the entrance exam, he said, removing the flu mask he'd been wearing. She frowned. So, it came in earlier than that. Part of Izuku could barely believe he was about to do this, knowing he could potentially lose everything. If Yorozu told everyone. He shook his head. He didn't believe she'd do that, and this was worth the risk. No fear. No, Izuku said. My quirk never came in at all. I'm actually quirkless. I don't understand. How could you possibly be quirkless? She asked, frown deepening. The whole world saw you using superhuman abilities at the festival. Izuku sighed. This is the part where I sound crazy, he said, allowing the power ring to become visible. But I swear it's all true, and I can prove it. Why don't you start from the beginning, she suggested. Okay, he agreed. I guess for me, the beginning was during my last year of middle school. I was heading home, and a villain in this yellow armor suddenly grabbed me and started asking me all these weird questions. A hero, All Might actually, showed up and took the villain down, but after he destroyed the villain's armor, it turned out that inside was just a bunch of gray ooze. All Might contained it in a couple of soda bottles, but it later got out. I'm surprised All Might let the villain escape, Yorozu remarked. Ah, well, I might have been pestering him, Izuku said, embarrassed. It was really my fault it got away. As the pro-hero there, All Might was the one responsible for maintaining custody of the villain, but never mind, Yorozu allowed, gesturing for him to go on. When the ooze villain got out, he ended up attacking some students from my school, Izuku said. There were a bunch of pro-heroes at the scene, but they were mostly just trying to keep the bystanders back and stuff, not going to save them. They were waiting for another hero with the right quirk to show up. And I saw some kids like me in trouble and just ran to help them without thinking. The raven-haired young woman somehow managed to look exasperated and fond at once. I can understand why you'd want to act if the heroes weren't, but that was very reckless. Yeah, it wasn't my smartest move, he admitted. The villain grabbed me and soon I was covered in that gunk. But while I felt something metal suddenly slide onto my finger. He twisted the ring as he spoke, not even realizing he was toying with it. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was later told that it picked me because I have the ability to overcome great fear. Though part of me still thinks it's crazy that I got it when All Might was in the area. It certainly sounds like you were the bravest one there, right then, Yorozu said. After everything was over, I was heading home again, Izuku said. I looked at the ring and asked it what it was, and it answered. I started flying into the sky and couldn't stop myself. The ring told me that it was taking me to the planet Oa. Oa? Yorozu frowned. It's at the very center of universe, Izuku nodded. There's a group there that call themselves the Guardians of the Universe. Their species is one of the oldest in existence, and they used their advanced technology to create the power rings, which are fueled by the willpower of every living thing in existence. They give the rings out to people all across the universe who have the ability to overcome great fear so they can be part of the Green Lantern Corps, a group that works to bring peace and order to the universe. And that's how and why you have powers? Yorozu asked. Because you're a member of this Green Lantern Corps, which was created by ancient, hyper-advanced aliens who've decided to police the universe, rather than a quirk. It sounded so crazy when someone just said it like that, Izuku mused. I know it seems impossible, but it all happened, he said, taking the ring off his finger. Without this, I don't have any special powers. Yorozu was silent for a moment before answering. Forgive me, Midoriya, I don't want to doubt you, but this is a lot, she said. You mentioned being able to prove it. He nodded. Probably the most straightforward way is to have you try it, he said, holding out the ring. If that's not enough for you, we can go from there. He was pretty sure it would be enough. Trying the ring had been enough to convince All Might, after all, and number one hero had had an alternate possible explanation as to how Izuku had abruptly manifested powers. If Yorozu still remained skeptical afterwards, he might need to take her to space or something. She looked taken aback. You trust me with that? The raven-haired young woman asked, looking down at the ring in his open palm. If this is real, that's the source of all your powers you're handing me. If you lost this, I trust you, he nodded. Wordlessly, she took the ring and slipped it onto the middle finger of her right hand, eyes widening at the way it changed size slightly to accommodate her. Emerald flames erupted across her body the moment she had it on, and Yorozu released a yelp of surprise and fright. "It's okay," he rushed to reassure her. "I know it's scary, but it won't hurt you." True to his words, the flames dissipated and vanished a moment later, but they had done their job. The street clothes she'd been wearing were nowhere to be found, and she was instead clad in a modified version of her hero costume. The normally crimson leotard was a deep green, with black and white accents, and the boots were likewise now emerald in color. The 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐺 was absent, though the belt was still present. However, it was only about half as wide as normal and was now a pure white rather than the regular tan color, with a large, circular portion where it buckled in the front. Izuku just knew that was where the Green Lantern emblem would go, if she were to complete training on OA and get fully sworn in. That's odd, All Might's clothes didn't change at all when he tried on the ring. Does that mean Yorozu is a more suitable Green Lantern candidate than All Might? He wondered. Normally Izuku would have viewed the thought as an absurdity and practically a sacrilege, but he considered the young woman before him amazing enough that he didn't discount the idea. I guess it's possible that learning to use her quirk is pretty much the best Green Lantern training that someone can do without actually becoming a lantern, he thought. And I'm sure she can overcome fear. So I suppose it makes sense that, incredible, Yorozu breathed, jarring him from his thoughts. She held out a hand, frowning in concentration. A Matryoshka doll popped out of her forearm and landed in the sand. Oops, Yorozu said, looking embarrassed. Let me try again. This time, a green bow staff appeared in her grip. She gave it a few experimental swings before allowing it to vanish, then created several Matryoshka doll constructs that hung suspended in midair. "You're a natural," he said, more than a little impressed. Izuku knew he'd picked up using the ring faster than the other recruits he'd trained with on OA, but even he hadn't been making constructs that fast. Apparently learning how to use creation truly was great Green Lantern training. "It's all true, isn't it?" Yorozu asked him. "Every bit of it." He nodded. "All of it." She removed the ring, her outfit immediately reverting to the simple yet elegant blouse and skirt combination she'd had on before, and pressed it back into his hand. "Thank you for trusting me with this," she said. "The ring and the secret. You're not mad I kept it from you?" he asked. "Or feel like I'm some phony because I'm really quirkless?" "Absolutely not," she said, and he was surprised at how firm she sounded, almost stern. "Would have behaved any differently, any better at the USJ if your powers came from a quirk instead of the ring?" "I guess not," Izuku said. "Of course not," she agreed. "If the fact that your powers come from the ring instead of a quirk makes any difference, it's that you're more deserving of being a hero. You didn't just get a lucky draw on the genetic lottery like the rest of us. These guardians saw your potential and your longing to help and decided to grant you the ring to allow you to better act on it. They didn't take something worthless and make it look valuable by giving you that ring, they gave you something that would enhance what's already there. And even besides that, the ring had nothing to do with you writing up an analysis of my quirk that helped me tremendously, and put the ones done by professional quirk counselors to shame. That was all you." Izuku's eyes were like a faucet at this point, but he didn't have it in him to care just then. He'd never expected anyone to offer up such a ferocious defense him. "Thank you," he choked out. "It's only what you deserve," she said, creating a handkerchief, which he gratefully accepted, using it to blow his nose and dry his eyes. "Who else knows about this, if you don't mind my asking?" she inquired once he'd managed to compose himself. "Only my mother and All Might," he answered. She blinked. "All Might?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, after he saved me from that villain, we, had a brief conversation where I told him I was quirkless. Then he saw me at the entrance exam and asked how I was able to do what I had. He left out the part about All Might mentioning a villain with the ability to steal and give out quirks, as well as the #1 hero's injuries. Those didn't feel like his secrets to tell." It would be difficult to explain that," she nodded. "But, why tell me?" "You're important to me, Yomo," he said, and though he blushed furiously, he forced himself not to look away from her. "I guess I just wanted you to know what I really am. I'm honored that you trust me with this information. I promise I won't betray that trust," she said seriously. And I swear, I will never think less of you because you're quirkless. Every time he thought Yorozu couldn't get any more wonderful, she proved him wrong. Thank you, he whispered. I can't tell you how much that means. She smiled. Anytime, Midoriya. Bakugo was in a foul mood on the day classes at UA resumed again. More than usual, even. Which wasn't exactly a big surprise, considering he'd been extremely sessed off ever since waking up in Recovery Girl's office in the stadium. It had been days, and he was still seething about the whole thing. Didn't everyone realize that he was supposed to win the DMN Sports Festival? That he was the future #1 hero? And the #1 didn't lose the festival like a goddamn chump. He didn't know what enraged him more, that Ponytail had pulled that weaselly little trick by using a replica of one of his gauntlets to fire Midnight's gas, or that Deku had won the whole DMN thing by using some piece of wonder support gear to make it seem like he wasn't a worthless waste of space. Actually, scratch that, he knew exactly which one sessed him off. More. While he considered the kind of trickery Ponytail had pulled to be the sort of thing weaklings did, part of him had to begrudgingly respect someone who could actually beat him, even if they did have to resort to dirty tricks. But for the quirkless nerd to have the gall to make it seem like he was better than Bakugo himself. He wanted to blow someone up just thinking about it. Of course, the old hag had picked up on his irritable mood, and she'd missed no opportunity to either tell him he'd gotten what he deserved after wasting time during the match boasting or to order him to congratulate Deku on his win as if. In other words, they'd spent the last 2 days at each other's throats, even more so than usual. Which was one of the reasons why he'd arrived at school much earlier than usual. He'd left earlier than he'd had to just to get away from the old hag. The other reason was that he was a man on a mission. Bakugo had intended to end Deku's infuriating little deception by finding and exposing whatever piece of support gear he was using during the final round of the tournament, making sure the whole world saw him for the useless fraud he was and probably destroying whatever tech he'd been using and kicking his sorry butt in the process. However, getting eliminated by Ponytail in the DMN quarterfinals had obviously killed that idea. He wasn't about to wait a whole DMN year for another chance at that plan, especially since the format of the festivals changed every year, meaning he might not actually have a decent opportunity at it even if he did. Bakugo needed an alternate approach to expose Deku as the quirkless loser he really was, in a way that the worthless nerd couldn't cover up or hide. He needed to know more about advanced support gear, so he'd come to the support lab well before classes began. Hopefully Power Loader would already be there, and he could ask the man some questions without him realizing he was trying to figure out how to bring down UA's golden boy, who, boom. The door to the support lab slammed open with the force of the abrupt blast that had come from behind it, and a girl wearing a black tank top went flying out, colliding with the blonde and knocking him to the ground. Bakugo probably would have respected the explosion if the circumstances had been different. What the F, he snarled, roughly shoving the pink-haired girl off of himself. Okay, that was clearly too much propellant, she remarked to herself, as she pushed up her elaborate goggles up, revealing yellow eyes with crosshairs. Bakugo thought he recognized this girl from the festival, not that he cared. Yeah, whatever, he growled, getting to his feet and very deliberately not offering her a hand up. I'm looking for Power Loader. You seen him? He asked, dusting himself off. Apparently unperturbed by his rudeness or lack of concern about the explosion, the girl popped to her feet. Teacher's not here, said something about needing a quiet cup of coffee in the lounge before putting up with me all day, for some reason, she explained cheerfully. Oh, are you a hero student? He scowled. Everyone should know who he was by this point, because he should have won the festival, not gotten eliminated like some DMN extra. Yeah, what of it? I can help you, she said. You need some tweaks to your gear. Oh, or do you need me to make you a new baby? She asked, eyes sparkling. What the F are you talking about, you DMN perv, he shouted. She blinked, taken aback for the first time. Perv. I just wanted to know if you need a new baby. Maybe you realize those grenade gauntlets are too bulky. A vein throbbed in his forehead. My gauntlets are not too bulky. They need to be that size to hold enough of my sweat. He snapped. And why do you call support gear babies, goggles? Because they're my babies, she answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world, looking confused by the question. he huffed, feeling a headache coming on. Whatever, he growled. I'm not here for any of that. I had a question about support gear. Then I'm your girl, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. What do you need to know? She chirped. Call me that again, Goggles, and I'll show you an explosion that makes the one that threw you through that door look like nothing, he snapped. Anyway, do you know Deku? I mean, Midoriya. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Midoriya, sorry, sounds familiar, but I'm no good with names. The guy with the green light, he asked. She frowned thoughtfully, but Bakugo could see on her face that she hadn't made the connection. He heaved a loud, angry sigh. The guy who won the first year's sports festival. Oh. Yeah. She snapped her fingers. I tried to join his team for the cavalry battle, but his girlfriend wouldn't let me. Ponytail's not his girlfriend. Why the F would you think that? He shouted. God, just thinking about someone else thinking about Deku like that, maybe even wanting to do the nerd, was enough to make him want to hurl. Goggles shrugged. Well, she sure seemed possessive of him anyway, she replied. But whatever, I know who he is. What about him? He's quirkless, Bakugo said. She frowned. What? The nerd is quirkless, he said. I should know, I grew up with the butt, and he never had a quirk until right before the entrance exam. I think he's using a piece of support gear to fake it. I swear I caught him recharging it during the festival. She gave him a deeply skeptical look. Don't act like it's nuts, he growled. There are plenty of pieces of gear that can do the same thing as basic quirks, and even some heroes known more for what they can do with their support items than their quirks. Look at goddamn Airjet. Guy has some weak-ass quirk that lets him shoot puffs of air, but so far as most people are concerned, he's the hero who can fly. Okay, but being capable of limited flight is very different from what that green guy can do, Goggles pointed out. I mean, you're saying he has a baby that's capable of generating hard light holograms, energy blasts, defensive shields, and allowing flight, she counted off on her fingers. And it's so tiny that no one even notices it. So, you're saying it's impossible, he asked. Nothing's impossible with science, tenacity, and a willingness to experiment enough, she retorted, sounded offended at the idea. She seemed to deflate. But a baby like that would be a really tall order with current technology. So, pretend I'm right, where would he get something like that? Bakugo asked. The people at I-Island could maybe put together a baby that can do everything the green kid can. Maybe, she said. Dunno how he'd get his hands on it, though. Bakugo was just wondering the same thing. He was pretty damn sure Deku didn't have any family on I-Island who might be able to slip him some piece of super tech, and the idea of the nerd having a friend there at all, let alone one who'd smuggle out something so important for him, was too stupid to consider. A question for another time, then. And what would the weaknesses of it be, he asked. She hummed thoughtfully, tapping a finger to her chin. Well, it would pretty much have to be a big power hog, which is why he would have had to recharge it halfway through the festival, assuming you're right, and there would need to be a separate charger device of some kind. And for it to be able to have so many functions without any apparent control mechanism or the user having a quirk that helps them to control it would mean it operates off of some kind of mind-machine interface, or something close enough to one that it would be a distinction without a significant difference, she said. So disrupting the user's focus, especially at an unexpected moment, could cause issues. Also, if it's really so small that he can carry it around without anyone seeing it, it's probably pretty fragile, when the device's own abilities aren't being used to protect it. Bakugo nodded, feeling like he'd gotten everything useful out of this nutjob that he was likely to. That's what I needed, he said, turning to depart. Anytime. Goggles chirped. And feel free to come back if you ever need me to make you a baby, Bomberman. He growled wordlessly but didn't bother to go back and blow the girl up. For all that the UA Sport Festival was an event that had essentially taken the place of the now-defunct Olympic Games, and thus dominated the new CYCL when they were happening, they had largely been usurped as the current object of the media's fixation by the time classes resumed. Izuku, still somewhat reeling after being mobbed the other day while he and Yorozu had been looking for lunch, wasn't about to complain, yet he couldn't help but be disturbed by what had replaced all the festival news. The gruesome, unsolved murder of the hero killer Stain. Ah, good morning, Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see Ida, the taller boy clad in a raincoat against the morning's dreary weather. Hello, Ida, he said. How are you? Just fine, thank you. And yourself? The bespectacled youth asked briskly. Good, thanks. I see you've seen the news as well, Ida said, gesturing toward Izuku's smartphone, which was currently displaying one of the multitude of stories on Stain. Yeah, Izuku said quietly. I guess you knew earlier than the rest of didn't you? Since it was someone working for your family's agency who found him. Ida nodded. Indeed. I knew the day of the festival, in fact, he confirmed. My brother didn't seem overly worried about keeping it quiet, since he knew it would be all over the news sooner rather than later, but I still didn't wish to be the source of the initial leak. I hope you don't mind me keeping it from all of you. Not at all. Izuku was quick to reassure him, to which Ida nodded gratefully. Everyone is speculating about whether it was a pro-hero or a vigilante of some kind who did it. He remarked softly. Yes, I'd seen that as well, Ida said. The idea that there might be a vigilante out there who could have done that to Stain seems crazy, Izuku said. But the idea that a pro-hero could have killed him seems kind of impossible, too. Ida was silent for a moment. It's not that impossible. Izuku blinked, looking up at him in surprise. He would have expected his most by-the-book classmate to view a hero doing such a thing as unthinkable. My brother and both my parents are pro-heroes, and they know many more. I've been around pros all my life, Ida said, voice unusually soft. They can be great people and true champions of justice. Certainly, I admire the work my family has done tremendously, but they are still people. They feel the same pains that anyone would if they lose a friend and trusted comrade. So you believe a hero may have done it? Izuku asked. No, Ida replied at once, at a more characteristic volume. I can't believe any pro-hero would mutilate the corpse, or worse, have done such to Stain while he was still alive. Additionally, there would be little reason for a hero to hide the fact that they'd killed Stain. Even if such a hypothetical pro-hero could have ultimately subdued him and chose to kill instead, he could have simply later claimed he had no choice. It's highly unlikely any of the authorities would have scrutinized the confrontation too closely, given Stain's murderous reputation. No, I believe he merely ran afoul of someone who was very clever, very lucky, or had the perfect quirk to counteract Stain's, whatever it may have been. I see, Izuku replied. I guess I didn't think of it that way. Too used to thinking of pro-heroes as demigods instead of people, I suppose, he added silently. Ida just nodded amicably as the two of them entered the UA campus. After a quick stop for Izuku to put away his umbrella along with the flu mask and baseball cap he'd worn to avoid getting mobbed again, though these were different from the ones Yorozu had made for him, Izuku having thrown away those as she'd instructed and Ida his raincoat, the two made their way to the classroom, where several of their classmates were already present and discussing their newfound fame. I had all these people talking to me on the way here. Ashido exclaimed. I had some grade schoolers asking me how I was able to copy the second place winner's quirk, 𝐂0 groaned. My apologies, 𝐂0, Yorozu said. He waved it off. No big deal. Guess I just gotta do better next year. I had so many people staring at me. Toru exclaimed, waving her arms. It was embarrassing. What about you, Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Get recognized by people this morning. Not this morning, no. I was wearing a mask so I wouldn't be, Izuku answered. Yamomo and I got mobbed over the weekend, though. He realized he'd made a mistake before he even finished the sentence. Ashido's gold eyes immediately lit up. Oh, were you two on a date over the break? She asked. And no, it wasn't anything like that, Izuku stammered. A group of us planned to celebrate how we did in the festival, but everyone except the two of us had to cancel. Yorozu sighed. Honestly, Ashido, why are you so fixated on the possibility of Midoriya and me dating? Hey, somebody has to ship Class A's power couple, the horned girl exclaimed. P-power couple? Izuku asked, face burning. You two were first and second in the sports festival. You're officially the two strongest students in our year. Ashido exclaimed. That sounds like a power couple to me. Izuku shot a nervous glance Kaken's way, but to his surprise, it didn't seem like the bubblegum pink girl's proclamation had put him on the verge of an eruption. Instead, the explosive blonde was glowering thoughtfully at nothing in particular, apparently not even paying attention to the conversation. "I don't think that's how it works," Izuku said, turning his attention back to Ashido. "Our placement in the festival doesn't mean we're the strongest in the year. Also, we're friends, not a couple," Yorozu added. Yet, Ashido smirked. "All the tabloids think you're dating already because of the way you hugged him after you won the obstacle race. I'm sure being seen out and about together won't change anyone's mind," she added in a sing-song voice. Izuku wondered if it was a good sign that the raven-haired girl looked merely exasperated, rather than disgusted, or a bad one that she didn't seem to be a fraction as flustered as he felt. Thankfully, the arrival of Mr. Aizawa immediately ended the conversation. "Morning," the underground hero grunted as strode to the podium. "It's good to see you're healed enough to remove the bandages, sir," Asui said after the class had greeted the teacher. "The old lady's treatment was excessive," the grumpy pro grumbled, running a finger along the new scar tissue by his eye. "But never mind that. Today we're having a hero informatics class, a special one." Izuku could feel the tension in the room increase. Several of the students present, no doubt fearing a test on the laws regarding professional heroics. "You're going to be coming up with your hero aliases," Aizawa said. The class immediately exploded with excitement, at least until the teacher activated his quirk. No one had even been using their own quirks, but the red eyes were rather intimidating, and no one wanted to risk having him tie them up in his capture weapon. "But first, the results of the pro draft picks," Aizawa said. "It's based on who the pros are interested in taking under their wings following the festival. But there's ample time for them to lose interest before you graduate." Izuku resisted the urge to sigh, wondering if the underground hero would always be this much about doom and gloom. He understood the need to give them a realistic view of the challenges they faced, but Aizawa constantly seemed to be presenting them with some new fate to fear. Arisa hadn't been anywhere near as relentlessly negative when he was training under her, and the Green Lantern Corps was involved in a free-for-all war with other Power Ring Corps in the universe. "Anyway, here are the complete draft pick numbers," the teacher said, picking up a small remote and clicking a button on it, causing them to be projected onto the board behind him. Midoriya, 4,143 Yorozu, 3,874 Uraraka, 371 Bakugo, 226 Todoroki, 108 Ashido, 97 Kirishima, 45 Zero, 12 Ida, 1 Tokoyami, 1. There's typically more of a spread, and fewer offers overall, for first years. But our top two stole most of the spotlight, Aizawa said, utterly deadpan. Izuku was pretty sure he could hear Kaken's teeth grinding. He didn't dare to look at him to confirm that, however. "Dang, Yomomo, you go girl." Ashido cheered. Kaminari groaned. "Those two are in a totally different league from us mere mortals. It appears that you were able to attract attention from the pros despite not making it to the final round," Todoroki, Yorozu said. "Congratulations." "Just my father's influence, I'm sure," Todoroki said, voice flat. "I got offers. A lot of them. I'm only behind Yomomo and Midori." Uraraka exclaimed joyfully. "Well, yeah, you did place third," Jiru said with a little smirk. "Only one offer, and from my brother, no doubt," Ida sighed. "Dude!" Mineta exclaimed, grabbing Izuku's shoulder and giving it a shake. "You're totally spoiled for choice. I'm so jealous." Izuku turned to look at the smaller boy, who seemed to suddenly realize what he'd just done and cringed, pulling back. The green-haired young man blinked. Was Mineta scared of him? That seemed unlikely to Izuku, though possibly because his time at Aldera had made it difficult for him to conceive of anyone being intimidated by him under any circumstances. Regardless of whether you received any offers or not, you will have a chance to work alongside active heroes. UA partners with 40 hero agencies to ensure students will have such opportunities, Aizawa said, looking vaguely annoyed at all the excitement in the room. "Which means you'll need hero names. The ones you choose will technically be tentative, but you should still make sure to pick something appropriate, or else you might be in for hell." Midnight suddenly burst through the door in her full hero outfit, posing proactively. Izuku heard a soft sigh from behind him, and knew it was Yorozu, no doubt exasperated at the way the R-rated hero never seemed to break character. He'd noticed that Yorozu often seemed exasperated with Midnight, which he privately thought was a little odd. Sure, the heroine's persona could be a bit much sometimes, but the two were actually quite similar in how their quirks required exposed skin in order to function. Oh god, don't imagine Yorozu in Midnight's costume, don't imagine Yorozu in Midnight's costume. He told himself as that mental picture abruptly tried to make its way into his head. The name you pick today may be what the world ends up calling you, the heroine said as she strode into the room. Believe me, that's something that's happened to plenty of pros, past and present. Indeed, Aizawa agreed, addressing the class. Midnight here will be assessing your choices. I'm no good with hero names. Frankly, while names can represent one's true character, most of the time hero aliases are just exercises in branding. But government regulations require registering one, even if it's just your name, and even most underground heroes prefer to have hero aliases, if only to keep their professional and private lives somewhat separate. So I'll let you get to it while I take a nap. Midnight passed out a small whiteboard and a marker to every student, then gave them 15 minutes to write down their first choices for hero names. For his own part, Izuku had little trouble knowing what to write. He felt there was really only one choice for him, given his circumstances, and he was fine with that, but the whole thing still felt surreal to him. He was actually at UA, working on a hero name. It felt like a lifetime ago that he'd been a little boy asking his mother to write down hero names such as All Might Jr., Mighty Boy, and Small Might. When the 15 minutes were up, students began to present their proposed hero names. Oyoma's chosen hero name being an entire sentence flummoxed and confused the class, though less than the fact that Midnight only suggested minor tweaks. Ashido's reference to the Alien franchise, on the other hand, was immediately shot down by the R-rated heroine, while Asui's was approved at once. Kirishima's selection of a name that was obviously a tribute to retired pro Crimson Riot set off a lot of discussion about referencing another pro with one's hero name. One by one, the students went, mostly getting their proposed names approved by Midnight with little fuss. It was clear that everyone had put a lot of thought into their hero names. Hardly a surprise, Izuku mused. It was something most kids thought about, even if they never seriously pursued a career in heroics when they got old enough to truly consider what fields to pursue. I hope to do justice to this name, Yorozu said as she held up her whiteboard, which identified her as the everything hero, Creati. How creative! Midnight said. Izuku felt the teacher's pun was a bit on the nose, but he liked the moniker. There really wasn't much else that could capture the full scope of Yorozu's abilities. Todoroki stepped up next, holding up his whiteboard. The Sub-Zero hero, Ice Prince, he said. Midnight frowned. Are you sure about that? She asked. It's not exactly capturing your whole self. Yeah, I'm sure, the young man with the two-toned hair said, heading back to his desk without waiting for final approval from the teacher. King Explosion Murder, Bakugo proclaimed, glaring at the room as though daring anyone to dispute the name. Midnight dared. Absolutely not, she said flatly. Try again. Scowling murderously, the blonde stomped back to his seat. In contrast, Uraraka's choice of Uravity was immediately accepted, leaving just two students who hadn't gone yet. The Recipro hero, Stellantis, Ida proclaimed proudly, displaying his whiteboard. Uraraka tilted her head to the side. Stellantis. Indeed. Ida nodded. Like my brother, I decided to take inspiration from a type of engine. In this case, the manufacturer of a line of twin-turbocharged engines that began with one known as the Hurricane. Hurricane would be a cooler name, Kaminari remarked. One might argue that. Ida allowed, making his customary chopping motions. However, the vast majority of people would think of the storm rather than the engine. I suspect only automotive enthusiasts and mechanics will get the reference, still, Midnight said. However, if you're okay with that, then it's a fine hero name. Thank you, Ida said, giving the teacher a quick bow before returning to his desk. Which just left Izuku, who took a deep breath, walked up to the podium, and revealed his whiteboard. The Emerald Hero, Green Lantern. Maybe it wasn't exactly the most original thing, all things considered, but it would probably save him a lot of confusion in the future. It was also, in his mind at least, a clean break from the childish fantasy of being basically a duplicate of All Might, even as he held onto his dream of being a hero who made people feel safe just by being there. Interesting selection, Midnight remarked, looking thoughtful. Perhaps a bit on the nose, but certainly not bad. I thought it had a nice ring to it, Izuku replied with a smile. So that's everyone, except for Bakugo's revision, Midnight said. Lord Explosion Murder, the explosive teen exclaimed, holding up his slightly altered whiteboard. Midnight's face immediately settled into a scowl. No. Oh, wow, Momo said, looking at the massive stack of papers that Mr. Aizawa had unceremoniously dumped onto her desk. After Midnight had departed, the Underground Pro had made some vague but ominous remarks about the consequences of choosing the wrong agency to do a work study with, handed out the offers, then told the class they had the rest of the PRD to look them over. That done, he told them all not to disturb him and climbed into his sleeping bag. How do I even begin? She wondered as she picked up the top sheet of paper, trying not to show how overwhelmed she felt. For much of her life, her parents had warned her against flaunting her wealth at her less affluent peers, saying it both made others feel bad and made her seem arrogant and disconnected from them for no reason. Back in middle school and elementary school. Before that, it hadn't been an issue, if only because all her classmates at the private schools she'd gone to had also come from wealthy families. Since starting at UA, however, it was something she'd had more trouble with than she'd care to admit. Often she found she just didn't know if something she took for granted as perfectly ordinary was normal for those from somewhat less affluent backgrounds. While not about money, the gap between herself and most of the rest of the class in this case was abundantly clear, and she wouldn't dream of complaining about her surplus of offers when fully half of 1A had none. That didn't make her current embarrassment of riches any easier to deal with, however. Do I even have time to read all of these before the deadline for my decision? She wondered. You're thinking of going with Gunhead. Momo looked up to see Midoriya talking with Uraraka, who was performing punching motions into the air. I thought for sure you'd go with a rescue hero like 13, the green-haired young man added. I was considering it, Uraraka said, but the way the tournament played out for me, well, I felt like I was flying by the seat of my breaths the whole time, and that I was a real one-trick pony. As soon as I was up against someone who wasn't helpless, as soon as I removed her gravity, I lost. So I want to get stronger. I feel like it'll open up all sorts of new possibilities for me. Momo hummed softly in thought. The brunette's unexpected declaration brought up a good point. Should she choose a hero agency where she could better refine skills she already had, or one who could teach her ones she was lacking? Before she could ponder the matter further, the bell rang, signaling the end of the last PRD and the school day. Mr. Aizawa roused himself long enough to remind everyone that they were expected to choose an agency by Monday, and the students quickly made their exit. She approached her vice rep as soon as they were outside the school building. Midoriya, would you care to join me for a tea before returning home? She asked. The raven-haired girl spotted a flash of pink in her peripheral vision, accompanied by a gasp of delight. I'd like to discuss some class rep business, if you don't mind, she added, evicting a groan of frustration from Ashido. Oh, sure. Midoriya responded at once. She gave him a nod of thanks, and the two departed the campus, both lugging their gigantic stacks of work-study offers. So, Midoriya said, once they were a good distance away the school, with no horned gossip queens in sight, is this really about class rep stuff, or did you just say that to stop Ashido? Mostly to stop Ashido, Momo admitted. His face reddened, but he continued the conversation anyway. Are you all right? He asked. You seem, pensive today. She gave him a wry smile. Well, a dear friend of mine did drop numerous bombshells on me the other day, she remarked. I was rather preoccupied with the more personal ones at the time, but since then it started to sink in that he revealed the existence of hyper-advanced extraterrestrial life to me. He chuckled. I guess that is really something to wrap your head around. She shook her head. I'm amazed you managed to keep your wits about you when you were whisked away to that OA place. I kind of didn't, he confessed sheepishly. There may have been a lot of screaming while the ring was taking me there. I suppose it's fortunate you were in space, where no one could hear you, Momo remarked. Midoriya blinked, then laughed. I almost wish Uraraka had been here to hear that one. It does seem like she would have appreciated it, Momo agreed with a smile, thinking of the brunette's fascination with outer space. They lapsed into comfortable silence for a couple of minutes, arriving at a tea shop near the UA campus, where the two each ordered a cup and sat down at one of the booths near the back. So, did you have more questions? About the aliens and everything? Midoriya asked. And not that I don't want to have tea with you. He always seemed so afraid of offending her, Momo had noticed. It was amusing, or at least it had been, until she'd gotten enough information to suspect how much abuse he'd taken over being quirkless in his younger years. She hoped his tendency to act like he was walking on eggshells wasn't something his previous school had taught him, but she wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it was. I must have 1,000 questions about all that, she said, gently blowing on her steaming tea. However, right now I wanted to pick your brain about the work-study offers. I have so many it's rather difficult to choose. Midoriya blinked. You want my help with that? He asked, surprised. She nodded. Yes. And don't say that I'm smarter than you and so your input wouldn't be helpful, Momo preemptively chided. My grades may be a bit better, and I'm sure there's some subjects I know more about, but you're definitely the expert when it comes to pro heroes and quirks. Okay, Midoriya put his hands up in surrender. Are there any heroes in particular that you're thinking about? Not really, she confessed. There's so many. Though I suppose you have the problem worse than I do. She almost apologized to him for seeking his help when he was probably more overwhelmed by his choices than she was, but stopped herself. It was still a bit of a new thing to her, having real friends who truly wanted to help her purely because they were her friends, not because they were looking to make connections with her family and viewed the act of assisting her as an annoying chore needed to achieve that end. I guess I can't organize and break down all my offers the way I'd like in the amount of time we have, Midoriya admitted ruefully. But I'm sure we can come up with a way to figure it out for the both of us. Would it be okay if skimmed your list real quick? Momo nodded, handing him the list. Even devoid of all the info packets that came with each offer, it was still many pages long. Any idea exactly what you're hoping to learn from your work study? He asked as his gaze darted across the list. Not as much as I probably should, Momo admitted. With everything that's happened, it feels like we've been hero students for a lifetime already, but the truth is we've barely crossed the starting line. It's still hard to know what we most need to learn. Privately, she felt that the school should have given them more guidance on this sort of thing. However, All Might always seemed to be in such a rush to leave as soon as their heroics class PRD ended, and she didn't exactly have high hopes that Mr. Aizawa would be attentive to such things, considering the man slept during school hours and his general attitude. Midoriya nodded. That's a good point, he said. And it's probably even harder for you. With your quirk, the number of skills you could pick up is practically limitless. He made no attempt to conceal the admiration in his voice, and Momo felt her face heat. She could hardly believe that someone who had persevered through a quirkless childhood, gained the attention of interstellar peacekeepers, and now stood at the apex of the first-year UA students had such a glowing view of her. Thank you, she said quietly. Fat Gum might be a good pick for you, Midoriya said. He's a very competent, well-rounded hero, no pun intended, and his quirk is also powered by his fat stores, though obviously in a very different way than yours is. Also, one of UA's big 3 third-year students, Sun Eater, is interning with him. He's also got a crazy versatile quirk, so he might be able to teach you some stuff, too. He hesitated for a moment. Though I hear he has some social anxiety issues, so I'm not sure he'd really be up for mentoring a younger student. Momo nodded. She definitely saw the logic there, and doing a work study with a hero who did a bit of everything made sense, especially considering she had just been bemoaning how they didn't even know what they needed to learn. Still, she wanted to learn something she couldn't at UA. Oh, it looks like Kamu would sent you an offer. Midoriya noted. I actually saw him in action once, and he can be a little overdramatic sometimes. He's also a younger and relatively inexperienced hero, but if you're looking to improve with using tape like zeros to swing around with, there would be no one better to teach that. Now that's an interesting idea, Momo said, eyes lighting up. Aside from the obstacle race at the festival, she so far hadn't dared to do that outside of a situation where she was absolutely certain Midoriya would catch her if she went plummeting, and she'd only done it at the festival because she hadn't been very high up. Obviously, she would need to start doing it without a safety net if she wanted to use that technique at all while performing hero work. I can see a lot of other heroes who might be able to help you in some way, Midoriya said, marking multiple names on the list. You'll probably want to do some quick research on your own before choosing one of them, though. I'll do that, she said. Thank you for this. You've been a tremendous help, as usual. She added, smiling fondly at him. Momo's head still started spinning whenever she gave much thought to the multiple, world-shaking revelations Midoriya had told her about that day at the beach. Maybe when she'd fully processed all that, however. Why, you're welcome, he stammered, blushing heavily. Though I almost feel like I should be thanking you. It's good that all those years as a hero fanboy finally paid off somehow. He added with an awkward chuckle. I'd say it's paid off several times already, she remarked. Now then, why don't we take a look at your list? I'm sure you must be having some difficulty as well. After all, there's no hero with a quirk quite like your powers. The mood at the train station as students of Class 1A prepared to leave was one of vaguely nervous excitement, and it wasn't difficult to understand why. After all, they were all about to scatter for a week, off to their work studies and to get their first taste of real-world professional heroics. Well, if they didn't count being attacked by villains at USJ, anyway. You've got your costumes, right? Mr. Aizawa addressed them all, going totally unnoticed by most people even as several passers-by took note of the famed UA students. Wearing them in public is strictly prohibited unless you're being directly supervised by a pro who's accepted responsibility for you, but still, don't lose them. Yeah. Ashido exclaimed, lifting the case with her costume above her head. Don't shout, Ashido, Mr. Aizawa snapped. Momo resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She feared she had grown prejudiced against their homeroom teacher after he'd lied to them on their first day and had given Bakugo a farcically light verbal reprimand for nearly killing her in the battle trial. At least All Might had tried to have a talk with him afterwards, according to Midoriya, and had begun to default to viewing all his actions in the most negative way possible. Yet even taking her potential bias into account, there was something undeniably irksome and exasperating about how the underground pro always seemed determined to quickly stamp out every bit of excitement and enthusiasm his students displayed. All of you, be on your best behavior. Now go, Mr. Aizawa commanded them, before turning and walking off at a brisk clip without another word. Momo took the opportunity presented by the vaguely surprised moment their teacher left in his wake to step forward and address her fellow students. Class, for the first time, we'll be doing real hero work, even if it's only as students, she said. I want everyone to be safe and remember that you're representing both the school and hero society in general while you're out there. If you run into any serious issues out there that the agency you're working with can't properly address, feel free to reach out to myself or Midoriya. We'll do what we can to get things sorted and we'll contact the school if need be. Now, let's all learn a lot and come back as better future heroes than we are today. Plus ultra, the rest of the class chorused. Most of the rest of the class, anyway. Bakugo had stalked off as soon as Mr. Aizawa had departed. Todoroki and Koda hadn't said anything, but they'd each raised a fist skyward with the rest of the class. Cool speech, Momo, Uraraka remarked. Certainly more inspiring than the one from Mr. Aizawa, Jiru agreed dryly. Momo privately felt that was hardly a high bar to clear but didn't say so. Thank you, she smiled. Well, I suppose this is it. I look forward to sharing what we learned we get back to UA. Momo, Midoriya began. Don't worry, I'll get Kamuwood's autograph for you, Momo smiled. Judging by the chagrined, embarrassed look on his face at that, she'd correctly guessed what he was about to ask, she noted with a giggle. Thanks, he said, blushing. We should board our trains as soon as possible. Ida broke into the conversation, gesticulating wildly as usual. It would be most unbecoming of UA students to miss a train and be late. Very true, Momo agreed. See you in a week, everyone. Search for the Hero Killer's killer continues. Heroes and police still have no leads in murder of Stain, Shigaraki growled as he looked at the first story on his phone's news feed. The digital artist's glove he wore the only thing preventing him turning the device to dust. The plastic of the phone's outer casing creaked dangerously as he squeezed. "Be careful, Shigaraki Tomura," 𝐒𝐿 chided him from behind the bar, where he was cleaning glasses. "I doubt that sensei would be pleased to discover that you destroyed another phone." Shigaraki knew that sensei didn't care about such minor, petty things, having destroyed items much more expensive than smartphones in his time, but he relaxed his grip anyway. Being without a phone until he could get a replacement would be just annoying. "I'm so damn sick of hearing about Stain," he growled. The abrupt, grisly death of the serial killer might have been just a flash in the pan, except that someone had found all of Stain's social media accounts and assorted online rantings and let everyone know they belonged to the hero killer. Judging by the fact that Stain's phone had never been found, it was entirely possible that it had been done by whoever had killed him, for whatever stupid reason. Regardless of who had done it and why, everybody could now easily see the many online rants of the hero killer, which had previously been ignored by just about everyone, but now garnered massive attention because it was now public knowledge that the man had backed up his beliefs with murderous action. Oh, the authorities and mods kept taking his stuff down, but the genie was already out of the bottle. People had copies of everything, and every time Stain's writings and video journals were removed from one site, they immediately popped up on 3 more. And it resonated with people. Tomura thought it was all so much self-righteous nonsense and boring as all hell, but a lot of people clearly thought that Stain was onto something, with all his talk about true heroes and how most pros today were just fakes who needed to be culled so true heroism could return. "We attacked UA itself, but for some reason the guy who murdered a few no-name heroes and then got himself killed gets all the attention," Shigaraki added. "He's just some internet rando who spilled a little BLD, but suddenly he's all anyone wants to talk about. I'm sick of it." The television at the corner of the bar came to life, the screen displaying only the words "audio only" in red text. "And what are you going to do about that, Tomura?" The distorted voice of All for One crackled from the speakers. "Sensei," the young villain spoke. "As my future successor, you'll need to be able to turn bad situations to your advantage," All for One explained. "So, with Stain dead, how do you make the best of this situation?" Shigaraki was quiet for a long moment, and 𝐒𝐿 tensed, expecting the volatile young man to explode with frustration and fury. That didn't happen. Instead, a grin wide enough to be seen despite the severed hand on Shigaraki's face stretched his face. "We'll steal his rep, what?" 𝐒𝐿 blurted out before he could stop himself. "His rep," Shigaraki repeated. "Stain has a bunch of fans, even though all he ever did was post some vague bullcrap about heroes needing to be better on the internet and murder some D-listers. But he's dead now, so there's nothing to stop us from claiming we're continuing his work and taking advantage of his followers." "Excellent, Tomura," All for One said, the villain's grin audible. "A devious plan," 𝐒𝐿 said. "But will people truly believe us to be the heirs to Stain's mission just because we claim to be?" That's a fair point. "We'll need to make a big splash so we're not just viewed as some pretenders ranting on the internet," Shigaraki said thoughtfully. Then his red eyes widened. "An attack on the heroes, claiming we're avenging Stain. The stupid NPCs who love that idiot will absolutely eat it up." "An intriguing plan, Tomura," All for One said. "What exactly do you have in mind?" The young man's already manic grin widened further. Izuku rolled his shoulders as he got off the crowded train, relieved at having the freedom to move about properly again. He hoped both the Corps and the HPSC wouldn't mind him flying everywhere once he got his hero license. Thankfully, the agency he was doing his work study at was only a few blocks from the station, which wasn't so surprising really. Most hero agencies, especially the bigger ones, were located close to transportation hubs, to better enable them to respond to major emergencies. After all, while a lot of pro heroes could quickly cover large distances with just their quirks, that didn't mean all their sidekicks and support staff could. Just one of the things a person learned if they were a huge hero fan like he was. So, humming cheerfully to himself and bouncing the case containing his unnecessary costume against his leg as he went, Izuku walked the few blocks until he reached a large building that was painted in bright red and midnight blue. The first real hero agency he would work at on his path to becoming a pro himself. Taking a deep breath, he walked inside the doors and approached the front desk, where an attractive young woman with a cloud-like cottony white substance for hair was seated. "Hello," Izuku greeted them. Welcome, Mr. Midoriya," the woman greeted him. "You're right on time." Having been completely mobbed while trying to get lunch with Yorozu, Izuku really shouldn't have been rendered so shocked and giddy at being recognized like this, but he was. Because this was a hero agency. "Are you all right?" the front desk lady asked him. Izuku realized abruptly that he was releasing a wordless, high-pitched squeal of glee and clamped it down. He cleared his throat. "Yes, I'm just fine. Sorry about that," he said sheepishly. "No worries," she assured him, pleasant smile returning. "Anyway, the boss is eager to meet you, so I'll call him right down. Please feel free to take a seat," she added, gesturing to a group of chairs in the lobby. Izuku nodded and went over to them but was too excited to actually sit. He wondered if he looked like a total weirdo by loitering around the seats but staying on his feet. Before he could get too anxious about it, a door opened to the lobby area, admitting the pro hero of the agency and someone who Izuku knew to be a sidekick. Izuku Midoriya. The pro hero Majestic greeted him, dressed in full costume, with his customary red, pointed hat, orange robe, and BLNDFLD. "Welcome to my agency. We're very happy to have you here. That was one impressive performance you put in during the sports festival." Thank you, sir," Izuku said, bowing. "No need to be that formal," the pro said with a sloppy grin. "You can call me by my hero name while we're out and about in our costumes, and just Kanji is fine the rest of the time." "Sure thing, sir, Kanji," Izuku stammered, feeling his face heat up. Majestic grinned. "Now you're getting it," he said. "Anyway, I have a lot planned for your week here. I'm hoping to do some sparring to see where you're at for myself, some quirk training, and of course I want to give you a first-hand look at what it's like to work at a pro hero agency." "Sounds great," Izuku said. "Glad to hear it. Now, I'd intended to jump right into all of this as soon as you got here, but the HPSC abruptly called up and insisted I head over to their local office for a debrief on a recent villain incident. And a surprise interview with a reporter, if I know them," Majestic said, mouth twisting with obvious displeasure. "So for now I'll be leaving you in the capable hands of one of my sidekicks. Midoriya, this is MSZ." The pretty woman next to him, a green-eyed brunette wearing a tuxedo and top hat, gave Izuku a smile. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I look forward to working with you. You can call me Ms. Z in the field, pretty much everyone does." "Thank you. Nice to meet you, too," Izuku said, trying to mask his disappointment at having to wait to work with Majestic. "What will we be starting with?" "Patrols," she answered. He gasped with delight, then covered his mouth with a hand, mortified. Thankfully, neither hero commented on his reaction. Ms. Z hooked a thumb toward the door she and Majestic had come through. "Go through there. Locker rooms are the third door on the left. We can go as soon as you get changed into your hero costume." "Right away," Izuku said. Majestic put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him before he could rush off. The hero student looked up at the pro curiously. "I'm authorizing you to use your quirk if need be." Izuku did a double take at that, knowing that giving a student without a provisional hero license such permission was pretty extraordinary. "After you accepted my offer, Nezu and All Might reached out to me and told me some things about the USJ that aren't public knowledge," Majestic said. "So I know that you were instrumental in stopping the League's Nomu, and that Shigaraki knows that, too. I won't leave you defenseless in the event that something happens. That said, don't use your quirk unless it's absolutely necessary." "I understand," Izuku nodded seriously. "Good man," Majestic smiled. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to be off. I'll see you later, Midoriya." The pro hero left, and Izuku rushed into the locker room. He was sorely tempted to simply use the ring to change his outfit into his Green Lantern uniform instantly, but he supposed that Ms. Z would probably be a little suspicious if he appeared to manage an outfit swap in less than 10 seconds. After changing the normal way, he jogged back out to the lobby. "Ready?" Ms. Z asked. "Yeah," he nodded eagerly. "Then let's go," she smiled. The two stepped outside the agency, and Ms. Z took a right, making a brisk pace down the sidewalk. Izuku quickly fell in step next to her, eyes bright. He noticed immediately that Ms. Z moved with obvious purpose and cheerfully greeted numerous civilians as she went. Many of those civilians recognized him, much to Izuku's embarrassment, but he did his best to give them a smile and a cheerful greeting, emulating All Might for all he was worth. Aside from this, though, the patrol didn't seem very different from a simple walk around part of the city. Excuse me, Ms. Z, Izuku eventually spoke up. Is there, anything else I should be doing? She gave him an amused look. Expecting to run into 3 villains before we get back, she asked. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Not exactly, but, this still seems too easy. Ms. Z offered. Well, yeah, he admitted. She chuckled. Yeah, a lot of people imagine heroes going on patrol and confronting villains and the like all the time, she said. But the reality of it is that most villain fights happen as a result of heroes being dispatched to an incident in progress, or something like a sting operation, where heroes go out looking to confront a specific villain. We certainly want to stay vigilant while we're out here, just in case something does happen, but the main purpose of patrols is to be seen patrolling. To assure people that heroes are here to protect them. Izuku asked. Ms. Z nodded. Yes, but also to remind villains and potential villains that we're here, too. To act as a deterrent to crime, basically, she said. So what do you think? Underwhelmed now that you know the truth about patrolling? Not at all, he said at once. It's obviously very important work. He meant it, too. Patrolling might not be as action-packed in reality as it had been in his imagination, but in a way, it was exactly the sort of thing he'd always wanted to do. Maybe it wasn't flashy, but it was a way to let people know that they were protected, that he was here. Glad you think so, Ms. Z said. A lot of people who find out how rarely patrols result in confrontations with villains don't. Believe me, you'd be hard-pressed to find an underground hero who doesn't think it's the silliest, most pointless exercise in the world, but it has a real, measurable effect that improves the places where patrols happen. Do underground heroes really not patrol? Izuku asked. Most of them do, but they do their best not to be seen or noticed when they patrol, Ms. Z answered. He nodded. Have you ever run into a villain or some kind of disaster in progress while on patrol? I've certainly run into some random muggings and the like. Every spotlight hero who's been at this for any amount of time has, Ms. Z said. And I've had some fires and other things like that happen very close to my usual patrol routes. But I've never just randomly run into an A or B class villain while on patrol or anything. That's just the sort of thing that almost never happens in real life. He grunted. I guess something collided with his leg before he could get any further, and he looked down in surprise, finding a little girl with snow-white hair, red eyes, and a single horn on the sidewalk, having fallen onto her rear after running into him. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Izuku asked, offering the girl a hand to help her up. She looked at his hand with trepidation, then scurried back to her feet without taking it. I'm sorry, she muttered, voice so soft he could barely hear her. She looked and sounded so terrified that Izuku immediately suspected something was wrong, and he belatedly noticed how old and tattered her white dress was, as well as the fact that she was barefoot. Extensive bandages on her limbs went from her wrists and ankles and disappeared beneath her clothes. A man's voice called out. There you are. I was worried about you. Izuku looked up to see a dark-haired man in his 30s approaching them, an ornate plague mask that looked like a bird's beak on his face. There you are, the man in the bird-like plague mask said. You shouldn't be bothering the nice heroes. Something about the man immediately caused Izuku's hackles to rise, despite how polite and pleasant he seemed. There was an undeniable phoniness he detected right off the bat. It reminded him of the attitude some of his former teachers at 𝐴𝐴LDERA would take on when they'd speak to his mother during parent-teacher meetings, except this time he got the sense that there was something dangerous behind the friendly-sounding words, not just disingenuous. Oh, it's no bother, sir, Izuku said at once, trying to remain pleasant himself despite his unease. Agreed, Ms. Z said. As heroes, assisting lost children is something we always have time for. Regardless, I must apologize for her taking up your valuable time, the man said. It's quite fine. Is your daughter all right, sir? Izuku asked, casting a glance at the bandages that were wrapped around the child's limbs. He noted that the appearance of her alleged father hadn't quelled her terror in the least. If anything, it had only increased her fear. She was still shaking in his arms. If she got hurt while you were separated, we'd have no problem taking her to get some medical attention. Of course, he didn't believe for a moment that the little girl could have gotten lost, hurt herself, and bandaged herself, but it seemed unwise to outright accuse the man of abuse right away. The masked man's right hand briefly clenched before relaxing, and Izuku noted the gloves he wore. Does he have a touch-based quirk? 5-finger activation requirement, maybe, like Uraraka. He wondered, knowing that such quirks were fairly common. That won't be necessary, the man said, his voice taking on just a hint of a hard edge, like steel hidden beneath silk. Eri's merely an exuberant child. She gets hurt while playing, as many children do. Izuku remembered having scabby knees all the time as a little boy, but he'd certainly never been beaten up enough to require those kinds of bandages. At least, not until he'd been diagnosed as quirkless and had increasingly become the target of Kaken's aggression, with half the rest of the school joining in. Those injuries hadn't come from playtime, however. Not playtime for him, anyway. She seems scared, he noted, trying to keep his tone as neutral as possible. She knows she's in for a stern talking to, the man replied smoothly. She gave me quite a fright, running off like that. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That felt like the sort of lie that wasn't even meant to fool people, but merely be accepted by those who had no other choice. Ms. Z's gaze flicked from Eri, who was clutching at Izuku's costume in a death grip, back to the man in the bird mask. I apologize, Mr. Chisaki, he answered with obvious reluctance. Mr. Chisaki, then, she said. I apologize for the inconvenience, but there's been a spate of kidnappings in the area recently. Given the circumstances, I'm going to have to insist that you and your daughter accompany us to the nearest police station or hero agency so we can confirm your identity. Izuku had no idea if there actually had been kidnappings, or if the pro-hero was merely saying that to bolster her case, but he wasn't about to ask. Come now, is that really necessary, heroes? Chisaki asked. Unless you want to tell us why this child seems so frightened at the prospect of going with you, Ms. Z replied, smiling pleasantly. Chisaki sighed heavily. Very well, he said. But would you mind coming this way? I'd rather not discuss this in a place quite so public. I'm afraid it's rather embarrassing. Of course, Ms. Z said. We've no wish to needlessly destroy anyone's reputation, after all. Come along, GL. She added. Izuku noted how she didn't use his full hero name at once, nodding as he scooped Eri into his arms and followed Chisaki into the alleyway along the sidewalk. The hero student felt like the whole situation was a powder keg. The possibility of violence seemed to lurk just beneath the exchange's pleasant exterior. The tension made Izuku feel like a coiled spring, and the only thing preventing him from acting were the potentially dire consequences of doing the wrong thing. I've been so concerned about Eri lately, he remarked, walking deeper into the shadows. Children can be so difficult. He added, as he began to remove one of his gloves. Eri gasped softly. Izuku reacted immediately, his conscious mind lagging his instincts by a split second. His willpower surged into the ring, and a massive pair of green hands reached out, moving at the speed of thought, and wrapped around the man like he was a child's doll, halting his attempt to reach for Ms. Z in mid-motion. Chisaki released a strangled yell as the emerald hands lifted him off his feet and pinned him against the wall of the alleyway. Not giving him a second to gather his wits, Izuku rang up another construct, creating a pair of heavy cuffs around his wrists. Each one included a large dome that surrounded his hands but were too far out for him to actually touch them. Chisaki released a wordless yell, all civility and pleasantness abandoned. You miserable, diseased wretches masquerading as heroes, he shouted. Mark my words, you will die for this. Well, Ms. Z said, picking up and donning her top hat, which had fallen off when Chisaki had attempted to lash out at her and Izuku's subsequent counterattack. I know this isn't what Majestic had in mind when he gave you permission to use your quirk, but those were some good reflexes. She paused. I suppose I can't say I never randomly ran into a villain while out on patrol anymore. Izuku nodded, but his main focus was on the little girl, who was looking at him with a mixture of shock and undisguised awe. Clearly, the idea of someone being able to so casually overpower and incapacitate Chisaki was unthinkable to her. It's going to be all right, he promised her. He won't be able to hurt you ever again. If anything, the child seemed only more dumbstruck than ever, like the notion of that man being unable to hurt her simply didn't compute in her mind. Just when Izuku was starting to think she'd simply gape at him until he said or did something else, he saw her eyes grow glassy, and she abruptly wrapped her arms around him, squeezing for all she was worth and softly sobbing out words of thanks. Green Lantern, can you hold that creep there until a police officer with quirk-suppressing cuffs arrives? Ms. Z asked, already taking a phone from her pocket. He nodded. Yeah. Good, she said. Do that, and try to keep Eri as calm as possible. Momo took a breath as she stood outside the temporary agency of pro-hero Kamu Woods. She knew intellectually that she really shouldn't be intimidated by a week of work studies under a pro-hero, considering what she and the rest of the Class 1A had already been through. It was almost a given that this week would be quieter and less perilous than their first week at UA. Despite all that, this still felt different. This was her first time deliberately stepping out into the real world of professional heroics, and she was doing it with one of the fastest rising young heroes operating today. She hoped she could live up to whatever reputation she'd established for herself between the USJ and the sports festival. Deciding she had dithered enough, the raven-haired young woman strode through the front doors. Almost everything in the lobby was swathed in cardboard, bubble wrap, and tape, like the whole operation was being packed up to move. About the only thing that didn't appear ready to be put onto a truck was a cheap desk that a young man in his late teens sat behind. Ah, Ms. Yorozu, he greeted her immediately. Welcome. For just a split second, Momo wondered if the young man was an associate of one of her family's businesses or had attended the same sort of high society events where she'd frequently put in appearances over the years, before realizing that he'd probably seen her during the sports festival. The notion that she was somewhat famous was one that had yet to fully sink in for her, apparently. Ah, thank you, Mr. Suzuki. Just a lowly intern, he added with a jovial smile. I'll let the big boss know you're here. He took out his phone and sent a text, and almost immediately, Kamu Woods emerged. Hello, sir, thank you for offering to take me for a work study, Momo said, giving the pro-hero a bow. Just Nishia is fine, Yorozu, or Kamu Woods when we're out in the field, he said. Please excuse the appearance of this place. As I'm sure you know already, this isn't my agency's regular headquarters. The HPSC and some local authorities have requested that several heroes assist with the hunt for the hero killer's murderer, and so I've temporarily set up shop here in Hosu. She nodded, having indeed learned about that yesterday. It's no trouble, but how will it affect my work study? If there was anything she was concerned about so far as her work study went, it was that. She was fairly confident that a hero who'd managed such a meteoric rise since his debut would have his act together and have prepared to handle a student while helping with the investigation, or at least, his agency would on his behalf, but it was impossible to be sure. Not as much as you might think, Nishia replied, and though his quirk mutation made it impossible to be sure, Momo suspected he was smiling. I have a great deal of flexibility when it comes to when and how I contribute to this effort. That's good to know, thank you, she replied. He nodded. Now, let me show you around this place, such as it is, and introduce you to your fellow student. She blinked, not having known another hero student would be here. Thank you. The tour was brief, which wasn't exactly surprising, but the basics of a pro-hero agency all seemed to be there, at least so far as Momo could judge. And wrapping up, we have the training room here, Nishia said, opening the door to the largest room they'd seen so far, and the only one where everything was fully unpacked and in place. It was also one of the few rooms that was occupied. Shiozaki. Momo spoke. The Class 1B student was using her vines to lift several kettlebells. Upon hearing her voice, she gently set them down on the floor and turned. Yorozu. I didn't know you were doing a work study here as well. I was able to take 2 students for work studies, Nishia noted. Momo nodded. I'm glad to see your hair has all grown back. Shiozaki nodded. Thank you. As I said, it was just a matter of sunlight and time. Nishia cleared his throat to regain their attention. Both of you gave an impressive performance at the festival, but you're also both first-year students, which means you've got plenty of room to grow and improve. Especially where the utilization of your quirks is concerned, he said. So, let's begin. So, you really just ran into this guy while patrolling out on the street? Majestic asked Izuku and Ms. Z after they'd all returned to his agency. He seemed caught somewhere between incredulousness and being ready to start laughing. Yes, Kanji, Ms. Z answered. I'm guessing he really is someone of some importance, then, instead of just some run-of-the-mill child abuser in an ugly mask. You could say that, Majestic said, tone dry. Apparently he's a Yakuza boss, leader of the Shai Hasaikai, to be specific. He also possesses an extremely powerful touch-based quirk, known as Overhaul. It would make him a threat to even a lot of top-ranked heroes, but it just so happens that our work-study student has the perfect quirk to neutralize him. Ms. Z chuckled. Good job, kiddo. Izuku blinked. What's his quirk do? It allows him to completely remake any matter, living or dead, so long as he's able to touch it with his bare hands, Majestic explained. Izuku gasped. That's an incredibly versatile and powerful quirk. And he uses it for villainy. He added with a mixture of shock and disgust. Yep, looks that way, Majestic answered. Anyway, the Night Eye Agency has been investigating their operations for months, and they've been blowing up our phones since they learned you two brought him in. I haven't spoken to Sir Night Eye himself, since apparently he's out of the country right now, but from the way his number 2 centipede tells it, the guy's about ready to have an aneurysm over this. Sir Night Eye was investigating a Yakuza group. Izuku asked skeptically, unable to hold his tongue. All Might's former sidekick. Maybe it was just his fanboy biases of everything All Might related, but he had a hard time believing that the number 1 hero's only former sidekick operating in Japan would be spending his time on such a thing. It was common knowledge that the once formidable Yakuza groups had been withering and dying out in the age of heroes, unable to compete with modern villains. The Shai Hasaikai aren't just any Yakuza group, Majestic said. They've undergone something of a resurgence of late, though authorities aren't sure why. I'm sure the Night Eye Agency was investigating that. And let me guess, they're afraid that us throwing their boss in jail will cause the organization to go to ground, mess up that investigation, and render all that hard work for nothing. Ms. Z asked knowingly. That, and they're afraid the authorities won't be able to make any significant charges stick yet and thus won't be able to hold on to Chisaki for very long, Majestic added. He sounded surprisingly nonchalant about it, but Izuku still felt his insides twist. Are you saying we should have let him go? He asked, simultaneously indignant at the notion and afraid he'd messed up. Majestic scoffed. Of course not, he said. You had no idea who he really was, and even if you had, I could never condone leaving a defenseless child in an abusive situation for the sake of an investigation. Frankly, I've always thought that All Night Eye tends to let the perfect be the enemy of the good in these sorts of situations, he said. And anyway, the Night Eye Agency's fears that Chisaki will be released are just so much paranoia. It may well be that there's not enough evidence to prosecute him for the Yakuza's criminal activities yet, and he might be able to wriggle out of child abuse charges, if his lawyers can cast enough doubt on whether he's responsible for the injuries on that child. But he completely shot himself in the foot by threatening you and Ms. Z after you restrained him. Threatening pro-heroes is a serious offense by itself, and now he can't plausibly claim he wasn't about to attack you before you acted. Izuku released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. So, what happens now? Majestic gave him a sloppy smile. Now you get an unplanned crash course in interagency relations and how to smooth other heroes' ruffled feathers, plus a lesson in the procedures and paperwork that follows the sort of incident you and Ms. Z had today. That hardly sounded exciting, but Izuku knew that it was still important to learn, so he nodded without protest. What's going to happen to Eri? He asked instead. I'm sure we can prevent Chisaki getting custody of her back, even if he manages to get out on bail somehow. The scarring all over her arms is no joke and well beyond the sorts of injuries a rambunctious kid might get from playing, Majestic said with a scowl. Then his expression eased. In the long term, she'll be placed with a foster family. For right now, she's a guest of my agency. She's currently in the infirmary. I asked the medical staff to give her a checkup and the piercing scream of a child suddenly interrupted their conversation, and the three of them exchanged a wide-eyed looks for a split second before the two heroes and one hero student rushed out of the room. All of them expected to find Chisaki or one of his underlings attacking and trying to take Eri back, but what they actually found brought them up short. Eri was sitting on an examination table in the infirmary, still clad in the same attire they'd found her in, her whole body glowing with a bright white light. Someone that Izuku assumed to be a nurse or medical tech of some kind stood nearby holding a syringe, looking more than a little panicked. Stay away from me," Eri exclaimed, voice shot through with terror. Majestic turned to the nurse, who spread his hands helplessly. "I just came to draw some BLD," he tried to explain. She freaked and her quirk started doing this. "Stay away," Eri cried again, practically sobbing by this point. "Or my curse will make you disappear too." "She doesn't know how to control her quirk," Ms. Z breathed, too softly for Eri to hear. "Probably doesn't even know what it is. But it sounds like it could be lethal if we touch her." Unwilling to just stand and watch Eri panic and cry, Izuku sent a tendril of green light out. It quickly took on the shape of a hand, which tentatively touched the little girl's face. When nothing happened, he summoned his protective barrier and stepped forward. "Midoriya!" Majestic hissed. "It's okay, sir." Kanji," Izuku reassured him, though he increased his barrier just in case. He scooped up Eri into his arms and was more relieved than he'd care to admit when nothing happened to him. "Hey, it's okay," he soothed the child, rocking her gently back and forth. "Why you're not disappearing," she hiccuped, looking at him with wet, wide eyes full of awe. "And I never will," Izuku said. He wasn't quite sure where those words had come from, but they felt right and seemed to calm Eri, so he went with it. "I don't know what Chisaki told you, but your quirk isn't a curse. Maybe it's dangerous, but we can help you to learn how to control it, so you don't need to ever be afraid of it again. So please don't think there's something wrong with yourself, eh?" Really? Really?" Izuku said solemnly. "You okay, eh? I promise." He felt more than heard her exhale, and all the tension seemed to leave her body at once. The bright light she was emitting faded and died. He felt her breathing slow down and become much steadier. "She's asleep," Ms. Z observed quietly. "Her quirk must have taken a lot out of her." Majestic turned to the still flustered-looking medtech. "What happened?" I came in to draw some BLD so we could run some tests," he answered, holding up the empty vial he held. "The moment I told her what I was planning to do, she went into a complete panic, and her quirk started going off almost immediately afterwards." Izuku swallowed, looking down at the slumbering child in his arms. The implications of everything that had just occurred were unpleasant, to say the least, and that was without even considering the fact that Eri apparently had a potentially deadly quirk she didn't know how to control. "Well, things just got a lot more complicated," Majestic said. Which about summed up the situation, really. They were badly outnumbered, Momo determined immediately as their foes swarmed toward them. "Shiozaki, behind you," she shouted as she unleashed an explosion at the first wave, causing them to recoil. "Accursed things!" Shiozaki hissed as she spun about and used her vines to lash out at several of the attack drones. Momo fired a strand of tape from each hand, which both wrapped around a metal pole sticking out of the wall, then swung upwards, at least a dozen drones flying in pursuit. She created several small explosives that looked like miniature sticks of dynamite as she went. The pint-sized bombs were too small to do serious harm to a healthy adult human, but they were enough to mangle the more delicate parts of the drones. Several of them went tumbling to the floor, reduced to junk. Taking a moment to glance at her fellow student, Momo quickly saw that the other girl was in danger of being overwhelmed by the swarm. "Mobility," she chastised her teammate. Nodding, Shiozaki sent out several vines, which gripped the metal pegs jutting out of the walls, or just the walls themselves, and lifted herself up into the air. The drones that had been harassing her hesitated long enough for Momo to send a cascade of glue their way, causing them to crash helplessly to the ground. With both UA students now mobile and the drones' numbers badly diminished, Momo and Shiozaki were able to smash their remaining foes in only a few minutes. Very good, Nishia said as he stepped into the training room. You're both improving quite a lot. Thank you, Momo smiled. When Shiozaki didn't respond, the wooden hero gave her a look. Is something wrong? You seem troubled by something. Forgive me, the vine-haired girl replied. I just feel as though I'm not getting better nearly as quickly as Yorozu. It feels as though she's taken to what you've taught her immediately, while I seem to forget to apply your lessons in the heat of these exercises, until she reminds me. Yorozu has been using her quirk to enhance her mobility for a while, so I've only taught her how to refine a skill she was already using, Nishia pointed out. For you, it's a much greater shift on how you approach using your abilities, so it's unsurprising it's taking you longer to fully incorporate it. Shiozaki considered this for a moment before nodding. Thank you. Of course, Nishia said. Anyway, you two have run this exercise 3 times in rapid succession. I think you deserve a 50-minute break. Shiozaki immediately took the opportunity to excuse herself and exited the training room, presumably to use the ladies' room. For her part, Momo took a seat on a piece of training equipment and pulled a protein bar out of a pouch on her belt, eagerly unwrapping it and taking a bite. And how are you, Yorozu? Nishia asked her. I've been putting greater focus on Shiozaki, as she seems to need it more, but the last thing I want to do is neglect your training. Momo swallowed, then gave the young pro hero a bright smile. That's kind of you, but I'm very pleased with how things are going so far, she said. Your suggestions with how I can improve my traveling by tape slinging have been invaluable. That's good to hear, the wooden hero said. Though I think you may overestimate my contributions. Momo was quick to disagree. Not at all, she said. Until now, this technique always felt theoretically very useful to me but too dangerous to actually use in the field. Even my friend Midoriya wasn't able to offer so many suggestions on ways to refine it. Midoriya, he's the one who won the sports festival, correct? Nishia asked. Momo nodded. Indeed. He's given me a tremendous amount of useful suggestions and support when it comes to developing my quirk, but even with his help I wasn't able to get it to a place where I felt I could safely use it in the real world. He can outright fly, which means he doesn't face the same obstacles someone like you and me do. That probably makes it more difficult for him to fully wrap his head around the problem, Nishia said. Momo nodded. That makes sense. The pro hero suddenly looked anxious, enough that the raven-haired hero student could pick up on it despite his permanently expressionless face. By the way, did he say anything about me to you? He asked carefully. You did mention your friends, so I assume you discussed your work studies. Momo frowned slightly, wondering where the young pro was going with this. He suggested that you would be a good hero for me to do my work study with, among a few other options, she answered. I've been meaning to ask you to give me your autograph for him, in fact. He's a big pro hero fan, and I know he wants it. Does he? Nishia said, sounding surprised. Yes, why? Momo asked, eyes narrowing very slightly. Kamu Woods was one of the fastest rising stars among young pro heroes in Japan, and most people expected he'd crack the top 10 in the hero charts very soon. It shouldn't come as any surprise to him that someone might want his autograph. We encountered each other a little over a year ago now, Nishia answered. He got himself involved in a villain incident, and I may have come off as harsh to him as a result of it. Onyx's eyes narrowed further. He told me about that villain encounter once, in passing, but he never mentioned you were one of the heroes there, she said. This was when he believed he was quirkless, wasn't it? She asked. Indeed, Nishia answered. I feared for his safety when he recklessly rushed in to face a villain that even we pros were struggling with. Indignation flared through Momo on behalf of her friend. She strongly suspected there was more to it, and that the wooden pro had been far harsher than necessary to her friend because of his quirkless status, and wanted to mitigate any damage he'd caused now that Midoriya seemed like someone who could easily enjoy a meteoric rise to the top of the pro hero industry once he graduated UA. Taking a deep breath, Momo forced herself to calm down, reminding herself that she didn't have all the facts. Midoriya really hadn't gone into very much detail on that villain incident, having been more focused on telling her about his power ring and lack of a quirk at the time. Also, the green-haired young man himself obviously didn't maintain any significant hostility towards Kamu Woods. The last thing he'd want would be for her to put a crimp in the rest of her work study by lobbing accusations at the pro who'd been a very helpful teacher to her thus far. Midoriya's not the type to hold a grudge, she said. In any case, given how many people probably mistreated him as a result of his apparent quirklessness, I suspect it would just be impossible for him to have one for every person who ever slighted him. That didn't mean she would refrain from a minor dig, though. Nishia couldn't wince due to his quirk mutation, but she thought something in his body language suggested it. I'm glad he's found such success now, the pro hero said. Momo decided to take him at his word there, automatically offering a polite platitude in response. Shiozaki returned a moment later. If Nishia was relieved to see her, he hid it well. All right, the pro said. Next up for you two, I was planning. He got no further before a loud klaxon sounded through the building, cutting him off. Crimson lights began to flash on and off. What's going on? Momo asked. Are we under attack? Shiozaki added. Nishia reached into his pocket and withdrew his smartphone. He visibly recoiled at the message on the screen. The city's under attack by numerous villains. It appears to be a coordinated assault, he said, almost visibly switching to on-duty mode. Come with me. He turned and started heading toward the door at a brisk clip. The two UA students broke into a light jog to keep up with him. Does this mean? Momo trailed off. Yes, Kamu Woods replied. We're going to need all available hands to deal with this one. I'm authorizing the two of you to use your quirks, but that's for crowd control and rescue, understand? You're not to engage any villains if you can avoid it. Understood, Momo nodded. Shiozaki's face looked almost as green as her hair at the thought of being thrown into such a situation so soon, but she managed to acknowledge the pro hero's instructions in a reasonably steady voice. Momo nearly did a double take the moment they stepped outside the front door of the temporary agency. Plumes of thick smoke rose from multiple fires scattered all around the city, and the sound of explosions and shattering glass created an erratic but nearly constant rhythm. Do your best to keep up, Kamu Woods said. If you get separated from me, you can keep assisting civilians if you feel it's safe for you to do so. Otherwise, you can either hunker down somewhere safe or make your way back here. Right, the two students agreed crisply. Let's go, Kamu Woods said, extending one of his arms until it was able to grab onto the side of a building. He pulled himself forwards and went, barreling into the air, while the two UA students used their respective quirks to follow. Meanwhile, well away from the chaos that was unfolding in Hosu, Izuku was sitting on the bed in the simple room he'd been given the Majestic's agency, using the rare downtime to do a video call with his mother. Eri was cuddled up next to him, slumbering deeply. Oh, Izuku, she's precious. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 exclaimed in a hushed tone as he tilted his phone so she could get a good look at Eri. Who in the world could possibly abuse such a little angel? They tell me he's a Yakuza boss, Izuku said. Apparently he has a very powerful quirk, but since I was able to use my powers to stop him from touching anything, I was able to prevent him from using it at all. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You've barely started at UA, and already you're saving innocent people. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. He wiped at his suddenly moist eyes, doing his best not to disturb Eri. Thanks, Mom, he sniffed. That means a lot to me. So, what's going to happen to her? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked. Izuku sighed, the warm and fuzzy feeling his mother's pride had given him quickly ebbing. I don't know, he said. At first, Majestic said they'd find a foster home for her, but it seems like she has a dangerous quirk she can't control. So, what does that mean for her? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked, trepidation obvious in her features. He sighed heavily. If Majestic's agency can't find a foster willing and able to handle her quirk, then she'll be put into the custody of a government agency that deals with orphan children who have uncontrolled, overly powerful quirks. His mother grimaced at that, and Izuku didn't need to ask why. The agencies charged with that duty were notorious for operating facilities that were more akin to prisons than anywhere a child might be happy. The staff made sure to keep orphans in their care at arm's length, at least, treating them more like living, volatile bombs than children in need of love and affection. Eri would be free of the abuse her Yakuza family had subjected her to, but in many other ways it wouldn't be much of a step up for her. Is there no hope of her avoiding that? 𝐒𝐭 asked, eyes glistening at the idea of the cherubic child sleeping next to her son having to endure that. Unless a foster steps up, the only way would be for her to gain control of her quirk in a hurry, Izuku said. But Chisaki convinced her that her quirk is a curse, so she's really reluctant to practice it. I'm the only one who can get her to even try to deliberately activate it. Izuku looked down at the peacefully sleeping child for a long moment before he continued. I kind of offered to take her in myself at one point, but Majestic and Ms. Z nixed that immediately, he admitted. They told me how the impulse was normal, but it's not practical for heroes to basically adopt every civilian they rescue, and doubly so for a hero student. In any case, I'm too young for that anyway. He felt so stupid telling his mother he'd tried to do that without even consulting her, considering how much of an impact it would have had on her and her life, too, if he'd gained responsibility for Eri. It's okay, Izuku, I understand, 𝐒𝐭 smiled softly. She's very attached to you, isn't she? He nodded. Yeah, partly because I'm the one who stopped Chisaki, and partly because so far I'm the only one who can touch her when her quirk's firing off without being affected. He sighed. I just hate the idea of her going to one of those awful orphanages when she's already been through so much, he chuckled bitterly. I guess there are things even one of the most powerful quirks can't fix. His mother hesitated for a moment. Izuku, yes. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Nothing, she said. For now, you just help that little girl as best as you can. I will, he said solemnly. So, what's the rest of your day look like? She asked, clearly looking to move the subject away from Eri's future. Quiet, compared to yesterday, though I guess that's not a high bar, he said with a smile, recalling how busy and chaotic the aftermath of the encounter with Ei and Chisaki had been. Majestic had me doing some training earlier, and he let me observe most of the interactions with the Night Eye Agency regarding the Yakuza case. And tomorrow he said he'd take me on patrol himself. But for the rest of today I'm on Eri watching duty. I'm supposed to try and get her to do some quirk training if she's up to it, but right now she's obviously not. You should take the chance to rest, too, then, 𝐒𝐭 suggested. Even the greatest heroes need their rest. She added with a smile. Good idea, he said. And anyway, I'm not about to move when Eri is on me like this. 𝐒𝐭 chuckled. I think it's illegal in most countries to get up in your situation, she joked. Bye, Izuku. Talk to you again soon. Bye, Mom. He ended the call and was about to grab a pillow for himself when there was a soft but urgent tap on the door and it slid open a moment later, revealing Ms. Z. What? He began. There's a large-scale villain attack happening in Hosu, she explained before he could get any further. Majestic wants your help transporting personnel there. Right. Izuku said. He focused his mind, and green light haloed Eri's form. The little girl was lifted gently into the air, allowing the hero student to get up and off the bed, then lowered back down, the light fading. She stirred briefly, eyes blinking open. What? I have to go and help some people, he said. You can go back to sleep. I'll be back soon. Really? She asked, and though she was obviously still half asleep, the fear in her eyes was clear. I promise, he said, trying very hard not to think of a future where this little girl needed to go into the care of an agency that would regard her more of a hazardous material than a child. Okay, she agreed, finally succumbing to sleep again. That done, he followed Ms. Z out of the room, softly closing the door after himself. The sidekick led him to the roof of the agency's building, where Majestic, what appeared to be all of the agency's other sidekicks, and several EMTs and other non-hero first responders were congregated. Midoriya, good, Majestic greeted him. You made good time. There's a villain attack in Hosu, he asked. The pro nodded grimly. Yes. Reports are all over the place, but it sounds like multiple creatures similar to the ones that attacked your class at the USJ are there and wreaking havoc all over the city, he said. We're going to help with containing the villains and with rescue work. I can't transport everyone here all the way to Hosu by myself, which is why I need your help. Of course. Izuku nodded. Now, you still have permission to use your quirk, the hero said. But don't engage with villains unless you can't avoid it. And stay with me or one of my sidekicks if possible. This is already more hardcore than anything I was expecting to expose you to this week. Right? Izuku said. Good man, Majestic nodded. Now, grab everyone I don't and follow me. Shimmering rings appeared beneath the pro-hero and over half the others present, and they took off into the air. Izuku channeled his willpower into his ring, and a corona of jade light appeared around him and the remaining agency staff, who lifted off the roof and then took off after Majestic. He tried not to think too much about how Momo was in Hosu right now. She can take care of herself. She has an amazing quirk and she's gotten so much stronger since we all started at UA, he tried to reassure himself. He couldn't help but worry anyway. Dear Lord, protect us, Shiozaki breathed as she and Momo followed Kamu Woods into the heart of the chaos that was rapidly consuming the city. The place looked like a war zone. In addition to the fires, there were damaged buildings and other property damage everywhere. People were rushing around in a panic, desperate to get off the streets but only increasing the danger in their haste, threatening to trample one another. As they approached, a massive creature with gangly limbs, chalk white skin, and multiple eyes embedded in its exposed brain swung by, grabbing a civilian. 𝐿. Momo gasped. It wasn't the same creature that had attacked the USJ, but it was clearly the same kind of abomination. Kamu Woods immediately sprang into action, swinging towards the creature, just before it hurled the hapless civilian it had grabbed through the air. The wooden hero surged forward, grabbing the man with a tendril grown from his arm before the civilian could crash into a building at high speed. Unfortunately, he had barely gotten the chance to place the man down on the ground before the 𝐿 tackled him. Momo almost rushed forwards to help him, only to be stopped when the pro threw a sharp look in her and Shiozaki's direction. I've got this, he barked. Remember what I said. Don't engage any villains unless you have to. Hero and 𝐿 became a wild tangle of long limbs as they fought, crashing through the area as Kamu Woods tried to get their fight away from civilians while the beast attacked with the wild ferocity of a savage animal. In only moments, the two had rounded a corner and disappeared from view. You heard him, Shiozaki said, after the two students spent a second looking off in the direction the two had vanished in with stunned shock. Let's do what we can to help. Right. Momo agreed with a nod. There was no shortage of work for them to do, even with the restrictions placed upon them. Momo used her quirk to spray fire retardant on some of the smaller blazes, while Shiozaki moved debris aside to free trapped civilians, and they both pulled many a fallen person up to their feet and out of danger of being trampled. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the pair worked frantically to stem the tide of chaos. While Momo was sure that they'd only been at it for a few minutes, it felt like they'd been in the midst of this disaster area for hours. Then an inhuman scream from above them seemed to pierce the heavens, and both students looked up to see a winged 𝐿 erupt from the side of a tall building, just before the top floor erupted into a fireball that briefly turned night into day. What kind of quirk does that beast have? Shiozaki exclaimed. Momo was already in action, having seen something that the vine-hair girl had missed, namely the people who'd leaped out of the building just before the explosion, clearly part of a desperate escape. Moving as quickly as she dared, the creation user swung and bounced back and forth off the walls of nearby buildings, trailing tape behind her the whole time, creating an extremely sloppy spiderweb as she went. Oof! The first civilian to land in it grunted, the tape stretching briefly but holding fast, to Momo's immense relief. The others landed only an instant later, and she and Shiozaki moved quickly to get them out of the sticky, improvised net. The civilians each gave a quick word of thanks before taking the opportunity to flee, all of them nearly sprinting away despite the fact that the winged 𝐿 had already moved on. Come on, Momo said after the last one was on his way and she disposed of the mass of the net. She fired a strand of tape from her hand, swinging up to the top of a modest building, with Shiozaki following along, and the two of them went from rooftop to rooftop, looking for another incident to assist with. The one they found made Momo's blood run cold. "What is it?" Shiozaki asked, seeing her fellow student freeze. "Look," Momo said, pointing down at a nearby intersection where a familiar black creature with an exposed brain stood. Judging by the multicar pileup at the center of the intersection, it had already caused plenty of chaos and was ready to do more. "That's the same Nomyu that attacked the USJ. We need to find Kamu Woods or another pro-hero now," Shiozaki said, noting the way that the monstrosity was approaching a group of civilians who were just trying to escape the car accident and get away. Momo shook her head. "By the time we find a pro, people will be dead," she said. "I can knock it out with somnambulist gas. It worked at the USJ. We're not supposed to engage in combat with any villains." Shiozaki hissed. "Kamu Woods only said not to engage with villains unless we have to," Momo pointed out. "And I can't just let people die to a villain. I can stop that." "All right," the vine-haired girl gave in. "But I hope you're right about this." Momo activated her quick and pulled a gas grenade launch from her torso, already loaded with a canister filled with somnambulist gas. Hefting the weapon, she took careful aim at the hulking creature down on the street. She fired, sending the gas grenade careening toward its target. It impacted the street less than half a meter from the Nomyu's feet and immediately began spewing its pink vapors, the resulting cloud quickly obscuring the creature. Momo and Shiozaki waited and watched the cloud with bated breath. Then the Nomyu stepped out of the mass of knockout gas, very much still conscious. Momo inhaled sharply. Had the League of Villains somehow managed to endow the Nomyu with an immunity to the gas since the USJ attack? She wouldn't have believed such a thing was possible, but then again, she would have said that the Nomyu itself was impossible before the USJ. "Yorozu," an increasingly nervous Shiozaki spoke. Then the Nomyu turned to look at them. Its gaze was as empty as ever, yet somehow its malicious intent remained all too clear. "Move!" Momo shouted, already firing a new strand of tape from one hand. The Nomyu made a seemingly impossible leap into the air, practically flying, and crashed onto the rooftop mere seconds after she and Shiozaki had vacated it, leaving a deep crater in the top of the building upon impact. "I thought you were confident you could neutralize it," Shiozaki exclaimed as she and Momo frantically swung from building to building. "I was," Momo replied. The Nomyu jumped after them again, landing on the ledge of another building, which quickly crumbled beneath it, but the beast threw arm out and then into the side of the structure, right through the brick, using its grip to arrest its fall before it could tumble to the street. The creature pursued the two hero students like this for several blocks, leaving a trail of cracked masonry and broken windows as it hopped from building to building, hot on Momo and Shiozaki's heels the whole time. "We need to find a pro to handle this demon," Shiozaki said. "I'm not sure even a pro hero can take it. It's supposed to be strong enough to challenge All Might," Momo said. "Besides, we don't know where exactly we can find a pro." "Then what do you propose we do?" Shiozaki demanded. "Split up," Momo said. "What?" "Split up," Momo repeated. "It can only chase after one of us, after all. Whichever of us it doesn't pursue can go and try to find pro-heroes to assist." "But..." Shiozaki trailed off, clearly not liking it but not having another idea. "Fine. But be careful," Momo agreed, and at the next intersection they reached, she went left while Shiozaki went right. The Nomyu hesitated for only a moment at the crossroads before going left. The raven-haired girl wasn't surprised or displeased. For that matter, she had figured it would opt to go after her. She was the one who'd helped take it down at the USJ, and she was the one who'd attacked it now, after all. She was glad that if one of them would have to pay for her mistake in attacking the Nomyu, it would be her and not her fellow student, who'd advocated the more prudent path. It also meant she could now do her best to handle the Nomyu without worrying about ensnaring Shiozaki in the crossfire. Reaching a large parking structure, she landed briefly on a concrete barrier on the roof of it meant to stop any potential out-of-control vehicles, then swung off again. She was already firing glue at the spot where she'd been as the Nomyu sailed through the air, and the beast landed in the sticky grayish puddle she'd left, instantly adhering to the solid concrete. Stopping to perch on a ledge on a nearby building, Momo turned to watch the Nomyu, allowing herself a moment to catch her breath while she watched to see how it would react. At first, the beast simply attempted to leap at her despite the glue, but the weight immediately stopped it. Then it tried to pull its feet up, but the barrier wasn't actually attached to the parking garage, making it difficult to just rip off chunks of it. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 tried to do it anyway, but it had a hard time getting leverage, and even with its enormous strength went tumbling to the ground. Momo was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the creature released a growl and then began to thrash and struggle violently. No, it's not about it too. A terrible, wet tearing sound came from below, and BLD spurted as the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 ripped off its own lower legs at the knees to escape her impromptu trap. Momo released a gasp of horror at the grisly sight. However, her disgust gave way to fear as she saw new tendrils of flesh abruptly sprout from the bloody stump and rapidly begin to thicken, soon taking on the appearance of new, undamaged lower legs. She took off again just in time to avoid capture by the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 as it leaped after her with its regenerated legs. Over the next few minutes, Momo tried multiple different methods of stopping the 𝐻𝐻𝐽, only to have it eventually overcome all of them. The monster's incredible regeneration ability, coupled with its complete willingness to mutilate itself to escape any trap, ensured that she couldn't stop it for very long. Which meant that now would have been a really good time for Shiozaki to return with some pro-heroes, but of course that wasn't about to happen. There had, after all, been a huge flaw in her hastily made plan, namely that Shiozaki had no way of finding her now. She had been more interested in getting her fellow student out of danger than actually somehow getting a pro-hero to handle the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 for them. She found herself wishing that Midoriya was here. Even if he was without his power ring for some reason, Momo felt sure he could come up with some brilliant idea on how she could use her quirk in a way that would seem obvious in hindsight that would stop the beast pursuing her. Unfortunately, he was in another city at the moment, but she knew that other 1A students within Hosu. Right now. Coming to a stop on a ledge, she quickly took out her phone and began to tap away, all too mindful of how little time she had before she needed to move on. As it turned out, Izuku was not nearly as far away as Yorozu believed, having arrived in Hosu some time ago along with Majestic and the other members of his agency. So far, the hero student found himself both impressed and disappointed. The members of the Majestic agency had sprung into action as soon as they'd arrived at the city, working like different parts of a well-oiled machine to both hunt for the villains causing all the chaos and destruction while also engaging in rescue operations. It was nothing short of inspiring, and Izuku hoped he could someday be so practiced at working to help people. The disappointing part was that there was no place or role for him in these obviously well-rehearsed plans. He had been quickly handed off to a junior sidekick called Kadabra, who was in charge of providing protection for an emergency medical station the EMTs were setting up. Izuku wouldn't have minded helping out with that in the slightest. As a student without even a provisional license doing a work study, he knew better than to expect the most dangerous or exciting assignments. Still, with destruction and death unfolding across an entire city, he dearly wanted to be able to do something, no matter how menial. Unfortunately, all his attempts and offers to help were rebuffed by either the EMTs or Kadabra, and it was obvious they all just wanted him to stay out of the way. Izuku was trying to content himself with doing just that, but he felt about ready to explode with pent-up energy and the longing to act. Then his phone pinged. Reaching into his pocket, the green-haired young man fished it out, frowning at the notification it was displaying. Yorozu had enabled GPS tracking of her phone for all the members of the Class 1A group chat. She hadn't sent any messages to the group or anything, just turned on the feature so any and all of her classmates could see her location. Why would she? His eyes widened as it suddenly clicked, and Izuku frantically input his passcode to unlock his phone. Ring, he spoke in a hissing whisper, barely bothering to look and confirm that none of the Majestic agency staff present were paying attention to him. Interface with my phone, then pinpoint and track Yorozu's location. Connecting, the ring responded into his mind. Interface complete. Kadabra never even noticed Izuku leaving. As genetically modified monstrosities tore through Hosu and heroes struggled to stop them and contain the chaos, a second, more insidious part of the villain's plan went into action. A single video appeared simultaneously on all the major social media sites, mysteriously making its way to the top of every user's feeds just as quickly as it had been posted, despite the account used to post it having no followers and no other videos. All over Japan, bemused and curious people clicked play on the strange video. Good evening, Japan, my name is Shigaraki, a thin man with pale blue hair and what looked disturbingly like a severed hand clutching his face spoke to the camera. I'm sure by now all of you have heard about the hero killer Stain and his mission. He paused for a moment, bowing his head slightly, as though in mourning or quiet contemplation. Nobody knew who he was or what he was about while he was alive, Shigaraki continued. The public just thought of him as a serial killer who murdered pro-heroes. It's only after he was killed himself that this country found out the truth. The hand on his face obscured most of his expression, but it was still obvious how intense the young man became all of a sudden. He wasn't killing heroes randomly. He was only striking at those who make a mockery of the name. The so-called heroes who don't care about whether they are actually helping anyone or not, so long as they are getting rich and famous. The frauds, the liars, and the cheats who oppress instead of protect. Shigaraki abruptly jumped to his feet and began pacing around in agitation. The media says Stain's death is a mystery, but everyone knows it was a pro-hero who did it. He probably thought that murdering him would bury the truths that Stain represented. Well, he was wrong. The young man sat down again, turning his burning gaze to the camera. We, the League of Villains, will pick up where Stain left off, to remake society into one where frauds and oppressors don't get to pretend to be heroes. And for our first act, we avenge his death tonight, in Hosu City. Come out, heroes, and respond. That is, if you dare to risk our judgment. The world took on an odd appearance at night when moving just below the speed of sound, at least when using the ring. Everything seemed to blur together into a whirl of lights in the darkness, all of it seen through the emerald haze generated by his protective barrier. It actually looked quite a lot like traveling at faster than light speeds. Izuku normally never would have flown so quickly inside a planetary atmosphere, much less while above a major city, but as it stood, the only thing stopping him from going even faster was the knowledge that he would leave a trail of destruction in his wake and quite possibly kill people if he stepped on the accelerator any harder. Yorozu was in danger. He came to an abrupt halt, his perceptions of the world around him crashing back into normality above a busy street, the ring automatically halting him once he reached the desired coordinates. Where is she? He wondered aloud. As if on cue, he suddenly heard the sound of crumbling stone, followed by a woman yelping in surprise and fear. He snapped his gaze toward the sound just in time to see Yorozu landing awkwardly on the street, clearly having attempted to make it to a ledge on a nearby building only to have it crumble beneath her boot. An instant after she touched the street, a dark, hulking figure that was unmistakably a Nomu crashed onto the street nearby her, landing with such force that it created a spiderweb of cracks in the asphalt. Yorozu scooted away from the figure. Izuku's willpower surged into the ring, and the Nomu vanished beneath the massive emerald boot of a Mount Lady construct. Midoriya! Yorozu called up to him. Hi, Yomo, he said, trying not to show just how relieved he was to find her alive and well. I got your message. Before she could respond, the Mount Lady construct staggered as the Nomu beneath its boot gave it a mighty shove. Surprised, Izuku quickly dispelled the construct before it could crash into anything, then rang up an All Might construct, which immediately began to trade blows with the Nomu. Midoriya, it's the same one from the USJ. Yorozu said as he descended and drew near to her. You're right, it is, he exclaimed, realizing that it was exactly the same creature they had faced on that chaotic, terrifying day, the one that the League had claimed was intended to kill All Might. Can you? No, she answered at once. It's immune to the gas now. I got into this mess to begin with when I tried to stop it from attacking civilians that way. He blinked. How is that even possible? I don't know, she replied. But it means we need another way to defeat it. Do you think you can manage it? His gaze flicked over to where his All Might construct and the Nomu were engaged in furious, high-speed combat. Izuku poured more willpower into the construct, trying to increase its power as much as possible. He knew he was a better ringslinger than he'd been at the USJ, but back then Mr. Aizawa had been cancelling out the beast's quirks, or at least most of them. The Nomu seemed to be shrugging off all the blows that Green Might was throwing at it with impossible ease, barely tiring at all. I'm not sure. It could go either way, he admitted. We can't let that thing win, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said grimly. It'll kill us, then start attacking civilians. I have an idea, he said. It's a little risky, but, tell me, she said. I need you to make something, he said, quickly explaining the plan to her. She actually smiled when he was done, a glint in her dark eyes at the sheer insanity of the plan. Give me 2 minutes, Momo said. No problem. Then she turned away from him, grabbing the front of her costume as the telltale glow of creation began to shine from her torso. Izuku pointedly looked away while she worked, a blush on his face, and did his best to just focus on the fight between his construct and the 𝐴𝐼𝐸. There was a loud clatter as Momo finished her work. The young hero student then lugged the object to the ground between them and where the 𝐴𝐸 was engaging with the ring construct. Ready? Izuku asked. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded. Ready. Izuku dispelled the All Might construct, abruptly leaving the 𝐴𝐸 without an opponent. Visibly confused, the beast whirled around, head jerking this way and that as it searched for its foe. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stuck 2 fingers into her mouth and whistled piercingly, immediately getting the 𝐴𝐸's attention. Over here. Izuku taunted. Remember us. He had no idea whether it did or not, but the 𝐴𝐸 clearly viewed them as acceptable targets. It began to sprint in their direction, its footfalls leaving cracks in the street as it went. Then it stepped onto the platform 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had put into its path. The 𝐴𝐸 let out a loud roar as it was abruptly flung into the air, even whatever quirks it had unable to override the simple physics involved. Izuku supposed the whole setup was a little like something out of a cartoon, except with a dangerously powerful hydraulic hammer replacing the classic giant spring under the platform, but there was no denying the effectiveness of it. He just needed to get the 𝐴𝐸 into the air. Before the beast could come back down to earth or even reorient itself, Izuku funneled willpower into the ring, and a cluster of green rockets appears on the 𝐴𝐸. They immediately blazed with emerald flames, and the speed of the monstrosity's ascent immediately increased tenfold. In seconds, the 𝐴𝐸 had vanished from sight entirely. There, Izuku said. Those should carry it into low Earth orbit. Even if the 𝐴𝐸 can survive up there, there's no way it could. He didn't get any further before 𝐒𝐻𝐻 threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight hug. Waimo, he stammered, his whole body going rigid in surprise. Thank you, she whispered in his ear. I thought the 𝐴𝐸 was going to get me, until you showed up. He slowly brought his arms up, woodenly returning her hug and making very sure that only his hands came into contact with her back. The excessive caution on his part might have been a bit silly considering 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had brought them into full flush contact, but the last thing he wanted was to take advantage of this situation in some way. It's okay, he said softly. The 𝐴𝐸's gone. I'm here. She continued to hold him for a few moments longer, but he could practically feel her calming down. Eventually she released him, to his mingled relief and disappointment, a bashful expression on her face. Thank you, she said again. I apologize for going to pieces there. Don't mention it, he replied, giving her a nervous smile. She laughed, though it sounded a bit shaky. I should get back to work and try to find Kamu Woods and Shiozaki, she said. I'm sure you need to get back as well. His eyes widened. Oh, right, I never told anyone from the Majestic Agency where I was going, he said. I am going to be in so much trouble, he thought. Still, that was a secondary concern to him. Are you sure you're going to be all right, he asked. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded. I'm sure I'll be fine, thank you, she said. Or won't be provoking fights with any more 𝐴𝐸, or anything equally foolish, that's for certain. You did it to protect innocent people, Izuku was quick to point out. It was still reckless on my part, though, she said, then held up a finger to silence him before he could protest. We could debate this all night, but we both have places to be. Yeah, all right, he agreed reluctantly. I'll text you tomorrow, after this is all over. She nodded. Thank you again, Midoriya, she said softly. You were my hero tonight. Then she fired a strand of tape out from one of her hands, and an instant later she was swinging away. Izuku tried his best not to grin like a fool for the rest of the night, knowing it was unbecoming for him while in the middle of a de facto war zone, but he flew a little higher on his way back to the medical station and his steps felt light for the rest of the long night, the memory of her saying those words replaying almost constantly in his mind the whole time. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos unfolding in Hosu, the CEO of Dettnorat was returning to his home after a hard day's work. However, he had no plans to rest immediately, despite the lateness of the hour. No, Rikiya Yotsubashi might be done working for the day, but the event still in motion demanded the attention of Ridestro. I must get in touch with Curious as soon as possible to see how we can best spin these attacks to benefit our cause, he mused. It shouldn't be too hard, in his opinion. After all, the notion that people should be allowed to use their quirks to defend themselves in such situations wasn't the most difficult case to make. He'd still defer to the Meta Liberation Army's media expert on how best to deliver that message, though. The businessman and would-be revolutionary was so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost didn't notice the black-clad figure standing at the end of his driveway. "Who are you?" he demanded of the man, who looked like someone cosplaying as a hero or villain with a costume made from black trash bags, in his humble opinion. Definitely not something that had been made by Dettnorat, that much was certain. "I never fit in when I was young, thanks to my quirk," the man said, looking down at the ground rather than at Yotsubashi. "What?" he asked, frowning. He didn't relax his guard, however. "My quirk allows me to read the minds of the deceased, so long as their brains aren't damaged or too decomposed. Or at least, that's what the quirk counselor said, but I always knew the truth, that I can speak to them," the man said, still not looking at Yotsubashi. "Everyone always viewed me as a deviant and a freak, for feeling more comfortable among the dead than the living. I was harassed and beaten up all the time growing up, even by my own brothers." Yotsubashi's eyebrows rose, his mind already racing. It would be extremely strange for some random person to just start telling the CEO of Dettnorat all about the troubles he'd endured because of his quirk, but it would make a lot more sense for him to pour out his soul like that to Ridestro, Yotsubashi knew. If this man knew of the MLA and his role in it, then he represented a huge breach in security. Yotsubashi would need to find out how the stranger had discovered what he apparently had as soon as possible. At the same time, this was starting to look like a massive opportunity. With a quirk like the one this man claimed to have, there was little information that would be inaccessible to the MLA. Get him a job in the right morgue, arrange for important targets to have accidents, and they could gain a wealth of intelligence that no one would ever even suspect they possessed. An asset like that could further the cause of liberation enormously. Recruitment it was, then. "My friend, it's absolutely appalling that you suffered such discrimination because of your amazing meta ability," he said. "You shouldn't ever have had to endure that. Your ability makes you superior to so many. You never should have been looked down on by your inferiors." "You mean it?" the man in black asked, finally looking him in the eyes. There was something wrong in that dark gaze that made Yotsubashi want to shudder, but he suppressed it, writing it off as merely his imagination. "Yes," he said, giving the man the friendliest smile he could. "You should be liberated from such oppressive restrictions, free to use your meta ability proudly in a new world we can create together." The man in black grinned at him, and Yotsubashi felt the smile fall away from his face. "No. Death is the only true liberation." Yotsubashi scowled, activating his meta ability, body swelling with muscle and skin blackening as his stress and negative emotions were converted to pure power. "I'm not interested in that kind of liberation," he said. "Too bad." The man surged forward, moving with shocking speed. Yotsubashi threw a punch, swiping with one beefy arm, but his massive fist struck nothing but air. Then a huge hand that seemed to be made of inky shadows materialized in the air and clamped down onto his face with an iron grip, blinding him. He clawed at it, trying to rip it off of himself. Then Yotsubashi felt it, and his struggles abruptly ceased, body shrinking as the effect of his meta ability suddenly ceased. The spectral hand on his face dissipated like so much smoke, and he looked down to see his attacker's hand buried in his chest up to the wrist. Yotsubashi felt the most profound coldness spreading out from his chest. "I liberate you from the oppression of life," the man whispered. The Titan of Industry and Grand Commander opened his mouth, trying to DMN his killer with his final moments, but he couldn't get a word out. His head slumped forward as his body went limp. Ridestro was dead.